Hello, good morning. The time is now 10 o'clock and the inquiry is open. My name is Joanna Gilbert. I'm a Chartered Town Planner and I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry. The inquiry is made into an appeal made by William Davies Limited under Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 against the decision of Derbyshire Dales District Council to refuse planning permission for hybrid planning application accompanied by an environmental statement comprising of an outline planning application with approval being sought for site access for up to 345 residential units, Class E commercial uses including retail and a restaurant cafe, a hot food takeaway sway generous unit and open space including a country park and play area, and associated landscaping and surface water attenuation, and a full planning application for 78 residential units with associated access, open space, landscaping and surface water attenuation at land at Gritstone Road and Pinewood Road, Matlock, DE4 3GD. Could I ask everyone to switch off their mobile phones and any other devices or set them to silent, please? And before we go any further, can I ask the council to go through the fire alarm procedure, please? Thank you. And before we move further into today's programme, those of you in the main room may have already noticed the person with the camera in the corner of the room. In addition to this inquiry being recorded and live streamed, it's also being filmed by ITV today. Does anybody have any objections to being filmed? Oh, thank you. So just to highlight how a public inquiry works, you are expected to observe courtesy and respect for the formalities associated with the event. The inquiry has the advantage of experienced advocates who will be fully aware of their duty to assist the inquiry. The witnesses also have a professional duty to help me on matters within their expertise. That duty overrides any obligation to the person who has instructed that witness. As to members of the public, a public inquiry has a formality and the procedure differs markedly from a public meeting. Those wishing to speak will have the opportunity to do so at the appropriate time. You will no doubt hear much that you disagree with, but please refrain from interruptions in any form and from expressions of support for or disagreement with the views of those speaking at any time. I hope you're all patient listeners. If I do consider that the behaviour of any party is not appropriate for some reason, they will be warned. And the ultimate sanction, if the disturbance continues, is that the person will be ejected from the event after a further warning. Any such action would only be considered if previous warnings are not followed. Just in terms of appearances today, in terms of those speaking, I've had prior notification of the party's advocates and witnesses, but in a moment, for everybody's benefit, I'd like the main parties to introduce themselves, including what aspect of the case the witnesses will be dealing with. Along with the council and the appellant, we have the Wolds Action Group participating as a main party in this inquiry. Following main party introductions, I will then invite those interested persons who wish to speak, whether registered or not, to make themselves known to me. But first of all, for the appellant, could the appellant's advocate please introduce himself, confirm who he has been instructed by, and introduce the appellant's team?
Madam, a very good morning to you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Gwion Lewis. That's Gwion for November, and then the surname Lewis, spelt as normal, Lewis. I'm a barrister. I'm King's Counsel, and I appear for William Davies Limited in this appeal. I'm instructed by the person to my left. That's Miss Claire with an I, Saffer, Saffer, of Planet Law Solicitors. To her left is Mr. John Dickinson, who will be giving evidence on planning matters. To his left, Mr. Ian Hilton, who will be giving evidence on drainage and flood risk matters. Then Mr. Stephen Webber, dealing with biodiversity. Then Mr. Steve Fraser, to his left, dealing with landscape and visual matters. Mr. Jamie Cassie at the end of the table, dealing with highways and pedestrian safety. Not here today, but who will be appearing later in the week, is Mr. Nigel Simkin, Simkin, dealing with viability matters. And then behind me, representing the appellant itself, is Mr. Tom Dilliston. Mr. Dilliston won't be giving evidence, but he's here to represent the appellant. And that completes the main members of the appellant's team, Madam. Thank you.
Thank you for your line-up, Mr. Lewis. Okay, secondly, for the council, could the council's advocate please introduce himself, confirm who he has been instructed by, and introduce the council's team?
Yes, good morning, Madam. My name is Tom Cosgrove. I'm also a barrister and King's Counsel. I appear alongside Mr. Fitzsimons, who sits to my immediate right of counsel. We are instructed by James Cunningham, Solicitor to Derbyshire Dales District Council. Madam, to Mr. Fitzsimons' right is Mr. Instone, who's a member of the RTPI who will deal with planning matters, and you have a proof from him. We also have produced a proof from Mr. David Newham, who's not in attendance today, but will be here later on in the week dealing with viability issues. Just to introduce other members of the council team who are here today, to Mr. Instone's right is Mr. Sean Robson, who's the interim planning development manager, and to his right, Madam, as I think you already know, is Mr. Shipley, who's a planning support officer.
Thank you. And thirdly, for Wolds Action Group, could their representative please introduce themselves and anyone else who's part of the Wolds Action Group who's intending to speak?
Design, highways and affordable housing.
Thank you. Just to note, we do have microphones in the room, and whilst everybody in the room may be able to hear, it's harder for people to hear on the live stream and next door if we don't use the microphones. So I may interject at times to ask you to use the microphone, or you may have to interject to remind me to use the microphone. We'll see how it goes. But if everybody could do their best to use the microphones, that would be helpful. So we've heard from the three main parties who they're intending to call as witnesses, and the advocates have been introduced. I'd like to ask if there is anybody else who would like to say something at the inquiry. Now, what I will do first of all is I will read out the names of those who I already have recorded as intending to speak today. And if anybody is in the room next door who also wishes to speak, I suggest now would be a good time for them to come through to the main room just to give me their names, and then they can go back through to the other room. Okay, but just starting with the names of those that I already had, if you can just indicate who you are, please, when I say your name. So I've got Jenny Fellows. Hello. And can I just ask a couple of questions just now? Ms. Fellows, are you a local resident? And are you supporting or opposing the proposal? Okay, thank you. And do you have any time constraints today in terms of ability to speak? Okay, thank you. And are you willing to answer questions from the appellant? Okay, thank you very much. So the next person I have is Sharon Bryden. Bridden, I do apologise. Thank you. And really the same questions for you, Ms. Bridden. And are you willing to answer questions? And do you have any time constraints today? Okay, thank you, noted. Karen Bradley from CPRE. Hello. So are you here representing CPRE? And are you in support or opposition? And do you have any time restrictions today? Okay. Well, fortunately, you are third on the list, so this is a good sign. That would be great. Thank you. Okay, Christine Martin. Hello. And if you could answer the same questions, please. And do you have any time restrictions, and are you willing to answer questions? Okay, thank you. And Heather Clifton Smith. Hello. Okay. Yeah, and are you willing to answer any questions? And do you have any time restrictions at all? No. Okay, thank you. Councillor Stephen Wayne. Hello, Councillor Wayne. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Councillor. Peter Wild. Okay, understood. Thank you. And David Ball. Hello. Thank you. Dr. Stephen Martin. Hello. And could you tell me, are you a local resident? And are you supporting or opposing? And do you have any time constraints today? Okay. And would you be willing to answer questions? Okay, thank you. David Ellsworth. Hello. And are you a local resident? Mm-hmm. Okay. And do you have any time restrictions today, Mr. Ellsworth? I'm sure there are many people facing that. And just in terms of whether you'd be willing to answer questions from the appellant's advocate. Thank you. Thank you very much. And is it Dr. Aitken? And the same questions for you, please, Dr. Aitken. Thank you very much. Mr. Ewart, John Ewart. Hello. Good morning. And same questions for you, Mr. Ewart. Thank you very much. And Councillor Joanne Linthwaite. Hello. Good morning. Thank you. Councillor David Hughes. Good morning, Councillor Hughes. Okay, thank you. I also have Joanne Shimin. I'll ask again when we get to the end of the interested parties and see whether she's attending. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak? Hello, can I take your name? Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So if you do speak, give evidence or ask questions during the inquiry, your name will be listed in my decision. At this stage, it's my intention to hear interested parties today, you'll be pleased to hear. And I'm keen to hear the points that everyone wishes to raise. And I will accept statements. I already have statements from a number of you, thank you. But I do not need to hear the same evidence twice, as this is not an effective use of inquiry time. So if your points have already been fully covered by a previous speaker, please don't raise them again. I'll come back to timetabling shortly, but I will move on to the matter of notification letters and representations. So I have copies of the letters, the Council's letters of notification of the appeal, dated the 6th of November 2024, and confirming the date, time and location of the inquiry, dated the 11th of February 2025, and the lists of those to whom the notification was sent. I'm also aware that around 10 site notices were erected on and around the appeal site on the 10th of February 2025, and I've seen some of those site notices myself, as well as a press notice having been issued in the Peak Advertiser on the 10th of February and the 24th of February 2025. So thank you for the Council for carrying out all of that work. I have numerous representations which were submitted at the appeal stage, along with those which were submitted at the time the planning application was considered by the council, and I will be taking all of those comments into account in reaching my decision. Just for clarity, just because somebody did not object again at the appeal stage, this does not lessen their opposition or support for the proposal. And have the main parties seen all of those representations? Thank you. I'm getting nodding. Okay. So in terms of proofs of evidence and rebuttals, I've received a proof of evidence from the appellant, which is Mr. Dickinson's proof, with a number of appendices on drainage and flood risk, biodiversity, landscape, highways and viability, as well as a rebuttal. Proofs of the council by Mr. Instone and Mr. Newham on planning and viability respectively, and Mr. Yarwood's proof for the Wolds Action Group. I've also received legal submissions from the council and the appellant on the subject of viability review mechanisms. Thank you very much. And I've had responses from all three main parties on my note on the sequential test in respect of flood risk. I've read all of these proofs, statements of case and legal submissions and responses, and so I would expect them to be largely taken as read, and these documents should all have been made available on the council's website along with the core documents which will be referred to during the inquiry. So just in terms of procedure and timetabling, I shall follow the procedure in the 2000 inquiry procedure rules. When I've concluded my opening remarks, I will invite the appellant, the council and the Wolds Action Group to make a brief opening statement each. This will help everybody to understand the main arguments in the inquiry. Then I will hear from interested parties. Those who give evidence will normally be expected to answer questions on their evidence from the opposing advocate, and everybody has indicated their willingness to do so. Thank you. I may also have some questions for you. Mr. Yarwood from the Wolds Action Group is expected to be cross-examined by the appellant's advocate first, and that should hopefully take place later this afternoon. Following cross-examination, if there are any interested parties present who are supporting the appellant's case, there will be an opportunity for those interested parties to ask questions of Mr. Yarwood. I may also have some questions. However, there will be no evidence in chief or re-examination for Mr. Yarwood, as he is acting as both advocate and witness for the Wolds Action Group. Moving into day 2, as currently programmed, I will ask the appellant's advocate, Mr. Lewis, to introduce their witnesses on drainage and flood risk, biodiversity, landscape and highways. So that's Mr. Hilton, Mr. Webber, Mr. Fraser and Mr. Cassie, who've already been introduced. For each witness, Mr. Yarwood for the Wolds Action Group will have an opportunity to cross-examine them. Interested parties objecting to the proposal will also be able to ask questions of the appellant's witnesses at the end of the cross-examination of each witness. Questions from interested parties should be solely on the evidence of the relevant witness and should not repeat the questioning of the Wolds Action Group. It's not an opportunity for interested parties to repeat their own evidence. I may also have some questions. The appellant's advocate may then re-examine their witnesses in turn. On day 3, it's anticipated that Mr. John Whitby, the Member of Parliament for Derbyshire Dales, will speak as an interested party at the beginning of the day. After hearing from Mr. Whitby, I will ask the appellant's advocate, Mr. Lewis, to introduce the appellant's planning witness, Mr. Dickinson, and Mr. Yarwood for the Wolds Action Group will have an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Dickinson. Again, interested parties objecting to the proposal will be able to ask questions of Mr. Dickinson at the end of cross-examination, and again, it should be solely on the evidence of Mr. Dickinson and should not repeat the questioning of the action group. I may also have some questions, and then the appellant's advocate will re-examine Mr. Dickinson. The main parties have already provided anticipated timings. I'm looking to you to adhere to these timings as far as is possible. With timeliness in mind, I'd just like to remind the parties that I'm looking to witnesses to assist me in my understanding of the case. So question evasion for some length does not help me. And if you could answer a yes or no question, please answer it and then qualify and explain why. And if you could, to the advocates, if you could give me notice of any parts of the core documents, the core document numbers, or any other documents to which you wish to refer in any particular session, that will help me ensure I've got documents ready to reference them as I go along. After I've heard all the evidence, the roundtable discussions on conditions and legal obligations will follow, and this will hopefully be on day 3. This is standard procedure. It doesn't indicate that I've made up my mind on the case, and it doesn't weaken the Wolds Action Group's continued opposition to the proposal or the appellant's case that planning permission should be granted. I've received recent draft copies of the legal agreement. Could the appellant please update me on the progress of the final draft legal agreement? Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam. I'm extremely grateful to you, Madam, for your patience in recent days while we finalise that draft. My understanding, Madam, is that the only real matter that still remains to be bottomed out is in relation to the viability review mechanism. Clearly, we're going to hear more about that during the week. Fair to say it is not proving to be perhaps the most straightforward part of the obligation to draft. We would say, of course, given the absence of policy guidance on it, but we're very grateful to the Council for their engagement. And my understanding, Madam, is that we are optimistic that we should be able to make significant progress on the drafting of that particular part of the obligation within the next day or two, depending on the availability of people for discussions and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So Ms. Saffa will be able to speak in more detail as to precisely where we are, but I understand that that is the only remaining area that needs to be, where time needs to be taken by both sides to be clear about what exactly they can agree.
Okay. Anything from the Council on that matter?
Nothing, just to add, yes, we've got Mr. Evans, who's our solicitor dealing with it, Ms. Saffa, and we'll absolutely encourage him to have discussions as soon as possible on those issues.
Okay. Thank you. Ideally, the legal agreement should be finalised and engrossed before the close of the inquiry. However, given where we are, what I intend to do is ask for updates on a daily basis, see where we've got to, and that may have a consequent effect on programming if I haven't had the opportunity to look through the viability mechanism before asking questions.
Certainly,
on it. So I will need to allow myself time for that in due course. So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But if people could keep working apace, that would be very helpful. Just to note, I also have justifying compliance statements in respect of contributions, and those compliance statements are from the District Council and the County Council. And we'll come back to the compliance statements during the appropriate session. Just in terms of the site visit, I've already visited the site and its surroundings on my own in preparation for the inquiry. My first informal site visit was made during half term in February, where I also visited a number of the further viewpoints outside and away from the site. Now, just like to clarify, those viewpoints that I visited were the viewpoints which had been agreed by the Council and the appellant only, because my site visit occurred prior to the Wolds Action Group having provided their itinerary, which was provided after the date I'd specified. So it would be helpful to me if the three main parties could agree whether it is necessary for me to see the further viewpoints which were noted by the Wolds Action Group, some of which are very, very similar but not identical to the viewpoints already agreed by the Council and the appellant. And if you could move forward with that prior to the site visit, which is anticipated to be Friday, that would be helpful. I also walked up to the site yesterday so that I could observe traffic movements at the end of the school day near the secondary school. So I was up there from around 3:15 onwards and saw children leaving the school and walking down the road, crossing the road, etc. I will be making a formal site visit. As I said, it's currently timetabled for Friday. If anybody has any specific requests for me to view the site from a particular property or location and has not yet notified me, please could you do so via the Council. Sorry, Mr. Shipley, to put you in this position again, but Mr. Shipley can take viewpoints, or the planning inspectorate's case officer, Kerr Brown, who you should all have had some contact from. As I've said, draft viewpoints and routes are capable of being updated. So if we could get a final site visit itinerary agreed, then we can start to get an understanding of just how long the site visit is likely to take on Friday. Just to highlight, there will be no discussion or presentation of evidence during the site visit. Its purpose is simply for me to see the appeal site and its surrounding area, and I will only be taking note of viewpoints that parties point out. I will not be hearing evidence. We'll get further on in the week and we'll discuss who's attending the site visit, but if you could start thinking about that in advance, that would be helpful. So next week, hopefully on Tuesday the 18th of March, I will hear closing submissions from the Wolds Action Group, the Council and the Appellant. These will need to be provided in writing to me via the Planning Inspectorate's case officer electronically in advance of the closings being presented. And if you could reference your closings, ideally with footnotes highlighting where references and evidence you refer to can be found, that would be extremely helpful to me when I'm writing up. If there are to be any applications for costs, I will hear them before the close of the inquiry. To assist me, I would like the application to be available in writing for the relevant party to have seen the application. This will enable them to formulate a response, which I also expect to be available to me in writing. It would assist me in programming to know at this stage if any of the main parties are intending to make an application for costs, although I appreciate you may want to reserve your positions. And if I can ask the Wolds Action Group, first of all.
No application for cost.
Thank you, Mr. Yarwood. And then the Council, Mr. Cosgrove.
No, thank you, Madam.
And Mr. Lewis.
We've no intention, Madam, no.
Thank you. In addition, please note that I have the power to initiate an award of costs whether or not any applications have been made by the parties. And if I were to do this, it would follow a written process with the relevant party after the appeal decision is issued. Can I just check at this point whether for views on the situation for next week? So if we have reached a point where the hearing of evidence has been concluded this week and the site visit has taken place during week 1 of the inquiry, how would the main parties feel about closings being undertaken virtually? Can I ask the Council, first of all, whether they could facilitate this and what their view would be on closings being undertaken virtually? Mr. Cosgrove.
Thank you, Madam. Yes, on the scenario envisaged, we would support that as a way forward. We can support that happening online.
Thank you. Mr. Yarwood for Wolds Action Group.
Yes, I think we can accommodate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the Appellant.
We'd welcome that, Madam. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Well, we'll see where we get to by the end of the week. But certainly, if we aren't finished on with evidence this week, we can also look at whether closings are slightly later in the week to allow time for the parties to complete closings in a reasonable manner. Okay. Before I move on, are there any comments on this running order and process at this point?
Madam, no, other than which is a matter you might be coming on to, the potential implication of the matter that I flagged up last week about there being additional evidence in relation to the sequential test.
Yeah, I'm going to cover that in late evidence. Thank you. Anything from the Council? No? Mr. Yarwood? No. Thank you. Okay. So timing estimates. The inquiry was originally scheduled for 8 days of sitting. Hopefully we'll complete matters in 5, but we'll see how we go. Other than today, we'll start at 9:30, and based on the submitted information from the parties on timings, I'm hopeful. I'm expecting the main parties to stick to their proposed timings, but the additional sitting days should be held for the time being. So you'll have seen from the draft programme that our inquiry sitting day is divided into sections of approximately an hour and a half to 2 hours. Normally we'll have a mid-morning break, although that will be slightly later today as we've started slightly later, and the inquiry should finish for the day by no later than 5:15. Lunchtime adjournments will be 45 minutes to an hour, dependent on the day. Any comments on these timings? Wolds Action Group?
No, I'm quite happy with them.
Thank you. The Council? The Appellant? Okay. And as the inquiry sessions are time limited, please be on time when the inquiry resumes. Turning to the matter of plans, I have received copies of plans sent to me by the appellant. I don't intend to go through them in significant detail now, as they will be discussed at some length in the conditions session, and they will come up through the inquiry. Are there any revised plans that the parties wish me to consider?
Madam, not a revised plan as such. If it's helpful for me to raise this now, we noticed, and we're very grateful to the Rule 6 party for drawing our attention to this, Madam, in, and it's CD 2.68p, and it's part 4, or dragged 4, is it? I'll call it part 4 from now on when we've got that language used. It's a minor point, Madam, but there is a concern that the Rule 6 party very fairly raised, that on the basis of some levels shown on the plan labelled the Phase 2 Attenuation Ponds 1 to 4 Sections Locations Plan, that there's a concern that in relation to the balancing pond, which is immediately south of the proposed access route, there was a concern expressed by Walls Action Group about a 4-metre retaining wall. And we can understand how they reached that conclusion, because there is an incorrect level marking on that plan of 216.2 when it should have said 218.175. It's extremely difficult, Madam, looking at the printed page or looking at it digitally without zooming in to make out the figure, because the figures are minuscule. But the Rule 6 party is absolutely right to draw our attention to that, because it is an incorrect level marking. It's immediately north, Madam, of the circular orange boundary around Pond 3. All of the level markings are correct, and it even just on looking at that plan without knowing it, it looks instinctively wrong when one looks at it in detail, because there's a 216 level marking positioned between a 218 on higher ground and 217 on lower ground. So it seems instinctively to be wrong. We've checked it, it is wrong. And so we have prepared corrected versions of that plan to show the correct level marking, as I say, of 218.175. And I hope that'll be helpful to the Rule 6 party to allay their concerns on that particular point, or potentially at least. Madam, I've got copies of that plan to circulate. I do say that it'll be helpful for me to circulate it digitally also. We'll ask the council to put that up on the website, because the figures almost can't be discerned without zooming right in.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Yarwood, any views on my accepting that plan?
No, I think it's sensible to accept it.
Thank you. Council, Mr. Cosgrove? Okay. Mr. Lewis, if you could provide it electronically, it would also be helpful if you could provide a cover note with it to explain the specific problem, and if that helps to blow up the particular area.
Absolutely.
Where the error has occurred.
Absolutely.
And the correction, that would be very helpful.
We shall do that. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, thank you. Any other revised plans? Nope. See me scribbling at various points. Unfortunately, I can't scribble as fast as I might like. Keep going. Okay. And just in terms of documents, all documents and evidence should already have been provided. However, if you do intend to submit any further documents, could you please tell me Now, I'm aware, first of all, of the appellant having commissioned a consultant to do some work on sequential approaches. So, Mr. Lewis, could you just cover that for me, please?
Madam, thank you. Yes, in light of your very helpful note last week, Madam, asking some questions in relation to the sequential test, we've made, and the parties indeed have made their respective submissions, as you'll have seen. I don't need to rehearse those. Our primary position is that additional work on this is not required, and you've seen our explanation for that. But out of an abundance of caution, and because perhaps national policy on this matter is not perhaps as clear as it could be presently, we have commissioned urgently some additional work by an expert consultant to review the position in relation to the sequential test. I'm pleased to say that that consultant has been able to produce the work expeditiously, and the plan, Madam, was that we would be in a position to provide and circulate a draft of that work tomorrow. I received a comprehensive draft of the work last night, and I've asked some questions of verification, which I'm confident the team will be able to answer. What I don't know at the moment is whether they'll be able to answer and deal with my queries sufficiently quickly for me to be able still to circulate that document tomorrow. So perhaps the fairest thing I can say at the moment, Madam, is that we are still confident that we will be able to circulate that work this week. I am hopeful that we'll be able to do it as early as possible in the week. What I can't say at the moment definitively is that it can still be tomorrow or Thursday, because, as I say, I've asked for some matters to be verified, and I've not received an indication yet of how much time that verification work is going to take. But it will definitely be this week, Madam. Now, that, of course, has potential, because as I indicated, I hope fairly, in our submissions last week, it's absolutely right that members of the public, the Rule 6 Party and the Council have an opportunity to consider what is said in that additional evidence. Our proposal would be, Madam, that that sequential test issue is a discrete issue as we see it within the drainage and flood risk issue. And on this side of the room, therefore, we see no need to delay asking questions about all other matters relating to that issue this week. And if there needs to be some additional time spent towards the end of the inquiry dealing discreetly with that sequential test issue, that is a matter that could be done, we say, efficiently. Of course, depending on how you would prefer to deal with it, whether by further cross-examination or a roundtable discussion, perhaps that's dependent on the nature of the submissions that you receive from all the parties. But we wouldn't, subject of course to your view, Madam, we wouldn't see a need to delay consideration of all other drainage matters this week because of that work. And I perhaps also should say that the reason why, and I don't intend any criticism necessarily at this stage of the inquiry, but the reason why this work is coming now, of course, is that this is a point that was raised by the Rule 6 Party in their proof of evidence. We can see that it's a point of importance to them, and we want to make sure that we are dealing with their concerns respectfully and seriously. But unfortunately, it wasn't a point signalled before that point, and so that's why this request is being made at this stage.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Can I ask the Wolds Action Group, first of all, about their views on my accepting the late submission of the sequential test work from the appellant?
We've no objection to your accepting it. I would just make the point, though, that I don't think it should have been necessary for the Wolds Action Group to raise this issue. And I think the sort of the implied criticism that we raised it late just respond by saying that we raised it late, but it should perhaps have been identified by the appellants themselves at an earlier stage. But no objection to you accepting it.
Thank you. Any views from the council, please, Mr. Cosgrove?
Yes, Madam, we're taking stage as you will have seen from our submissions. We don't think it's necessary for you to have one. So that's our principal position. If you come to the view that you would like one for whatever reason, we don't have an in-principle objection to you accepting one and looking at one during the course of the inquiry. Beyond that, of course, it rather depends on what you receive and the nature of it from my client's position and what we want to say or do about it. So I have to reserve my position on that. And the answer to that would seem to me to be the stage, when we see that would be the stage when one has to consider what implications that might have for timing. Obviously, from my point of view, we'll work as efficiently as we can once we receive it. There are certain individuals, not necessarily in this room in the council, that would have to, for example, look at scope. I'm confident I can get a fairly quick response on those matters, but it may take a day or so to do that.
Yeah. Okay. So, given the late stage that the information came to light in the Walls Action Group's proof of evidence and was responded to in the appellant's rebuttal, and then the appellant and others have responded to my questions on the sequential test, I am willing to accept the submission of the document in due course, Mr. Lewis. Just in terms of the effect that my acceptance of the document, what effect that will have on the inquiries running this week. Just in terms of Mr. Yarwood, first of all, today, you're looking to cross-examine Mr. Yarwood this afternoon, Mr. Lewis. So is it your intention to not cover sequential test matters entirely? And then in terms of planning, balance as well, what are you thinking about doing there?
So certainly, yes, intending to park completely in relation to Mr. Yarwood today, the question of the sequential test, in fairness to him, so that he can consider what we say. I was intending to do the planning balance with a relatively light touch with the Rule 6 party in any event, Madam, because the focus of their proof very much has been on making observations and submissions about the technical issues, and then perhaps not so much about the planning balance itself at the end. In fairness to Mr. Yarwood, if we are not going to complete cross-examination on all matters today, I can see the fairness and the logic in also postponing any questions about the planning balance, of which I wouldn't have, I don't think, very many, but I can see the fairness in postponing those also until a later stage.
And in terms of Mr. Hilton and Mr. Dickinson, we'd obviously cover everything but the sequential test with Mr. Hilton, and then everything but...
Indeed. Indeed, and if I can insist on that, Madam, we've had some internal discussions on this, as I'm sure the other parties have. As we see the sequential test issue, it is more of an issue, as we see it, for Mr. Dickinson in terms of interpretation and application of planning policy, as opposed to a matter going to issues of a technical understanding of drainage and flood risk. Clearly, the interpretation and application of policy relies on technical evidence in relation to those matters, but the issue in relation to the sequential test seems to us to be mainly a planning policy issue, in which case it will be Mr. Dickinson who will be dealing with that issue in due course.
Thank you. Mr. Yarwood, any views on this matter?
No, I'm happy with what I've heard.
Okay, thank you. Anything from the council at all? Mr.
Nothing
Cosgrove?
to add, thank you.
No. Okay. So, as it stands, we'll proceed with hearing the evidence from the various parties, but we'll park anything to do with the sequential test for now. And that will mean that as and when we get to that point, it will be necessary to recall witnesses and to hear from them specifically in relation to the sequential test potentially, and then to deal with the planning balance in respect of that matter as well. Okay, thank you. And we'll cross that bridge when we come to it in terms of whether there need to be any later sitting days for it, dependent on the impact. But I think we can get the lion's share of the inquiry dealt with on other matters this week. Okay. Anything more on late evidence? Mr. Yarwood.
Yes, we would wish to bring to the inquiry 2 maps in relation to the issue of importance of hedgerows. I can submit them today, I think, if the other parties will accept that late submission.
So could you just outline for me why they're relevant and why they couldn't have been received earlier, Mr. Yarwood?
Yes, they're relevant because they show hedgerows which existed potentially before 1845. They weren't available to us, or at least we hadn't discovered them, and began looking for them after we received the evidence from the appellants.
Can I take the views of the council as to whether I should accept the 2 maps?
Madam, I also take the view I'd like to see them. Perhaps that could be done informally outside. Take instructions and then come back to you, because until I know what they are, it's difficult for me to say.
Okay. Similar situation?
Similar situation, madam. I'm very happy to look at them. I would say, with regret, that it doesn't seem that the explanation given for why these haven't been provided earlier so far, madam, is adequate, respectfully. You'll know the history of this matter, madam. An issue in relation to the importance of the hedgerows was flagged up by the Royal Six Party in its proof of evidence. There was then rebuttal evidence provided by the appellant and a note by an expert dealing with the issue of the heritage significance or otherwise of the hedgerows on the site. That expert has produced a note based on the evidence that was provided by the Royal Six Party at the time. And so it doesn't seem, with respect, that there has been an adequate explanation as to why that material could not have been provided earlier. So I make that point and reserve my position on it, but I am, of course, willing to look at what they would like to put in.
Okay, so as it stands, it would probably be best if the 3 main parties could discuss this in the first adjournment, and then once the first adjournment's finished, just before we hear from interested parties, I'll take the views of the parties again on this and see where we've got to. Okay, any other documentation, Mr. Yarwood?
No, nothing else.
Thank you. Any late evidence from the council?
Thank you.
No, thank you. Okay, so moving on to main issues. I've previously set the main issues out as A, the effect of the proposed development on flood risk, B, the effect of the proposed development on biodiversity, C, the effect of the proposed development on the character and appearance of the area, D, the effect of the proposed development on highway and pedestrian safety, E, whether the proposed development would make an appropriate contribution towards affordable housing need, and finally F, whether the proposed development would make an appropriate contribution towards community and infrastructure needs. And are there any comments on the main issues as set out, just in terms of the wording of those main issues? No? Shakes of the head. Thank you. So that concludes my opening remarks. Are there any queries about the procedure or other matters before we start on openings by the main parties? No? Thank you. In that case, can I ask Mr. Lewis to please make a short opening statement on behalf of the appellant to clarify their position and the basis of their case?
This is an unusual appeal in that it is no longer resisted by the local planning authority. The council originally refused planning permission for the proposal for 4 reasons, but it's since accepted that its first 3 reasons can be overcome by suitably worded planning conditions. The council is also satisfied that its 4th reason for refusal, relating to a viability review mechanism, can be addressed by planning obligation. This leaves as the only narrow point of disagreement between the appellant and the council whether a viability review mechanism, for which the appellant's Section 106 obligation will make default provision, is necessary to make the proposal acceptable in planning terms, or should be disapplied by the inspector in any decision granting planning permission on the ground that it is not necessary. Subject to the inspector's resolution of this narrow issue in relation to viability, therefore, the appellant and the council are agreed that planning permission should be granted for the appeal proposal on the basis that it complies with the extant development plan, namely the Derbyshire Dales Local Plan of 2017. This is not a borderline case of compliance. The site of 23.6 hectares on which the appellant proposes up to 423 dwellings amounts to almost all the 24.16 hectares allocated in the local plan for a residential-led mixed-use scheme of approximately 430 dwellings in this location, and I refer to policies HC2 and DS4 of the local plan. The allocation reflects the settlement hierarchy of the local plan, whereby Matlock, as a first-tier market town in the district alongside Ashbourne and Wirksworth, is identified as a primary focus for growth and development in accordance with its strategic role as an employment and service centre. In the context of this settlement hierarchy, the indicative number of 430 dwellings expected to be accommodated on the site makes it the 4th largest and therefore the 4th most strategically significant housing allocation made in the local plan for the district. The allocation made for the site makes up almost a 5th of the total number of at least 2,485 dwellings, which are expected to be delivered by land allocations in the local plan. Put simply, the soundness of the local plan, as a document that seeks to meet the housing needs of the district, relies heavily on the site being developed for housing. As it's agreed between the appellant and the council that the proposal complies with the development plan as a whole, this is not a case where the appellant needs to make a case based on other material considerations that the appeal should be allowed. In accordance with Section 38(6) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act of 2004, read with Section 72 of the Town and Country Planning Act of 1990, planning permission should be granted because the proposal complies with the development plan. This is also clear from the first limb of the presumption in favour of sustainable development as it relates to decision-taking in paragraph 11C of the framework, which is to, and I quote, approve development proposals that accord with an up-to-date development plan without delay. The application of the planning balance in this case need go no further. For completeness, however, it would be correct to say that the second limb of the presumption in paragraph 11D of the framework, the so-called tilted balance, is also engaged in this case due to the council's acceptance that its housing land supply is now as low as 1.36 years, surely one of the lowest in England and far below the minimum of 5 years required by the framework. This means that planning permission should be granted unless, and I quote, any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in this framework taken as a whole. It is common ground between the appellant and the council that the proposal, subject to necessary conditions and obligations, would not have adverse impacts that would significantly and demonstrably outweigh its benefits. Accordingly, planning permission should be granted on the tilted balance also, albeit that in view of the proposal complying with the development plan, it's unnecessary to apply the tilted balance in this case to justify a grant of planning permission. Unfortunately, the Wolds Action Group, or WAG, as the Rule 6 party in this appeal, does not share the Council's view that its previous reasons for refusal can be overcome by planning conditions and obligations. It is maintaining wide-ranging resistance to the appeal, including in relation to technical matters, despite not having evidence or assistance from technical specialists to support its various positions. The appellant is grateful to Mr. Roger Yarwood, a planning consultant, for presenting the concerns of WAG's members and supporters on their behalf. This has enabled the appellant's relevant experts to prepare a series of technical notes in response to WAG's concerns, appended to Mr. Dickinson's main and rebuttal proofs of evidence, with the main aims of first, correcting potential misunderstandings by WAG of some aspects of the technical evidence, and secondly, we hope, providing additional assurance to WAG that the matters it identifies as areas of concern or risk with the proposal can be dealt with appropriately through conditions and planning obligations. It remains to be seen to what extent WAG's concerns about the proposal have been allayed by the evidence provided by the appellant with its proofs. To the extent necessary, the appellant will demonstrate at the inquiry that, first, in relation to land, drainage and flood risk, WAG's concern that it might not be possible to design safe and stable surface water attenuation basins in the outline element of the scheme is unfounded. The respective drainage experts of the appellant and the lead local flood authority have had extensive discussions about the risk of seepage from the basins, the capacity of the basins, and the stability of the basins in engineering terms. The technical evidence on which these discussions were based demonstrates convincingly that it will be possible to design safe and stable basins at the detailed design stage. WAG's claim that there's been a material change in the drainage arrangements for phase 1 of the proposal since the planning application was made is mistaken, and we will, I hope, explain why later today. Third, as regards biodiversity, WAG's concern about some surveys of species on the site being unreliable on account of their age is not shared by the appellant's expert ecologist, who has explained why some surveys needed to be updated but not others. WAG has no expert ecological evidence of its own to counter this analysis. Claims by local residents to have observed certain additional species on the site over the years are of no real evidential value, respectfully, unless survey evidence has been gathered to substantiate and verify those observations. WAG has no such survey evidence. WAG's further claim that the site contains important hedgerows is not substantiated by the evidence required to meet the statutory definition of such hedgerows. As for the impact of the proposal on the character and appearance of the area, WAG's assertion, without any technical evidence of its own, that the proposal would have a, and I quote, severe and unacceptable landscape impact is contradicted by the expert landscape and visual impact assessment submitted by the appellant with its planning application. This LVIA, as it's called, demonstrates that substantial landscape and visual effects would be limited to the immediate vicinity of the site, with those effects receding to being moderate and slight as distance increases from the site. Moreover, the illustrative master plan for the proposal shows that the design of the scheme, both detailed and indicative, has been informed by the existing landscape pattern of small to medium irregular fields defined largely by hedgerows and trees. The proposed pattern of development is also consistent with the pattern of development immediately south of the site. WAG makes a series of detailed points about the proposed design of the scheme, in particular the detailed phase 1, but a detailed reading of those plans should have allayed those concerns. For example, the claim that the dwellings proposed on plots 70 to 78 would unacceptably harm the residential amenity of those living in the existing properties to the south failed to take account of, first, the long back gardens on plots 70 to 78, and secondly, the intervening 5-metre wide landscape screen that is proposed along the site boundary. In addition, WAG need no longer be concerned about the removal of tree 38 in the garden of 5 Bentley Close, as the appellant has confirmed that this tree was included in error on an application plan as a tree to be removed. A technical note from the appellant's arboricultural expert confirms that protective measures can be undertaken to ensure works on the site do not imperil T38. As for highway and pedestrian safety, contrary to WAG's case, it is possible to secure an off-site highways improvement on land not controlled by the developer by using a pre-commencement condition requiring entry into a Section 278 agreement, that should say, under the Highways Act of 1980. WAG's suggestion that this cannot be done is contrary to long-established advice in the planning practice guidance. On the issue of land drainage and flood risk, to which I return, WAG raised an additional point for the first time in its proof of evidence, as we've already heard this morning, claiming that the sequential test for flood risk needs to be reapplied to the site when this appeal is determined, specifically in relation to surface water flood risk, even though the site was sequentially tested when the local plan was prepared, including in relation to surface water flood risk, as was demonstrated in written submissions by the appellant and the council last week. I needn't rehearse the appellant's written submissions on this issue again now, but I can confirm that the additional sequential test work that it has, out of an abundance of caution, commissioned from a consultant, will be ready to be circulated, as I indicated this morning, this week. I correct that by way of update. Will be ready to be circulated this week. If the inspector is minded to admit this evidence, and we now have that indication for which we're grateful, the appellant does not consider that the inquiry timetable for this week needs to be disturbed, and the remainder of that paragraph has now been superseded by the discussion that we had on timetabling this morning. In our closing submissions, therefore, we will, as the appellant, renew, Madam, our invitation to you to allow this appeal on the basis that the proposal complies with the up-to-date development plan in all material respects, and the framework serves only to reinforce the conclusion we say that planning permission should be granted. I'm very grateful.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. And just to note, as that's the first document that I've actually received, that's inquiry document 1, and that will need to go up on the core documents library today. As each document comes in, I'll give it a number. So, could the council's advocate please make a short opening statement on behalf of the council?
Yes, Madam, thank you. I'll just have them circulated. Mr. Simons, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Madam, the proposed development to be considered at this inquiry began life as an application that was validated in November 2018. It has therefore had a long history. The principle of development on the site is established by virtue of policies in the Derbyshire Dales Local Plan 2017, which allocated the appeal site for a similar scale of development to that proposed by the appellant. Development proposals on the site pursuant to such an allocation are, of course, subject to compliance with other elements of the plan, and I've given the references in the footnotes to the particular development plan provisions. The proposal is a controversial one. Objectors have voiced concerns on a range of issues and over many years. The issue of flood risk has been a major concern raised, but there are others too that members of the community and indeed elected councillors and others have at various stages raised. Many of these are, as you've heard, pursued by them at this inquiry. This is, of course, their absolute right to do. It is important to make clear at the outset that the position of the council, as expressed during this inquiry, does not seek in any way to suggest otherwise. Moreover, the council accepts that such concerns undoubtedly stem from a genuine concern and a desire on the part of those voicing them to act in the best interests of the community. By the stage when the site was allocated in 2017, similar issues have been considered in the context of the local plan process and the evidence base, albeit in the context of a proposed allocation rather than a specific proposal. The local plan inspector recognised that a housing development of the scale envisaged by the allocation would significantly change the character of the site, and indeed expressly considered concerns relating to, for example, surface water flooding, concluding that such issues could be overcome. In terms of flood risk and the evidence base underpinning the plan, identified sites had, it appears, been considered in the context of both fluvial and surface water flood risks. As the issue of sequential testing has now been raised before this inquiry, the Council, Madam, as you know, has sought to assist by investigating and setting out the background in response to your requests on the matter, and you have our response to that. We do not repeat the content of that response in this opening statement, but will, of course, address such matters further if required during the course of the inquiry. When the Council, and I should just interpose there, we have at footnote 6 just addressed briefly the point you raised most recently about the Fayed case and giving you our headline response on that. And of course, perhaps we can develop that later when you've had a chance to consider matters. So when the Council considered the application in March 2024, it refused it, as it had at that stage a number of concerns relating in particular to a perceived insufficiency of information in relation to flood risk, biodiversity, and the impact on landscape character and appearance, namely reasons for refusal 1 to 3. Despite viability evidence indicating at the time of the application it would not be viable to provide affordable housing, the Council also had concerns about a failure on the part of the application to properly consider and or secure a review mechanism to keep alive the possibility of critical affordable housing provision being enabled if and when the proposal was developed out over many years and if the economic backdrop had improved. That's really reason for refusal 4. When the appeal was made towards the end of 2024, the Council, as it is required to do, reviewed the position it had taken in March 2024. A team of independent specialist consultants, experts in the fields of planning, biodiversity, viability, flooding and landscape were instructed and reviewed the latest material, including the grounds of appeal, the statement of case and the further material produced in support of the appeal, as well as, of course, the latest national as well as development plan policy position as it stood at the end of 2024 and into the start of 2025. That was not an exercise undertaken lightly, but rather with considerable care and with the intention of assisting the inquiry process and ensuring the position of the Council, adopted on appeal reflected full consideration of all updated material. It is obviously critical that local planning authorities undertaking such a review on appeal act in a way that addresses the evidence that has been presented and explained at the appeal stage. To do otherwise would not assist the running of the planning system, nor of course would it fulfil the role of the Council as a responsible planning authority. However unpopular the resolved position may be in some quarters, the Council and those advising it have sought to act in a way that accords, as we see it, with national and local planning policy and legislation, and by considering the detail of the appeal proposal now before this inquiry. As explained in the evidence from Mr. Instone on behalf of the Council, in light of such a review, the Council resolved on the 23rd of January of this year that the concerns it had set out in reasons for refusal 1 to 3 could now be met with carefully worded conditions. The proposed conditions require the submission of detailed drainage and flood risk design proposals to be subject to review and approval in due course. Having reviewed material, the Council and appellant experts agree that this process will allow a robust evaluation of flood and drainage design to provide necessary assurance in relation to such matters and in particular to address the concerns expressed by many in relation to surface water flooding. So far as landscape and visual matters are concerned, the Council considers that conditions can now address remaining concerns. In relation to the details relating to the appearance of the surface water attenuation features serving phases 2 to 4 and the link road crossing the valley feature, these can be delivered in a manner that would not result in significant adverse effects to the character and appearance of this part of Matlock. The Council does not, however, agree with all the assessments in the submitted LVIA, as explained in the Landscape Statement of Common Ground. There would be, in our view, some adverse effects initially in relation to aspects of the proposal, but these are not of themselves of a nature to support a basis of refusal when viewed in context. As explained in the Biodiversity Statement of Common Ground, provided suitably worded conditions and or obligations exist, the proposal will not result in a significant loss of biodiversity. Discussions have enabled the Council to agree what it considers now to be suitably worded conditions to protect existing biodiversity assets on the site. Given the agreed matters and considering all the latest evidence, the Council no longer remained it appropriate to resist the principle of permission in the appeal process in relation to this strategically important allocated site. It is important to note that the Council still considers that the appellant should agree to provide a review mechanism in the Section 106 agreement so as to secure the possibility of future affordable housing provision, as had been indicated in Reason Refusal 4. The Council considers this to be critical. Accordingly, the Council's position is that provided a suitable review mechanism is included in the Section 106 agreement, and provided suitably worded planning conditions and obligations are imposed on any grant, it does not now object to the grant of planning permission. That resolved position reached on the 23rd of January of this year was relayed promptly to the World's Action Group, the appellant, the public, and of course to you, Madam, at a CMC on the 27th of January 2025. To assist the process and so that the inquiry could proceed in an efficient manner, the Council at that stage entered into a series of statements of common ground with the appellant and, in most instances, also with the World's Action Group, so that its position on drainage and flood risk, biodiversity, landscape and visual matters, and indeed financial viability, could be understood prior to the opening of this inquiry. In light of this resolved position, our role of this inquiry is likely to be limited in terms of the key remaining issues between it and the appellant that the Council wishes to pursue, particularly in relation to financial viability as identified in the Statement of Common Ground. We have also produced, as you referred to, legal submissions and some evidence relating to the justification for and necessity of a review mechanism. And in due course, we will invite you to impose such a mechanism as part of the Section 106 obligation accompanying the grant of a planning permission. For the reasons we've set out in those legal submissions, a review mechanism is, in our view, both permissible in principle and, in the context of this case, entirely necessary. It squarely meets the requirements of Regulation 122 of the Community Infrastructure Levy Regulations 2010 as amended. And without such a mechanism to secure affordable housing, in our view, the appeal would need to be dismissed. As flagged earlier, we have also produced submissions to address issues raised by you on sequential testing. We will seek, of course, to assist in relation to any matters arising in that regard, or indeed more generally as the inquiry proceeds. Through a process of discussion, the terms of the proposed conditions are broadly agreed, at least as between the appellant and the Council, and we will seek to contribute, of course, to discussions on those conditions as well. Madam, as you referred to in your opening remarks, we've also produced a SIL compliance statement, which, as we understand it, is agreed at least with the Council, with the appellant, forgive me, and which we can address again at an appropriate stage in the inquiry timetable that you've outlined. It should be noted that the non-affordable housing, as it were, SIL requirements have in monetary terms reduced considerably from the application stage in light of evidence we've received from relevant consultees, specifically Derbyshire County Council, as reflected in the SIL compliance statement you now have. Beyond that, and as, Madam, we indicated to you in the CMC on the 27th of January, we don't propose to call any witnesses to speak to the main issues listed in your note at paragraph 5, which remains in dispute solely as between the World's Action Group and the appellant. So we don't propose to call evidence in that regard. And indeed, it's envisaged that any input we have is likely to be during roundtable discussions and or through addressing matters and legal submissions and our closing statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cosgrove. And that's ID 2 for the core document library. Okay, so we're now at 11:14, and if we could have Mr. Yarwood's opening submissions, please, on behalf of the World's Action Group.
Yes, I'm afraid I haven't got a printed copy of mine, partly because I've just altered it as I've been listening to what's been said. But it's very brief.
If you could provide it afterwards, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yes. When the World's Action Group took on the role of Rule 6 participant, it was anticipating a role in supporting the local planning authority, with the local planning authority providing expert witness to support each element of the refusal. The World's Action Group had its own separate concerns on issues such as highway safety and design, but understandably anticipated that the local planning authority would be providing robust evidence on such issues as land drainage and ecology. When the local planning authority capitulated, it was too late for the Rule 6 party to commission its own expert witnesses on these issues, and it soon became apparent that whilst the local planning authority wanted Wolds Action Group to maintain its Rule 6 status and defend the refusal, they were not going to offer any help. Indeed, the local planning authority withdrew all cooperation and excluded Wolds Action Group from all discussions with its consultants and with the appellant. It would seem the local planning authority does not wish the Rule 6 party to succeed. So we've been left at a disadvantage. Given the timescale of events, it has not been possible to provide expert witnesses, but there are a number of concerns which we will identify and which fall within the competence of our witness. That's me. The landscape impact of this development has been consistently underestimated, both at the time of the allocation of the local plan and the submission of this application. We submit that in itself warrants refusal of the application, and so does the absence of any provision for affordable housing, the absence of which renders the proposal non-compliant with the development plan. Our other concerns could arguably be resolved with further research and redesign, but as things stand, they provide compelling reasons for refusal of this application. We submit that no proper preliminary risk assessment of the dams, and they are dams, not attenuation basins, they are dams, have been undertaken. No flood risk sequential test has been undertaken. No thorough update of the ecology reports has been undertaken. No adequate assessment of the risks proposed to children attending the school has been undertaken. The assessments on the impact on hedgerows is flawed. The design is poor. It isn't even practical in terms of finished floor levels. It is interesting to see that in order to assess monitoring of flows to the culvert, the draft conditions apparently agreed between the local planning authority and the appellants require a 12-month delay between a grant of permission and the commencement of development. We submit that the correct course of action in these circumstances will be for this application to be refused so that the required monitoring can be undertaken. The appellants would then have the opportunity to consider and potentially address all the other shortcomings we have identified prior to reconsideration of a resubmitted application. We will also have much to contribute to the discussion on draft conditions and on the draft Section 106 agreement, neither of which, in our opinion, at this stage are fit for purpose.
Thank you. Is that all, Mr. Yarwood? Thank you. And if you could provide your opening statement electronically, please, to the case officer at the planning inspector and to Mr. Lewis and Mr. Cosgrove, that would be much appreciated. Okay, so everybody will be pleased to hear we're now at 11:18 and we've finished opening. So thank you very much, everybody, for being so swift, which may mean that interested parties can be heard from earlier. So just in terms of timing now, the three main parties need to look at some maps of potentially important hedgerows in the break. So shall we allow a 20-minute break? Would that work for everyone? Okay, so it's now 11:19. The inquiry is adjourned until 11:40. Okay, so we'll come back at 11:40. Thank you. Hello again. The time's 11:40 and the inquiry is resumed. If everybody could take a seat, please. Okay, so before we get on to hearing from interested parties, just a couple of points. So the three main parties should have had an opportunity during the adjournment to discuss the submission of 2 hedgerow maps. If I can turn to the appellant first of all.
Madam, yes, we've had a preliminary discussion with Mr. Yarwood and colleagues for which we are grateful. It doesn't seem yet, Madam, that the Rule 6 party is in a position to finalise what it is that they want to put in. We were shown one plan on screen, and I understand that that plan is going to be emailed to me, and I look forward to receiving that. There was mention also of potentially wanting to obtain, as I understood it, additional mapping evidence from a local records office, which has not yet been obtained, which does cause some difficulty. So trying to be as fair as I can to Mr. Yarwood, it seems that they're not yet in a position to make the application that they want to make. I suggest that when that application is ready, that we regroup and have that conversation, and we'll report back to you at that point.
Noted. Anything from the council on that?
No, I think that's a very fair summary.
Thank you. Mr. Yarwood, you in agreement with that?
I'm grateful for that.
Okay, so we'll keep that one on the back burner for now. And just in terms of the plan that was discussed earlier from the appellant, the corrected plan, I did receive that, but I've received it without a cover note. So if I could, I won't add it to the library until I've got the cover note for it.
I'm very grateful, Madam. Apologies for that. That was premature. We will ensure that the covering note is drafted today, and we will submit the plan again alongside it.
That would be very helpful. Thank you. And then last but not least, and related to the interested party session anyway, the parties may have noticed that a gentleman in a pink jumper spoke to me during the break. He's an interested party who wasn't here at the beginning of the session, and he would also like to speak. So if I could just ask you, sir, could you just give me your name, please? And are you a local resident, Mr. Bilton? And are you supporting or opposed to the development? And are you willing to answer questions on what you wish to say? And do I understand that you have some time constraints today? When do you need to be away by? Okay, so we've already had a number of registered speakers who've said they've got time constraints. They're the first 3. So if I can put you fourth and apologise to who was number 4, would that be okay? Okay, thank you, Mr. Bilton. I shall just add you to the list. So anything else before we move on to interested parties?
Nothing from us. Thank you.
No? Mr. Yarwood? No? Okay, thank you. Could Jenny Fellows please come and sit in the speaker's seat, and if you could use the microphone please, because I understand from somebody who's been watching YouTube for me, it's very helpful when you do have the microphone on. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. Hello, my name is Jenny Fellows. I'm speaking as a Matlock resident, a concerned parent and a registered nurse. On the 7th of September 2020, a letter from Derbyshire County Council Highways Department stated that there are significant numbers of school children that currently walk to school and cross Wolds Road at peak times, and that this will continue during and after development takes place. In a response to the applicant's transport assessment, the Highways Officer stated that Wolds Road Junction will see a significant increase in vehicle movements, which existing school children will be obligated to cross, particularly during morning peak hour. The traffic increase in the morning is predicted at 269%, and in the evening, 645%. These figures were from a planning officer's report, which can be found in minutes from the Planning Committee on the 28th of March 2024. The Highways Officer clearly stated concerns over pedestrian safety during the construction phase of the development because of the significant encountered by pedestrians and school children, particularly heavy goods vehicles and other traffic, predicted to be at between 50 and 90 movements per day for the heavy goods vehicles for 9 years of the development. And the impact on highway safety will remain post-development due to the increased traffic on the road network. A Freedom of Information request submitted on the 8th of March 2023, highlighting emails from the local Highways Authority, where they stated, and I quote, "I've witnessed a few dodgy moments with students crossing the Wolds Road and have noted large groups of school children walking up and down that tend to spill into the road a lot." The National Planning Policy Framework requires an equality impact assessment to address the impact on protected groups who cannot speak for themselves, and one of those groups is children and young people. It would appear that the planning process has not considered the impact of traffic increase on this vulnerable group who flock in their hundreds across this junction twice a weekday, as no risk assessment or equality impact assessment has been presented in the planning papers with regard to child safety. The NPPF also states that there should be a transport assessment, a comprehensive and systematic process that sets out transport issues relating to a proposed development and measures that will be needed to deal with the anticipated transport impacts of the development. From a Freedom of Information request to see what analysis the Highways Department have undertaken to assess the risk, the Council deferred to the analysis by the Highways Department. The response was very concerning in that the review did not undertake a detailed assessment of individual junctions as a result of specific development allocations. However, in the public meetings, the Council's representatives stated that the Highways Department had conducted the necessary analysis. This would appear to be misleading. I cannot find any document that describes the risk to our young people from increased traffic at the junction of Wolds Road to Chesterfield Road. Traffic accident data is at least 5 years out of date, and in the last year alone there have been 2 very serious accidents where a child has been knocked over on Chesterfield Road. In the 2018 Public Health England and Royal Society for the Prevention of Accidents published a report called Reducing Unintentional Injuries on the Roads amongst Children and Young People. And this is based on 5 years of police-reported road traffic injuries. I cannot see that this report has been cited in any response documents. The report identifies that child injuries are highest between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning and 3 to 7 p.m. and that 87% of these injuries were on 30-mile-per-hour roads. These are the very conditions that will occur if increased traffic is permitted across the school access at Wolds Road. These are all identified by the report as factors associated with the highest injury rates. The Highways Authority stated that although the pedestrian crossing was in the optimal position as it was at the top of the hill, the recommendation is to move the crossing further down Chesterfield Road with a new footpath on the opposite side of the road. With regard to the mitigations to the proposal, the new crossing suggested would be some distance downhill from the gate of the playing field at Highfield School onto Chesterfield Road, opposite Wolds Road. As such, whereas children are now kept in the safety of the school grounds while they wait for the lights to change and cross the road, if the amendment is made, they will in future be queued along the pavement with the risk of them falling into the road. The new proposed crossing will be below the brow of the hill and therefore less visible to traffic coming from the Chesterfield direction into Matlock. This proposed amendment is entirely unsafe. If the current pedestrian crossing is in the optimal place for visibility and directly outside the school entrance, why would the local Highways Authority agree to move it without proper risk assessment? The NPPF states the development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impact on the road network would be severe following mitigation. I do not see how the impact on highway safety can be mitigated, as this is the key access point for the development and it's directly outside the school entrance. The safety measures for children should be included in the Section 106 agreement. The current proposal does not provide a satisfactory solution or funding, and refusal of permission is necessary due to the lack of thorough risk evaluation. I thank you, Madam, for visiting the site. You can see that the safety of our children is paramount, and the current plans do not adequately address these concerns. I respectfully request that the inspector refuse permission for development to ensure the safety and well-being of the community and its children. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I don't have any questions, Ms. Fellows. I'm very grateful to you. We certainly hear your concerns, and we will get Mr. Cassie to address them in due course. I'm very grateful.
Thank you.
As I've just failed to, that the microphone's on. And if you could just introduce yourself. Thank you.
Yes, of course, thank you. My name is Sharon Bridden. I live in High Ridge, which is affected by outlying phases, particularly phases 3 and 4. Firstly, I've just wanted to point out concern about a comment just made by Mr. Lewis, that claims by residents of having seen other species that are not listed on their surveys are of no evidential value. I think this is disrespectful to the people of Matlock who live here and who've sent in rafts of independent evidence over the years. And it'd be interesting to know, I'd like to understand when the appellant and council's expert witnesses have actually visited the site and for how long. Nevertheless, I'd like to talk about biodiversity on the Wold site. Firstly, the wildlife surveys that have been submitted with the application were done between 2016 and 2020. The most recent reptile survey we found in the evidence base was from 7 years ago, and the most recent bird survey completed almost 5 years ago. The reptile survey stated there were no lizards or other amphibians seen in the area with the exception of 1 frog and 1 toad. I find it incredulous that so little was observed, as the public have sent in lots of evidence of reported sightings of frogs, newts and lizards. My garden backs onto the fields and is separated only by one of the dry stone walls, and I've seen many amphibians use the Wold site. Last year, we sadly saw magpies feasting on tiny young frogs being caught from the fields to the rear of my house. I've shared photographic evidence of toads mating, common lizards basking in the sun on my garden wall and on the walls alongside the Bent Lane footpath, and have even had them in my house. Last year, my neighbour moved some old roof tiles that had been left over the boundary wall in the fields, and when they were moved, multiple lizards ran out. And the presence of lizards have also been confirmed by Derbyshire Wildlife Trust in their letter of 27th of October 2023, reference CD 11.5. In respect to bird surveys, I cannot believe that they only saw starlings briefly foraging for food. They, along with house sparrows, are the most abundant bird we see every day. They nest in the trees, in nesting boxes and eaves in homes around the site in spring, and are here flocking around the site all year round and roosting at night in the surrounding woodland. We have had at least one pair of sparrowhawks, if not more, regularly nesting in the trees around the wolds over the last 3 or 4 years and actively hunting. And last year I was able to get photographic proof of them perched on our neighbour's greenhouse. Many residents have reported that in the last few years, flocks of siskins have been regular visitors to the wolds where they hadn't been seen in such numbers before. And it is their opinion that it's because they've been displaced following the destruction of the dense hawthorn hedges on Asker Lane to make way for the William Davis treetops development. Residents have also documented evidence of reed buntings, dunnocks, woodpeckers, long-tailed tits, cuckoos, snipe and even merlins, which were spotted only last week, none of which were noted on the appellant's bird surveys. Of course, we also have many bats making their homes in around the world, and in the last 5 years, we've regularly had a drove of brown hares living in the fields. Multiple sightings have been reported and recorded and sent to Derbyshire Wildlife Trust over the last few years, and they would be visible at dawn or dusk on any late spring or early summer evening. There are also hedgehogs regularly spotted around the site and traversing through the adjoining and adjacent gardens. There are badger sets around all these fields, and myself and neighbours see them at night on a regular basis, foraging for food and sometimes entering our gardens. There are fox dens all around the site. Foxes regularly use the wolds for nighttime hunting. The fields are full of mice and voles that provide a rich food source to various species of owls, which are seen sweeping across during the night. We believe that the reports submitted by the appellant are very much out of date and not reflective of the true current situation regarding wildlife on the wolds. This is a concern because since that time, huge swathes of greenfields in this vicinity have been developed on, and will have displaced the wildlife that use those other greenfield locations as their habitat. We've most definitely seen an increase in mammals and birds since 2018/19. It's understood that the Council have recently agreed with the appellant that the mandatory requirement to deliver 10% biodiversity net gain will not apply to the proposed development because the planning application was submitted to the LPA in 2018. The inquiry should take into account that it should never have taken almost 7 years to make a decision on any application. The fact that the appellant has been allowed to continue to submit ongoing addendums and further submissions to support what was initially a wholly inadequate application should not then give the appellant or the Council the right to ignore the laws as they stand today. The proposed development would be devastating to the environment, and due to climate change, the effects of the other greenfield developments in the vicinity, and the fact that this site is 100% greenfield, it is more important than ever that we abide by these rules. Any decision on whether to allow development will be being made in 2025, not 2018, and so 2025 laws should apply. So the consultees on this site were led to believe that the biodiversity net gain would be part of this development. Derbyshire Wildlife Trust set out a significant number of conditions, including a bespoke compensation plan for the translocation of rush pasture and a landscape management plan for phases 2 to 4, including funding for its plans for maintenance in perpetuity. In the appellant's ES Addendum Volume 3, March 2021, revised Chapter 7 on biodiversity, it states, and I am paraphrasing, the loss of the rush pasture for low numbers of transitory overwintering wetland birds such as snipe would remain a permanent effect, as this resource cannot be replaced in its original extent. And it went on to say that the identified habitat loss effect to snipe is significant to the parish. It's also noted that an ecology consultant, Neil Harwood, emailed the appellant on the 14th of January and identified that rush pasture that was proposed to be relocated into the attenuation ponds would be at risk due to potentially being submerged underwater for up to a week when the ponds are full. He stated that although this didn't amend his position, there is some considerable work for the applicant to do at the next stage to evolve the design to meet both drainage and biodiversity needs adequately and remove uncertainty and risk. Have the consultees, such as Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, been made aware of the Council's decision to let this go, and therefore have an opportunity to respond? If this decision has been made without opportunity for important consultees to have their say, then this is a betrayal of the trust that they've put in the appellant and the Council to do what was agreed, as well as misleading the public's understanding of what will and will not happen as part of this development. We also understand there should have been a Section 106 agreement put in place to manage the green spaces in perpetuity, but the County Council has now decided to let the appellant off with a significant portion of the agreed 7.4 million and reduced it down without any consultation. This is not what was agreed as part of the planning application, and the list of amounts being funded does not include any sum whatsoever for the maintenance of ponds, the site, or anything relative to environment and biodiversity from the list that we have seen on the site. Who will ensure that this site is maintained? Who will fund the ongoing maintenance of this open space, and especially these giant reservoirs that are going to be built? This has happened many times before where there's no ongoing plan in place to fund maintenance, and we cannot allow further costs to end up falling to councils and residents to maintain, especially when the appellants are not paying the full amount required for the 106 contributions. I also want to raise the risk of flooding to my property specifically. I can't see much evidence of a risk assessment or investigative work done on flood risk for phases 3 and 4. Since 2018, in times of heavy rainfall, a huge pond of water has begun to develop behind our home. We've also started getting water ingress into our garden, which has become so boggy we've not been able to use it for 6 months of the year, and we've almost flooded twice over the last few years, despite us adding additional drainage. Video evidence of these issues have been submitted to the lead local flood authority, Derbyshire Dales District Council, and our local MP, showing us having to bail out water to stop it coming into the house. The pond is not being created by a watercourse, but seems to be due to sheer saturation of the land, and it takes many dry days for the water to dissipate. We don't know the cause because, despite concerns having been raised with the lead local flood authority and evidence about this submitted to the planning portal, there's been no investigation or risk assessment done on this part of the land. And I want to share a copy of the government flood risk map, which shows directly behind our home is a very large which is there, and I will pass this over to you. But where this pin is, there's a dark blue pond directly behind our homes there, which indicates that this is high risk of flooding, and that has been there all along. And that falls in just behind these houses here in phase 3. So we've pointed this out to the lead local flood authority, and they said they weren't interested because this is a flood risk area 1. Plans indicate that the drainage ditch to the rear of these properties will be used to capture the existing levels of water, plus act as a proposed catchment of surface water from any new development as well. There's a massive concern that our homes are at risk of severe flooding from this site. And if this happens, who's going to be responsible? The documents don't indicate who's going to own this responsibility. Between the LLFA, Derbyshire Dales District Council and Severn Trent Water, there's no clear ownership. Who will be responsible to maintain this ditch and make sure it's not filled with runoff dirt and rubbish? Nothing at all is documented, and it's completely unacceptable that anyone would consider outline planning permission on this scale and gamble with the future lives of existing residents. In phases 3 and 4, there are no attenuation basins, no mitigation risks to protect us from the floods as there are in phase 1 and 2. There are so many changes to this application ongoing. How can we trust anything that's been agreed will be delivered in the way that it's been documented? It's totally unfair to the people of Matlock that such an important area be destroyed and provide absolutely nothing that the town needs, putting at huge risk of more devastating flooding. It breaks so many of the MPPF policies that there should be no way this should be granted any sort of permission, let alone outline permission, which will then enable never-ending discussions and more concessions as cost mounts and the appellant pleads poverty. There is no protection for the community here. It's an unviable proposal and it needs to be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Ms. Bridden. We hear the concerns that you express in relation to the adequacy of the species surveys, and also your concerns in relation to flood risk and some other matters, of course. I'll be asking Mr. Yarwood questions about that later today, we hope, Ms. Bridden, so I won't rehearse those with you as well, but I'm very grateful for your contribution.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bridden. And I am aware of the dark blue circle
Oh, right, so
on
you
the
don't
map,
need
so
this. Thank you
I
very
don't need a
much.
copy of it, but thank you very much for highlighting it to me. Thank you. Okay, Karen Bradley, please. Over to you, Ms. Bradley.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name's Karen Bradley, and I'm a trustee of CPRE Derbyshire, the countryside charity. CPRE Derbyshire has consistently objected to this application over many years, having also originally objected to the inclusion of the site for housing in the Derbyshire Dales local plan. In terms of landscape impact, whether travelling towards Matlock or from within it, it's immediately apparent that one of the town's defining characteristics is that it's surrounded by scenic green hills. This is what makes Matlock distinctive and a special place for residents and visitors. The site is one of these high points, and its location on the slopes of the Wolds means that it's highly visible from multiple viewing points in the wider landscape. More locally, the landscape is pleasantly varied with historic field patterns and a combination of traditional hedgerows and stone wall boundaries. The woodlands and presence of natural springs and watercourses flowing down these steep slopes have formed depressions and valleys which raise this landscape visually above many other standard greenfield locations. The introduction of over 400 houses here and the number and size of attenuation ponds planned for this location are out of character with the local and wider area and will have a significant adverse impact on the landscape. In terms of flood risk, it's undeniable that Matlock's already been subject to many episodes of severe flooding.
The proposed development would remove 58 acres of natural green sponge, which currently absorbs excess water. By concreting over this area, more runoff will head towards the River Derwent, exacerbating the flood risk, a situation we unfortunately see all too often with new developments. CPRE supports the case to be made by the Rule 6 party that this development would have an unacceptable impact on flood risk. In terms of public amenity, CPRE believes that access to nature and open green spaces are vital for our health and well-being. The appeal site is bordered on 3 sides by a public right-of-way and a bridleway, from which local people and visitors enjoy this beautiful landscape. If this appeal is allowed, the experience of using these paths will be irrevocably harmed. Users of the footpath and the bridleway would be subject to many years of intrusive construction work and ultimately to the sights and sounds of a permanent, modern, massive housing estate. The majority of the appellant's so-called public green spaces are, in our opinion, misnamed and merely exist to facilitate the vast attenuation ponds, which are the highest in number we have experienced on any development. These green spaces do not, in our view, represent a place where people will seek to walk or to experience nature in any sort of positive manner. Sustainability. We dispute that this development is sustainable. In stark distance terms, the facilities of Matlock may appear relatively close by. However, the topography of the town means that walking or cycling would be extremely challenging and only undertaken by a small minority. The development, therefore, would be yet another typical car-based estate where vehicles would be used even for relatively short journeys. CPRE wants everyone in the countryside to have a fair chance in life, which means having sufficient low-cost homes to buy and rent in our rural towns and villages. We are shocked and disappointed, therefore, that the developer has reduced its affordable housing commitment over the years to 0. One might even surmise that this issue of viability and the cost of attempting to control the flood risk are connected, further proof, in our view, of the unsuitability of this site for development. Equally disappointing, sadly, is the District Council's acceptance of this situation of 0 affordable housing, in contradiction to its own local plan policy for 30% of properties in a development of this size to be affordable. Clearly, over the years, the appellant has adjusted their affordable housing provision many times, and similarly, no doubt viability will continue to evolve over coming years. Therefore, in the event this appeal should be allowed, we would support the District Council's proposal for periodic viability reviews of the Section 106 agreement. In weighing up whether to allow this development, the benefits of new housing provision must surely be significantly reduced as a result of the total absence of affordable housing to meet local housing needs. In summary, for reasons of harm to landscape character, amenity and public safety, and with any potential benefits outweighed by these impacts, plus the prospect of 100% market pricing, we respectfully ask for this appeal to be dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, do you have any questions at all? Thank you. If you do have an electronic copy of your statement, it would be really helpful if you could send it in to the case officer.
I will do that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bilton, Roger Bilton.
Hello, thank you. My name's Roger Bilton. I'm a local resident. I live at the top of the hill. I've lived here for somewhere about 25 years. and know the area very well. I'm completely against the appeal being successful for a range of factors and hope the Inspectorate will consider these points and keep an open, balanced mind when making a final decision. Planning rules are there to not only help developers, but also to, and I stress, protect communities, localities, individuals and wildlife. And this is the premise of my following statement. Firstly, we must look at the political will from central government. We must consider the contents of Labour Party's manifesto of July 2024. Referring to the section entitled Kickstart Economic Growth, and I quote direct from the manifesto, Labour will take a brownfield first approach, prioritising the development of previously used land wherever possible, and fast-tracking approval of urban brownfield sites. Labour is committed to preserving the Green Belt, which has served England's towns and cities well over many decades. Labour will take a more strategic approach to Green Belt land designation and release to build more homes in the right places. And Labour will deliver the biggest increase in social and affordable house building in a generation. We will strengthen planning obligations to ensure new developments provide more affordable homes. The Wolds is a pristine area of virgin greenfield site which serves a multifaceted purpose. It has vital environmental, geological and geographical factors that must not be meddled with under any circumstances, or it is highly likely to have a catastrophic impact on Matlock as a whole. So why are the developers pursuing the utter destruction of this area? Surely it has nothing to do with development, it is simply the cheapest option and has scant regard for the well-being of all those in Matlock. The developers are simply out to make a significant profit for the owners and their shareholders. The points made in relation to Labour's manifesto are highly relevant in every aspect when considering the site. NIMBYism, I hear you all cry. Well, it's quite the opposite. If one looks at the current DDDC land register, it is abundantly clear that brownfield sites are available to cater for all the required housing as per the arbitrary target given by the government. 20 such sites are identified and would actually provide up to 3,323 houses. This is far in excess of what housing stock is required. So why destroy a perfect greenfield site when such brownfield sites are available? Cost, ease, profit margins. 2 of those brownfield sites identified in the land register are disused quarries, namely Corder and Halldale, which are less than a mile away from this proposed site. Together they would easily cater for the number of houses proposed. So why is this site being ignored when planning permission is already granted? So I call upon the inspector to be mindful of this opportunity to utilise a brownfield site in preference to the wonderful Wolds. This would surely suit both local and national governments, and moreover the residents and businesses of Matlock. Perhaps questions need to be asked about the real intentions of the developers. Refuse the appeal and direct them to 2 brownfield sites. All of us are aware that the current plans submitted by the developer show a total disregard for the provision of affordable homes. This, yet again, is contrary to the view of the current government. Matlock needs affordable homes in the right places for local people. Many houses in Matlock and the immediate area are second homes or holiday rentals. Why are no affordable homes included within the plan? Is it profit for the developer? Again, this simply demonstrates a lack of understanding about the needs of the local area and the local people. And to demonstrate this point with hard evidence, I've been tracking the number of houses for sale in Matlock and within a 3-mile radius. As of yesterday, the following number of houses, as indicated by Rightmove, for sale in Matlock is under £200,000, in brackets affordable, 41 properties. Between £200,000 and £400,000, 120 properties. £400,000 to £600,000, 41 properties. And above £600,000, 25 properties. Move that to within 3 miles of Matlock. Under 200,000, 68 properties. Between 200 and 400,000, 230 properties. Between 400,000 and 600,000, 98. And above 600,000, 91. So the total housing stock in Matlock alone currently stands at 227 houses. The total housing stock within 3 miles of Matlock, 487. And these figures have been constant since I started tracking them in November 2024. So a reasonable prediction is that the trend will continue. Assuming an affordable house is under 200,000, then just 18% of the total housing stock in Matlock can be deemed affordable. And this drops to 14% within a 3-mile radius. Therefore, the real evidence-based statistics show that A, there's a desperate need for affordable, cheaper, social housing in and around Matlock, and B, with 487 houses for sale within a 3-mile radius, then it raises the alternative question of, do we need an additional 400 houses? These figures don't even include the new housing estate being built on Chesterfield Road or the planned development down Hackney Lane. Include these and the overall housing stock currently available is more likely to be in the region of 550 to 600 houses, with just 80 that would be deemed affordable. So why is the developer refusing to include any so-called affordable homes? Matlock suffers disproportionately to many other settlements in the Derbyshire Dales and is forced to take an unfair amount of new housing developments with absolutely no real improvements to the infrastructures of the town. This is because almost 60% of the Derbyshire Dales district lies within the Peak District National Park. As well as we all know, the PDNP has far more robust rules and regulations with regard to new developments being erected. It would be reasonable to say that almost 60% of the land area is exempt of large-scale building development. Therefore, towns like Matlock are forced to take on excessive amounts of developments to meet building targets. Such targets have no relation to the 40% of land available for building. This is a grossly unfair system. Currently, the government have plucked a target out of space and indicated that just over 500 houses a year must be built in the Dales. The target is for this to take place on 40% of land available. So how is this fair? Again, I ask the inspector to consider carefully how over recent years Matlock and its residents have suffered because of the unfairness of this situation. Within 1.5 miles of the current proposed site, there have been 4 new developments within the last 5 years or so. Each development has had at least 70 or more houses built, and all on greenfield sites. None of these blend in with the existing environment. None of the developers have assisted in improving the infrastructure of the town, and for many residents, the area close to the Wolds has been a constant building site for many years. These people, me included, now face another 9 years of building hell from a developer who has no understanding of the area, no understanding of the requirements, and no care for the environment. It is greed and profit. Also, I ask the inspectorate to be mindful and take into consideration the fact that Matlock is an all-year-round tourist town. The impact of tourism is significant and generally welcomed. However, the strain on the locality, the infrastructure and residents can be challenging. Roads become choked, parking becomes impossible, pollution increases, and the sewage system becomes stretched. Yet we want to add probably up to 1,000 more residents, and this can only exacerbate the problem. This development should be refused, and I hope the Rule 6 party and other individuals will demonstrate quite clearly and supported by up-to-date hard evidence that the development not only goes against the current government requirements, but threatens the health, safety and well-being of the residents and businesses of this beautiful town. As stated previously, it is not NIMBYism. There are 2 perfect brownfield sites within a mile or so of where we are today. So I beg the Inspectorate to refuse planning permission for the Wolds and direct the developer to more acceptable brownfield sites.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, any questions for Mr. Bilton?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Bilton. If you do have an electronic copy of your statement, it would be great if you could provide it to the Planning Inspectorate's case officer. Thank you. Christine Martin. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you. I've lived in and around Matlock for more than 53 years. We moved to Gritstone Road in 1991. Like many others, we take advantage of the countryside walks on our doorstep. What makes the Wold so special? Well, it's not just a view or a field, but a dramatic landscape in a high location above Matlock, with steep slopes, open space, a valley, moorlands and forest that hosts a wide range of species and plants. The Wolds is dark at night, undisturbed by natural light sources, and this supports a wide range of species. It is also important as a special landscape character, being on the border of the Dark Peak, White Peak, Derbyshire Peak Fringe and the Lower Derwent Valley. The Wolds is a tranquil place that is highly valued by hundreds of residents. It will be a significant loss of a visual amenity which can be seen from miles around. Development will have an adverse effect and represents an unacceptable intrusion into the landscape setting of the town, which is at odds with the Derbyshire Dales adopted local plan. Evidence is mounting over the importance of green space for physical and mental well-being. There will be an adverse impact on 2 footpaths, Sandy Lane and Bent Lane. The appellant has claimed that the Wolds is not a sensitive landscape. A letter dated 22nd of September 2016 seems to show that they have set out to prove this from the outset of the local plan consultation. I quote, "William Davis will confirm that the whole of the site is located in an area of low sensitivity in landscape terms during the preparation of the EIA required as part of a planning site. I have a copy of the letter, should the inspector decide you would like a copy, ma'am, and it was obtained from a Freedom of Information request from the local plan. The Wolds site has historic and landscape importance of clearly defined field patterns, dry stone walls, established hedgerows, Grade 2 listed buildings at Wolds Farm, and the distinctive valley to the north. There is evidence of the pre-enclosure field system and an ancient hedge through the site dating back to this. The County Council archaeologist noted that there are known historic lead smelting remains and suggest that a substantial post-consent scheme of archaeological work is required. There are a number of heritage assets which may be affected. The adverse impacts of flooding on and below the Wolds are indisputable. An original map dating back to the 1860s is held in Derbyshire County Council's Records Office, which shows the importance of the Wolds area providing water to the town and 19 hydrotherapy establishments in the 1890s, the largest of which was Smedley's Hydro. The hillside is riddled with springs, watercourses and aquifers. Developers have so far been unable to account for the source of this abundant natural water. Flooding has been recorded by residents, proving the significant issues during increasingly regular severe weather events, which are no longer 1 in 100-year events. The landscape and geology on site has not been adequately assessed nor understood, and any disturbance on site will increase risk to homes and businesses in Matlock. Due to the large amounts of water on site, the Wolds has wet flush habitat, which is formed and home to rare birds and several protected species. It is a vital link between the fields and forests, behind which acts as a wildlife habitat and corridor. Residents have kept and shared their own sightings of species. The appellant's reported sightings are out of date. It is absolutely ridiculous to believe the notion that wet flush habitat can be dug up and relocated. This isn't a case of supplying rolls of turf and laying down a lawn. The effects of the Forestry Commission's ongoing deforestation work due to ash dieback has also not been taken into account, nor the results of the additional water runoff that has been noted by residents. Whilst the Wolds site has many wonderful features, it also hides polluted land. The appellants reported high levels of ground gas, carbon dioxide and radon in the site, with very high levels of lead present in the soils. Digging up and disposal of these contaminated soils could pose a future health hazard to wildlife, watercourses and residents. Simply talking about dust suppression measures, controlled working hours and road sweeping is not enough to satisfy residents that the dangers of these harmful chemicals can be mitigated, especially if in the air or watercourses. The impacts created from this development will continue to affect every generation moving forwards. We will lose a habitat of principal importance that supports many species, a carbon soak and sponge for rainwater. This site will create flooding on and off sites, affecting Matlock. Based on the sound evidence uncovered by the public, why is the appellant still pursuing this site, knowing the development will have adverse impacts on the whole of the town?
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Lewis? No, thank you.
Would
Did
you
you
like-
want to read Peter Wilde's
Yes.
statement as well?
Let me just get that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mum.
Thank you.
Peter Wilde is a neighbour and has been since I moved up there since 1991. He's not able to spend much time here today, unfortunately. I'll just read his prepared statement. Thank you. Access. A very good reason to refuse this appeal concerns the appalling access to the site, an access which highlights the utter disregard for the well-being of existing residents. Think of other large developments such as Moor Ledge, Matlock Spa Road, Pingle Rise, Cumbarley Way, Bentley Bridge Road, Cardinshaw Road, etc. They all have easy access to a main road. The proposed development is different, possibly unique in that access is via a grossly inadequate winding route through the heart of an existing residential backwater. This is a route where children can currently play in relative safety. However, this pleasant environment would be completely destroyed should Gritstone Road become a through route, serving scores, perhaps hundreds more houses. It's a double whammy, exposing our children and elderly residents to more particulate pollution, as well as increased physical danger from a huge increase in traffic, including lots of construction HGVs for years to come. And to add insult to injury, there's even a proposal to reduce the pedestrian amenity at one point in order to widen the vehicle carriageway. If the appeal is successful, current occupiers will not only face years and years of fumes and noise, but also clouds of dust in dry weather and masses of mud when it's wet. The proposed access is clearly in breach of the advice and spirit of the National Planning Policy Framework, which talks about, quote, safeguarding and improving the environment and ensuring safe and healthy living conditions. We therefore urge that the appeal is dismissed. Full application. With regards to the full application concerning the field to the north of Gritstone Road, the plan falls well short of the policy's framework stated aim of fostering well-designed, beautiful and safe places. Indeed, far from being well-designed or beautiful, the layout of this site appears to be so designed as to cram as many units as possible into a relatively small space, irrespective of any adverse impact, and there are at least two exceedingly adverse impacts for residents. Firstly, the layout does not take into account the fact that this is a steeply rising site, which means in practice that some of the proposed units on this, and I repeat, steeply rising, site will very closely overlook existing houses, thus creating the second adverse impact, a severe loss of privacy, hardly mitigated by a ridiculously narrow strip of so-called screen planting, which, to coin a phrase, is not fit for the purpose. How will this strip be A, accessed, B, maintained, C, by whom, and D, for how long? The answer appears to be A, it can't, B, it won't, C, no one, and D, not applicable. Such a situation is a disgrace. The proposed layout should not be accepted. It's a world away from the developer's earlier projects at Moorledge and Pingle Rise, Cumbarley Way, which are separated from existing older properties by high quality and properly maintained generous spaces. We therefore urge that the appeal is dismissed. Flood risk. Residents near the proposed Walls development are very concerned about the increased risk of flooding, both in the town centre and locally. It is already the case that during spells of wet weather, the Walls site becomes waterlogged, with excess water finding its way into temporary streams and ponds, sometimes quite large ponds in our gardens, or even worse, out of sight under the floorboards. Should the proposed development go ahead, the fear is that this type of flooding may become far more severe, causing damage to existing properties, with all the associated inconvenience, stress and trauma for the unfortunate victims. Attenuation ponds are supposed to prevent such occurrences, but we know from experience that they don't always do what they are supposed to do. Just ask those involved with Castleview Primary School. A few years ago, the school flooded. The flooding followed the construction of the Pingle Rise and Barley Way development, which included, you've guessed, a huge purpose-built attenuation facility near the Presentation Sisters Care Home. Flooding events during the last few years leave us in no doubt that the drainage infrastructure on Matlock Bank is totally inadequate. Indeed, the Environment Agency has advised that the flooding in 2019 was the result of overdevelopment on the north side of the valley. In view of this advice, does it not defy common sense to proceed with any further major developments on Matlock Bank? We urge that the appeal is dismissed. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Lewis, I'm assuming no questions.
No questions. And I should reiterate, everyone, the fact that I'm not asking any questions is not a reflection in any way of our thinking that we don't think that the points you're raising are important. They clearly are. It's just that because we have a Rule 6 party here, I have an opportunity to ask these questions and cover those matters with a single witness. So it's simply so that I don't repeat my questions, but please don't interpret it in any way as our thinking that the points that you're raising aren't important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like a copy of the letter received via the Freedom of Information highlighted?
What I will be doing is considering the content of the appellant's landscape and visual impact assessment, as well as everybody else's views on landscape. So I think I'm okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. And next we've got Heather Clifton-Smith. And we've heard from 6 people so far. Just in terms of repetition, I don't have a copy of your statement as yet, but if you could avoid repetition as far as is possible. Thank you.
Well, my name is Heather Clifton-Smith, but my topic, I'm afraid, is water drainage and flood risk. I'm a resident of Bentley Close, and my house backs onto the Wolds. Matlock is a small town, very different to other towns in this country due to its topography. A large part of Matlock town is below the steep hill called Matlock Bank, over there. It is down this bank that, in bad weather, the water from the Wolds finds its way into the town. I'm worried by the capacity and size of the ponds to be constructed are so near to my house and other houses at the top of the hill, because there's a clear risk to me, my neighbours and everyone who lives downhill. My house is at over 600 feet above Matlock. Directly behind my house is the top of the Wolds, and the top of this field is at 800 feet, and there's a spring in the wood which sends water across and down the top field. It runs to just below my back garden, where it goes into a culvert, and from there it's not clear where it goes, although it has been tested. Anyway, I moved to this house 25 years ago, and there was no sign of this stream, or the spring, showing only a small indent in the ground when it snowed. But during the time I have lived there, the spring has made a very clear and wide path, surrounded by wet bog and marsh. And I have some photographs here of the development of the spring since 2016 to 2021, and you can see the track. The stream runs for 24 hours a day, every day of the year, including a period 3 years ago when in midsummer the temperature reached 40 degrees centigrade. A constant flow. It annually increases in size with a large wet area around the culvert. There are many streams that cross the Wolds, which are not always obvious to the eye, and I'm sure unknown to the builder. I recently visited Matlock's local studies library, where I found a very old section of a map dated in the early 1800s. This map shows the stream then, and I have been telling you about, and it continues to cross the Wolds today. There's a small untarmacked lane at the side of the Wolds that faces faces east, and is called Sandy Lane. But previously it was known by the locals as 13 Springs Lane. There's a reason for this, and you can see it when you walk along the lane. You can see all the springs. If you walk the other way, which is at the bottom of the woodland, facing south, that is below at the top of the top field of the Wolds, you will see these springs. One of them is that runs to the back of my house. All this water crosses the fields and makes its way to the edge of the Wolds and down into Matlock. William Davis seems to be unaware of the amount of water that crosses the Wolds. The flows from these springs are not known, so how can you have confidence in the plans? The idea of building hundreds of houses on this land is extremely worrying for the residents. Building bigger and bigger attenuation ponds to control this water is unacceptable. This amount of water cannot be stored safely in an attenuation pond, as the ponds will be continually full of water, not just in bad weather. The builder plans an attenuation pond to be bigger than the size of an Olympic swimming pool. The water will overtop and continue its journey downhill. In fact, in a recent flood on Grange Park Estate in Charnwood, the residents dug a channel to stop the flooding of their properties. Part of the flood problem was due to an attenuation pond overtopping. And by chance, it is the same builder who plans to build the houses here on the Wolds, William Davis. In a recent report by the Met Office, it states that in 2024, due to global warming, there has been a 14% increase in rainfall over the last 30 years. And in February 2022, it was the wettest month on record since the 1830s. This increase in rainfall will cause an even higher risk of flooding. My concern is that the builder has not taken sufficient and robust investigations into the importance of this water and drainage, as they do not understand how much water these springs generate or where the water goes. I have written to the council about this, but they have no response. The plans show that culverts will solve this problem in the pictures I have seen, but as I have shown, this drainage increase year by year, there will always be flooding. The builder has also included a gabion wall in his plans. This will be at the bottom of my garden. I do not know how high this wall will be, what it will look like, or how it will affect the hedge at the bottom of my garden. There doesn't seem to be any plans of this wall. It could seriously affect the outlook from my house and my ability to enjoy my garden. Also, on the other side of the gabion wall, the plan shows a swale to hold extra drainage from the spring from the attenuation pond. I have no confidence that this swale will do this its job because due to the amount of water, the spring crosses the Wolds. Nobody knows how much it's generating, and there is a good chance this swale will always be full. How can this application be approved knowing how bad the flooding is now? And its history shows where it has always been a lot of water in this area causing problems. Building 400 houses here will affect the whole area, posing a threat to all the residents and their properties. It is in totally the wrong place and should not be allowed. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, any questions?
No.
No, other than to point out, I hope by way of reassurance, that Gabion wall that you mentioned isn't now proposed.
Oh, is it not?
No, we'll clarify that in evidence with Mr. Yarwood this afternoon.
I take that great relief. Let's hope it all go. It'd be wonderful, wouldn't it?
Well, I hope that provides some reassurance. I'm very grateful.
Thank you very much for your time. Got Councillor Steve Wayne next. Thank you very much, Councillor Wayne. Over to you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Steve Wayne, a District Councillor for the Matlock West Ward, and I've been a voluntary flood warden in Matlock for 6 years. I've made numerous submissions to the initial planning application and to this appeal. Water, and in particular the management of water, is the main focus of my submission today. The site is unpredictable and problematic. Not my words, but the words of Richard Ward, the head of the Derbyshire Local Lead Flood Authority, and was said at a site visit in July 2022 when looking up at the Wold Spring, still flowing through a parched landscape in the middle of a heat wave. The appellant has had at least 6 years to produce an effective and deliverable surface and foul water drainage plan to protect our community, but they have failed. Each time they have submitted documentation, the community have identified issues resulting in the appellant amending their plans. The appellant has often adopted a reactive rather than proactive approach, often preferring to undertake remote office-based studies rather than comprehensively carrying out full geological and hydrological assessments of the whole site. This is something that I know I and other people have been asking for many years. I wish to highlight some of my concerns. The Bentley Brook catchment is classified as a highly sensitive catchment, but in the past 6 years, 8 new developments, approximately 600 homes, which feed into the Bentley Brook catchment have been built without any cumulative impact assessment. And I don't honestly think one's been done on this development either. In August 2022, a report by JBA Consulting was published by the EA regarding Bentley Brook modelling study. I believe you have a copy of this, ma'am, and I hope that you've noted the concerning potential 100% increase in flows at the Environment Agency-owned Knowlston Place pump station. And for clarification, the interesting bits are on page 14, and the pump station is identified as Bent 04. Matlock has flooded 4 times in recent years, and in 2 Derbyshire County Council Section 19 flood reports, the LLFA have identified surface water runoff from the steep urbanised northern slopes above Matlock as being a significant contributory factor. The community fear is that this development will exacerbate these flows and flooding events will increase and worsen in the area. The sequential test for all flood risk on this proposed development has not been carried out. Given the increasing surface water flows through the whole site and the inherent risks associated with the proposed new dams, a comprehensive demonstration is required to prove the absence of alternative, sequentially preferable sites within the district, as stipulated by the NPPF, paragraphs 171 and 172, and taking account of the recent judgment from Mr. Justice Holgate. As the site was allocated into the local plan, JBA Consulting believed a sequential test formed part of the process, but it has not. And I got that from a series of questions and responses that I got, which I've sent to you. I take exception, no, not exception, but I challenged Mr. Lewis, saying that it's late information. This determination was some time, and surely most drainage companies and consultants will have reacted to this and be proactive in making sure that they're not compromised by the lack of a sequential test. Why was the tough flow modelling and hydrology so not considered from the outset? Again, the appellant has had 6 years to comprehensively assess surface water flows. Considering the elevated risk profile of the dams situated above the existing conurbation, it is unacceptable that the appellant has neglected to fully analyse exceedance events and devise strategies for their safe management to prevent uncontrolled overtopping, potential erosion of the downstream earth banks and the subsequent dam breaches. These are risks that require comprehensive risk assessment before conditioning. No breach analysis has been conducted for the dams. Without this crucial assessment, the flood risk associated with the proposed development cannot be comprehensively evaluated. Furthermore, I understand no information has been provided regarding the safe passage of exceedance flood events across the proposed access road. Surely these omissions indicate that the application fails to comply with the requirements of the MPPF. Again, these risks should have been already fully addressed. The scheme proposes diverting the watercourse and land drainage into the Severn Trent water network. Severn Trent Water have explicitly stated that they will not accept this additional water. However, the appellant still intends to discharge the attenuated land drainage flows into the Severn Trent infrastructure, currently using only arbitrary and assumed flows. This creates risk, and I would ask, are Severn Trent fully aware of this discharge? Regarding the proposed modifications to the Wold Spring watercourse, a Water Framework Directive assessment has not been produced to demonstrate that the scheme would not adversely impact water quality. Is this because there is still no detailed design? As there will always be a consistent base flow, phase one, but pond 2 will always contain water. But during significant rainfall events throughout the year, how often will it overtop and flood into adjacent gardens and flow onto Gritstone Road? Will this compromise the foul sewer and add further flows into the surface water network? The foul sewer is proposed to receive human waste from 78 homes from phase 1 and then flows onto Chesterfield Road, where it joins a combined sewer. This sewer receives foul waste from over 300 homes, and the system has surcharged on numerous occasions below the Treetops development, most notably previously in July 2023, with excessive flows causing human waste to enter the grounds of a care home and a school, causing risk to health. The Treetops development, built by William Davis, was completed around 4 years ago, and the Severn Trent Water are still not prepared to adopt the infrastructure due to issues with drainage. A comprehensive list of conditions prepared by JBA Consulting, a comprehensive list of conditions were prepared by JBA Consulting, and I had cited that as being the district councillor. One condition relating to the infrastructure of the culvert was omitted from the final draft. It stated the impact of varying flow under restricted outfall conditions will need to be appraised to ensure that the proposed basin can manage the discharge volume. The diversion of the spring flow may result in point discharge rather than spring flow spreading over the field. As a result, the condition of any existing and connecting infrastructure should be assessed and quantified. Following diversion of the spring, connecting infrastructure must be demonstrated capable of conveying runoff water for the life of the development. I'd like to know why this was removed from the council and appellant's conditions. Surface water flows on the adjacent Cavendish fields, where I used to be a groundsman, have increased in recent years, most probably due to the significant commercial deforestation on the moor above. There is great concern regarding further increased flows should many more trees be felled to accommodate another proposed development of 78 log cabins in Farley Woods. Again, this is on the Bentley Brook catchment. Again, no cumulative impact assessment has been completed. I'm a retired police officer, and I've planned and managed many large events and more complex covert operations impacting upon public safety, officer safety and organisational reputation. I would never consider conditioning or mitigating a risk until I was confident that I had a full overview of that risk. But unfortunately, this is what you, Inspector, are being asked to do with this decision in this process. It is also concerning that the LPA and all 5 consultants appear to have capitulated and now express a desire to condition all the previously identified grounds for refusal of the original determination. I would also add that I've tried to get details of the documents or the meetings, and none were recorded apparently, and also only 3 of the actual people that attended that were consultants actually bothered to, only 2 of them bothered to attend a site visit, and one of those was the ecologist. So I'm a bit disappointed with that. I'm advised that when the decision to change course took place, the LPA took no minutes on recordings of subsequent meetings with the consultants to evidence why such a U-turn was necessary. This deprived the community of the information they deserved. This sudden change of circumstances has isolated and marginalised the Wolds Action Group and impacted upon their ability to robustly defend the original planning decision. The appeal should be turned around, refused, and the appellant invited to resubmit a new application and a fully effective drainage plan. They should not be allowed to use an environmental scoping assessment from 2016 that allows them to use out-of-date legislation. There are too many issues regarding drainage that remain unresolved and left to conditioning. These should have been addressed by the appellant through robust risk assessments prior to refusal. I sincerely hope that the issues I have raised will be addressed in your determination. I have many other concerns that I would wish to comment upon if I had the time, but I'm just going to say 1 or 2. The embarrassing lack of affordable housing on this greenfield site. I realise that there is a desire to build by this government, but development must be in the right location for the right people at the right price. Poor access into the highway site and highway risk to pupils attending Highfield schools has been alluded to. The highly significant impact of construction traffic, noise and dust that will have on residents' health and well-being for 9 years. The decimation of a beautiful wildlife corridor and the apparent disregard for its valued habitat and ecology. The conduct of the LLFA, which I allude to in my written objection, including the failure to disclose information regarding a risk to life of the dams, which came to light only through a Freedom of Information request, and the refusal to disclose CCTV footage of the culvert to me by the Derbyshire County Council. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope that is of some benefit in your determination. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Just before I ask Mr. Lewis whether he has any questions, Councillor Wayne, can I just ask, with regard to the recent judgment you mentioned by Justice Holgate, which particular judgment is that you were referring to?
It's the one in relation to the sequential test?
So Mead, Realisations and Redrow?
Yes.
The High Court and the Court of Appeal case?
Yes, sorry, it's the one that went to the High Court and then the Court of Appeal earlier this year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying. Just to clarify, I was one of the inspectors in that case, so I've read it, unsurprisingly. Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
No questions, Councillor Wayne. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wayne. Okay, Mr. Ball. It's the wonder of having a list that nobody else knows the order of. Are you okay to go now? Okay.
Oh, thank you very much. On the 23rd of May 2022, the Wolds Action Group notified the local planning authority that a watercourse, the Wolds Spring, ran through the centre of the Phase 1 development site into a gully behind number 5 Bentley Close. The gully is insufficiently sized to cope with flows from the watercourse. It is quickly overwhelmed during periods of heavy rain and floods onto Gritstone Road. Water ponds outside number 71 before overtopping the driveway, exiting through the rear garden and joining the wet flush behind the Wolds Reservoir. Ponding outside number 71 leads to surface water entering the foul network, which contributes to surcharging of the combined network on Presentation Avenue. Flows from the Wolds Spring have increased exponentially over the last 5 years, leading to the formation of an extensive rush pasture through phase 1 of the proposed development side. Residents state the frequency and intensity of flooding across Gritstone Road has increased. In January 2023, the developer surveyed the gully. Quote, "The CCTV survey was attempted multiple times, however it was not possible to confirm the ultimate outfall point from the site due to a collapsed culvert downstream. In January 2024, Matlock's lead flood warden requested the CCTV footage from the LLFA. The request was forwarded as a Freedom of Information request and subsequently refused as the appellant, quote, has not consented to its disclosure, advises that it is not relevant to the current application, and has legitimate concern that the information could be misinterpreted or used in a way that was not intended and could thus prejudice their interests. The appellant has not provided the CCTV footage as part of this inquiry. In June 2023, a resident traced the water entering the gully behind Bentley Close to its assumed outfall using an 1830s Wolds Spring map. The Wolds Spring outfalls at a diversion stone on Wolds Reservoir grounds at Wellington Street. The diversion stone has three 300mm pipes running into it. During heavy rainfall, water is forced from the diversion zone into a sow, which runs underneath the rear garden of a house on Wellington Street before discharging into a 4-foot deep culvert. This culvert runs the entire length of the passageway to the side of the house. Extensive research suggests the culvert is linked to groundwater issues on the Treetops development and at Presentation Avenue, as well as flooding at Castleview School and surcharging of the combined network at Metisford. The culvert is not connected to the surface water network. Severn Trent water schematics do not account for this network. The culvert has not been assessed by the LLFA or the appellant. A dye test undertaken by residents at the gully behind Bentley Close in December 2023 confirmed the Wolds Spring flows from the gully behind Bentley Close through the diversion stone and into the Severn Trent water surface water network at manhole 6853 on Chatsworth Hall grounds. The Wolds Spring runs through only one of 3 pipes at the diversion stone. It is not known where a substantial amount of water flowing through the other 2 pipes originates. The culvert running into the diversion stone has serious viability issues. It takes 8 minutes for water to travel the 200 metres to the diversion stone. It should take no more than 2 minutes to travel this distance. It is highly likely the culvert is collapsed in more than one place. The culvert pipe cannot be repaired as it runs under houses and gardens. In January 2023, the appellant revised their Phase 1 plans. The revised plans show the Wolds Spring captured on the northern boundary of the development. In order to bypass the proposed housing, the spring is diverted 40 metres to the east, then south past the mature woodland, where it enters 140 metres of culvert pipe. The culvert runs under the proposed access road and round balancing Pond 1 before discharging into Pond 2, which has been resized to hold additional flows. From Pond 2, water will enter the existing gully behind Bentley Close. It should be noted both the LLFA and the Environment Agency have anti-culverting policies and actively encourage deculverting or daylighting. Rather than adapt the design of the development to facilitate the Wolds Spring, the appellant has shoehorned the drainage infrastructure into the existing design. Consequently, construction of Pond 2 and the culvert pipe will breach the root protection areas of a number of existing trees off-site along the southern boundary of Phase 1. Of note, the culvert is collapsed 9.5 metres within the rear garden of number 5 Bentley Close, beneath a semi-mature oak tree, identified as T38. Although an accurate flow rate for the Wolds Spring has not been established, the appellant has modelled Pond 2 as follows. The existing gully has a 150mm outlet pipe. The assumed downstream connection on Gritstone Road is 80 metres from the gully. Invert levels demonstrate a gradient of 1 in 30. Therefore, the 150mm pipe is capable of discharging 33 litres of water per second. JBA Consulting state in their proposed conditions, the appellant has assumed an arbitrary 50 litres per second spring flow. Therefore, with 50 litres per second inflow and 33 litres per second discharge rate, 17 litres per second would back up into Pond 2. Pond 2 has a capacity of 275 metres cubed before overtopping, therefore flooding would occur after 4.5 hours. However, the appellant has mismeasured the gully outlet pipe. It has been proved beyond doubt that the outlet pipe has a 100mm aperture. A 100mm pipe with a gradient of 1 in 30 would have a maximum discharge rate of 11.2 litres per second. The applicant has underestimated the discharge rate of the existing gully by 66%. Pond 2 would overtop in 2 hours. As previously stated, flows from the Wold Spring have increased exponentially over the last 5 years. It is highly likely Pond 2 will not be viable 5 years after construction, let alone for the lifetime of the development. If subsequent phases are not built, the only access road into phase 1 of the development will be impassable during high rainfall events. The appellant's proposal fundamentally changes the current drainage regime of the Wold Spring. While superficially, it may appear that the attenuation of the Wold Spring will offer a minimal degree of betterment compared to this current situation, it will lead to increased flood risk downstream. Pond 2 will have a capacity, as said, 275 metres cubed before overtopping. This water, which under existing conditions ponds outside number 71 Gritstone Road before exiting through the rear garden into the wet flush behind the Wolds Reservoir, will be diverted into the culvert running under the houses on Gritstone Road. Therefore, the volume of water entering the Severn Trent surface water network at manhole 6853 on Chatsworth Hall grounds will increase, placing additional burden on both Bentley Brook and Knowlton Place pumping station. Water flowing through the diversion stone will increase. Consequently, water forced into the diversion stone overflow will increase. The riparian landowners at Wellington Street will see additional water running through their property into the culvert. Additional water entering the culvert at Wellington Street will increase flooding below treetops. The appellant's plans show additional surface water gullies are to be installed at the low point on Gritstone Road where water ponds. Water currently exits through the rear garden of number 71. When Pond 2 overtops after 2 hours, water will be diverted into the surface water network via the gullies. Additional burden will again be placed on Bentley Brook and Knowlton Place pumping station. Cause and effect. There is nothing the appellant has proposed that will not increase flood risk elsewhere. JBA Consulting was tasked with drawing up conditions for the council. A copy of these conditions was obtained through Freedom of Information in late February. The conditions advise, and apologies for repeating what Councillor Wayne mentioned earlier, the impact of varying flow under restricted outfall condition will need to be appraised to ensure that the proposed basin can manage discharge volume. The diversion of spring flow may result in point discharge rather than spring flow spreading over the field. As a result, the condition of any existing and connecting infrastructure should be assessed and quantified. The submitted council appellant conditions do not contain a condition that ensures the Wold Spring culvert infrastructure is assessed. Therefore, there is no guarantee that phase 1 of the proposed development is safe and deliverable. It is concerning that the council appellant conditions suggest 4-season monitoring of the Wold Spring to establish flow rates over 12 months, adding, this will give time to consider any further interventions or alterations for the phase 2 drainage to be incorporated. Assessing the Wold Spring flows after approval has been granted is unacceptable. The appellant has had 33 months to undertake this work. Incorporating phase 2 drainage would entail diverting the Wold Spring from the northern boundary of phase 1 west into phase 2 Pond 2. The introduction of flows from the Wold Spring would have a serious impact on the capacity of ponds 1 and 2, which already fall short of the critical storm duration. What happens if permission is granted, but a year later, after the 4-season monitoring is completed, the proposed drainage strategy is deemed insufficient? What happens if subsequent phases do not go ahead? This application is deficient, high risk, and should be refused. And just to add on to the bottom of that, I would like Mr. Hilton to address this himself, the diversion stone, and because to date you have not acknowledged this. Ma'am, I'm done, thank you.
I was listening. I am trying to write at the same time.
Okay.
So just in terms of your statement, Mr. Ball, obviously I had a list of topics from you, but I didn't have that in full.
No.
Would it be possible for you to provide that? Because obviously you have indicated a lot of numbers and detail in there.
It's all contained in the evidence, the supporting evidence paper I put together.
That you've provided already?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you'll have seen beforehand, I've previously submitted a lot of this information.
Yeah, I do recall reading quite a bit of it before, but obviously
319 pages.
There was just a little of it.
Okay.
Mr. Lewis, did you want to ask any questions of Mr. Ball, or just confirm the situation with Mr. Hilton and what he'll be addressing?
Yes, we hear what you have to say, and we're very grateful. The changes to the proposed changes to the drainage regime of Wold Spring, as you'll know, has been the subject of expert consideration by us. We will cover that in evidence with Mr. Yarwood this afternoon, and also with Mr. Hilton. So we've noted your points, and we're grateful.
I would like you to acknowledge the diversion stone and the fact that the water outfalls in the Severn Trent Water Network. Thank you.
Stephen Martin, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. My name is Dr. Steve Martin. I'm a professor of environmental sciences and an honorary professor at the University of Nottingham and a resident of Matlock. I'm going to try and keep my talk short for the benefit of yourself, sir, Madam, and the people around the table. My main concern, and it's been expressed in evidence I gave to the select committee, which you kindly select committee, the audit committee in Parliament, when they were looking at flood resilience. And you put that, I think, on the portal for the appellant to look at. And essentially the top line of that, just to reiterate it, is that contrary to the perspectives of many developers, the latest research, which is quoted as a footnote to that paper, the latest research on sustainable drainage systems provides evidence there are better ways to implement SUD systems in new developments. And the first paragraph of that is, large tanks and pipe-to-pond designs do not constitute good practice sustainable urban design. I'm not going to go into the detail of that. That's set out in my paper. But what I want to talk about based on that is something else which is very important, which is often overlooked. And in short, it is the duty of care. The duty of care which the Royal Society for the Prevention of Accidents, ROSPA, have highlighted in their report on sustainable urban design. And what they say, if the design is not adequate in any sense, and I've just referred to that, this provides a significant risk to the lives of children, residents, and public that interact with them. Indeed, in that document, they say that the deaths from flooding far outweigh the deaths from health and work. So there lies my point about why this appeal should refuse this. Because there are several legal standards referenced in the ROSPA report, document that set out the duties and expectations of those responsible for the safety around such drainage systems. And these include the local planning authorities, the local lead flood agencies, in fact then Derbyshire County Council, which owns that particular expertise, the asset owners, managers and designers of those. And I also believe that it also involves specialist advisors. Therefore, there is a duty of care on all of those participants in the process of the design of the attenuation tanks on this site. And we've already heard chapter and verse more from citizen scientists who have also made their point very strongly with actual data, not modeling. So the four legal standards, just to make it clear, are the Health and Safety at Work Act, 1974, the Management of Health and Safety at Work Regulations, 1999, the Occupiers Liability Act of 1957 and 1984, and finally, the Construction Design and Management Regulations, 2015. Many of those refer to young people, which one of the earlier witnesses said, children and young people, who may not know what these large tanks are about. They'll explore. They may fall in. They may drown. So this is part of the reason why the design needs to be much better than just an in-out single pond or a number of ponds which replicate that system. The Mott-MacDonald report, which is also evidenced in all your portfolios, made this quite clear. And I'm going to just, for reference, repeat some of their advice to the local lead flood authority. They state, these ponds present a potential risk to life, and that the design and construction and siting of them could be subject to duties of care and regulatory burdens most likely covered by the Health and Safety Act. At that stage in 2023, these potential risks had not been addressed by the appellant, nor, in my view, have they been rigorously assessed since. The engineering note from Mott-MacDonald goes on. It says, the hazard and risk elements is fundamental, and therefore the proposals need to consider these from the outset, not as a second order condition, as is it being advocated by the local district council. So, there are a huge number of springs on this site, something of the order of 20 of them or more. And you've heard from other people about that. Those basins, those dams, mini dams, will, according to Mott-MacDonald, in their experience, fill up quickly. As David Ball said, they could do it in a matter of hours, given the flow rates. So they become less attenuation, then they become more of a risk. And that downstream flood risk becomes part of the problem. And it's, to me, the downstream risk is a major impediment to this application because it's not been adequately investigated with detailed data flows, not, again, inadequate models, possibly based on inadequate rainfall data and so on. So there is a problem with this from that perspective. I want to finish up and say it is not necessary under the Health and Safety Act to show injury or ill health to be in breach of that duty. An organization or individual may also be liable under the Health and Safety Act if an individual is exposed to risk. Let me just clarify that a little. A hazard is something with a potential to cause harm, while a risk is a likelihood that a hazard will cause harm, in combination with the severity of injury, damage, or loss that might foreseeably occur. So in other words, I maintain that the current residents of Matlock, and particularly those closest to the development, have a right to life free of fear from an enhanced surface water flood risk from the proposed basins. Hence, this development should not be supported, and this site should be permanently removed from the local plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, any questions?
No questions. I'm grateful.
Thank you. So we're now at 1:15 almost. Just wanted to check whether everybody's happy to continue or breaks needed now. Okay, thank you. So we've got Mr. Ellsworth next.
Thank you for the opportunity, Madam, to speak. I've had to change what I was going to say simply because of what I've heard. So it's on, I think. Yes, yes. I'm sorry, it's my voice. There is a problem with it, and I have to. If I think I'm shouting, but unfortunately, I know very well that I'm not. But it's very difficult to keep up at this pace, this sound level, because the voice box is not quite attuned to this anymore. Right. So very quickly, hopefully. Yes, I've listened to what the two main parties and the Section 6 group have said, and it's changed what I want to say. So I haven't got a copy of this, but I'm quite happy to listen to the recording and actually take it down word for word for you to appreciate, if that's okay. Right, that's starting at the end and start at the beginning. Right, I'm a consulting engineer, a chartered civil engineer, member of the Institute of Civil Engineers. I would just simply like, if it's possible, please, if it's allowed, just to ask the applicant if there is a chartered civil engineer present among your expert witnesses. There is a reason.
Mr. Lewis?
Not usual, as you say, Madam, for questions to be directed at us in this way, but just checking with the team for the, I suspect for the specific kind of engineering that you have in mind, probably not, sir, but right. do continue.
Right, that's okay. There is a reason. It's to do with the institution who I've been discussing things with, and they're quite concerned about this. However, where do we start? I'm going to say nothing of malfeasance forethought. I'm going to tell you facts, not fiction. And I've been the town council for 8 years, a resident for 50, and I'm only here not for myself, but for the institution and the town to abide by the oaths that I've given for both the town council and the membership of the institution. And that is to safeguard the interests of this town in its very unusual situation, which makes it extremely difficult to understand why a developer should actually want to build on this site. It's been known from the very start, when it first came in 2015 into public notice, in going into the local plan, that any engineer looking at this site would say immediately, there are matters here which in fact are well beyond the norm. And these are matters that I have the remit and the experience to state to you. And that is why I was asking if there's a chartered civil engineer here. Right, so the problem is, for me, it's my concerns are primarily to do with the engineering and the transportation, which is included in the 6 items which the planning application has to abide by. The difficulty is that the methodology of doing this is not easy, and unfortunately, madam, I have to say that it's, of course, it's difficult. I appreciate the difficulties that you've got, and it's not a case of you arbitrating between what I say and what the applicant says, because that's not your purpose. Your purpose is to decide this matter on planning matters and planning matters only, except for what's stated in the rules, shall we say, gov.uk. And that is the procedure that covers these matters simply by and simply because the two parties involved are in fact completely different institutions, organisations with their own rules and own remit, and therefore they have no remit to actually do anything with the other side. They have no powers as such. In terms of the engineering, the methodology in the planning rules for transferring information to the developer is through the statutory consultees. They have strict rules of how to behave and what to say, and unfortunately they can only advise the LPA of what they see. What they're supposed to do is to actually say what their problems are with the developer's proposals. Now, unfortunately, I'm sorry that the Highway Authority District Council is not here, neither the Lead Local Flood Authority, because I have taken great exception, and with every sort of reason that you can think of, and truthfully, that in fact their consultation response is utterly flawed to the District Council. In other words, it's biased the District Council because they don't want to actually really to tackle that authority. But yet they have done. They have actually asked for someone like me to actually advise them, JBA, on various things. And so they've taken a very brave step. The only other people who have done that is in fact the Severn Trent Water, who immediately saw the amount of water ridiculously high for a network that's already at capacity, the pipe network of Matlock, to actually discharge a figure of water into their system which was over 100 times greater than what they could actually do. And they would have to actually do works to the existing system, as been said. So therefore, this has caused a problem, and the attenuation ponds have had to be now enlarged. So, as I say, this in itself is just something that's different. I'm just hoping that the inspector will be able to at least take into consideration some of these facts, because the very fact that and also the consultation response, having discussed it with the institution, is going straight to the Secretary of State, because it is utterly lack of due diligence, duty of care, due diligence, and I'm not going to say malfeasance, but it is in fact manufactured. It is smoke and mirrors, and it's not true. So therefore, that's a very important matter that's not come out. It hasn't. I have sent 11 separate submissions to the inquiry on various matters. Throughout the years that I've been doing this since 2015, I must have spent at least, I daren't think how much it would have cost if I hadn't done it for free, but it was a lot of things on every topic there is, including things like the failure of the site investigations to produce something which in fact is to the standards that are required, and it's not fit for purpose. There's all sorts of things like this. I could go on forever, but I won't. But the point is that these things are important, and the main things are phase one, the layout of the houses. The hillside there has got a slope of 1 in 11 existing. The developer has said that he cannot meet the standards for the gradients, and he's left that with the local highway authority and the district council. Now, the what on earth are they going to do then? I believe there's a solution, but the developer has not gone that far. I've gone as far as, because of my expertise, I've gone as far as doing a job I shouldn't have been doing, and that is to actually look at all the information, which is very little that the developer's done, and he's not even said that he will provide anything other than outline and intermediate can't think of the right word, but only very poorly, not complete information. That is utterly ridiculous for the works that are spared here, and it's something which even the district council could have complained about. But the thing is, they had 6 years to actually discuss all this, and what's happened? Nothing. Nothing has happened, and now the district council do not know what is going to turn up from the developer, because he's not going to tell them until later. And it should have been done before the planning application was passed, as I've been protesting for from the very start. But the main things are that up there is going to be difficult. I can see that the county council is either going to have to accept a lower standard, or it's going to have to not adopt it. The other one is the link road. It crosses the Central Valley. It sits on top of one of these dams, and the mix-up that we talked about levels is quite clear in my mind. The level of the road is 220 that I've at the top, and I've taken that as the horizontal alignment for the vertical alignment, for the horizontal vertical alignment for this, and the floor is a certain distance below, and it's 4.5 meters. Now that to me is a significant dam, and the Reservoir Act actually states that it isn't that even with the new enlarged pond, it doesn't meet the requirements to actually use the Reservoir Act. But in the Reservoir Act, it states quite clearly that cascades of ponds are, in fact, to be looked at very carefully. And I believe, and I've always said, that it should go to them for the design of it, and so on. So there's flaws everywhere, and it's very difficult. The other thing, and the road itself, the link road, governs the embankment that put up. I agree entirely, it's got to be an embankment. It's not going to be a structure, that's ridiculous. The ground conditions are not fit enough, and it's going to take a lot of work to do that, but to get those right. And the developer's shown no idea of this. He's not mentioned it. He's just simply washed through a lot of this. And some of it, as I say, it's because that the planning rules do not cater for this sort of thing, and therefore it's taken advantage of that in some ways and decided it's not going to give us the information. That is unbelievable. And as a chartered civil engineer, would never allow, and neither would any chartered civil engineer, to inform my client that the work that would be given the notice, the contractor could start that work until all these matters were fully resolved. And that's the problem. So there's that, and then of course there's the balancing ponds. We've talked about, I started with the balancing ponds years ago with both Environment Agency and Severn Trent Water, and asked them about these things. From the very start, things have been apparent to me, because of my knowledge, that are not going well. And sure enough, it's all turned out to be an absolute chaos. And as I say, there's various faults everywhere. But the main thing is that throughout all this, because of the sheer number of points that I could raise as questions to the applicant, would be about the level of a encyclopedia. There's so many things, and I have outlined a lot of them in my papers to the submissions to the public inquiry. The developers say, well, you've had the chance to look at these. You've had the chance to look at everything that I've done. since the planning application went in. They're all on the planning portal of the LPA. So I can find no reason why that you have not actually, and the prime parties, LBA, the DCC and DCC have not in fact asked some of these questions, or if they have, they've been refused. And therefore, I fall back now on the simple fact that many, and a lot have already been sent in questions in the submissions in the bundles that I've sent to the public inquiry, that there is enough evidence to show without a doubt that one of the reasons, and I'm disappointed with the district council with only putting 4 in, that was ridiculous. However, the thing was that there's that many there that there's overwhelming evidence to use the one method that there is of a engineering, from an engineering point of view, that allows you to say to the district council, kindly decline, dismiss this application, and that is lack of information. And I plead with all participants to remember that, because that on its own, I believe, is enough to dismiss this. Never mind what else is said, and never mind that my thing's only a small part of the whole thing. It's nevertheless something that obviously I'm
Mr. Ellsworth, not wishing to interrupt, you've had 15 minutes.
All right, I'll go.
Do you need much longer?
No, I don't. No, I don't at all.
Thank you.
It's all right. But as I say, I hope I've got the points across there, and I look forward to being challenged by a professional.
Just bear with me a second. Mr. Lewis, do you have any questions? No. Thank you very much, Mr. Ellsworth. Thank you for your time. Okay. Just aware that we are moving towards a very late lunchtime at 1:45, but we can probably hear from, is it Dr. Aitken next? Thank you.
Hi everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm a lecturer and researcher at the University of Salford. We conducted a British Academy funded study looking at flooding and community resilience in Matlock. We recently published a paper in the International Journal of Disaster Risk Management, which is one of the world's leading journals in the field, titled Flooding and Community Resilience, a Study of Matlock, Derbyshire. That came out last month. It's been doing the rounds in the Derbyshire Times and the Matlock Mercury and drawn up a lot of interest in this. We've got another article coming out shortly in the same journal on the same topic, which will provide a substantial evidence base to be used against this proposed development further, in addition to what we've already published. But just to go back, in 2022 is when we did our research, and we firstly, I've researched in communities widespread. That's what I do for my job. And when I've been into communities in the past, local authorities are always keen to hear from academics and researchers. Why? Because the evidence that you're going to bring is representative of the constituent's voice, and local authorities can use that information to then give people what they want, or at least adapt something based on what they've heard. However, when we came into the field in 2022, we were met with a wall of silence by the local authorities, the council, the flooding agencies, regeneration officials. Indeed, at one point I was pushed out almost from the Hurst Farm newly opened community centre. I asked to record some of the conversations with those regeneration officials, and they didn't want to know. They quickly ushered me out, and I found this strange. I said, well, why is this? And we quickly found out it was because they didn't want us coming into the community and speaking to local residents, because they knew what we would find out, and we quickly did find out. We found out that flooding in Matlock is what we naively assumed was a natural issue. It was, maybe climate change is increasing precipitation causing the river to flood. And that was naive of us, because flooding in Matlock is a political issue. as much, if not more than it is a natural issue. And every single resident we spoke to 40 residents in depth, some of up to 2 hours. That was the point we reached data saturation. So what that means is that we could have spoke to 400, possibly 4,000 residents, and we would have heard the exact same things. So 40 was enough to get what we needed to know. We started to get repetition. And one of the biggest aspects of what residents said was that flooding had been increasing year on year, coinciding with recent developments to the north of the town. And so we came to the conclusion, well, now we know why nobody wanted to speak to us, because this is what we found. But aside from that, we've heard a lot about the technical and planning aspects of this development. I want to talk about something which is less quantifiable, which is community resilience. And that's what my article focused on. Now, community resilience is one of the most, forget these new bridges, forget water attenuation ponds, the community themselves are the first respondents in any disaster scenario, whether it be terrorism or flooding, wildfires in California, you name it. And community resilience is one of those things that's hard to quantify, hard to measure, but it's essential to how communities adapt, survive, and respond to flooding events, of which Matlock's had numerous in the last few years. And what we found is that there's extensive evidence of community resilience. People really did take upon themselves to alleviate, to mediate the negative effects of flooding in any way possible. So we saw local action groups who would go out, help each other out, distribution of sandbags, posting on social media, Facebook groups, offering support, emotional support, financial support to those in need. In some instances, there was a resident who was blockaded in by floodwater and couldn't get access to the shops. Residents took upon themselves to help that resident out. This is what community resilience is. It's that flexibility of communities to be adaptable and to bounce back as quickly as possible from natural disaster. And we found, it's a great testament to the residents of Matlock, because that's one of the biggest things we found, is that there is a lot of community resilience in Matlock. There's only so much the community themselves can do. And the other second finding we found out is that the community were pretty exasperated with the local authorities. They felt that what they were doing was backing up the wrong tree. Yes, you've got a shiny new bridge, but it doesn't really deal with the flooding that's coming from the north of the town due to surface runoff. Indeed, that's what we found when we spoke to local businesses who are right beside that new fancy shiny bridge, which is flood defence system. A lot of the business owners said, well, this is backing up the wrong tree. I'm still going to get flooded from the hillside of which this housing development sits on top of, and will exacerbate the surface runoff. They also felt that existing flood prevention methods didn't work. So we've talked a lot about attenuation ponds. I spoke to some residents in one of the latest housing developments up near Hurst Farm, and they had nice French doors at the back of their house in their garden. They said, every time it rains, every time, I get flooded 4 foot deep in my garden. And that wasn't sold to them by the developers. They didn't mention that when they bought the house. But they're stuck with this this condemned building, actually, because the more that happens, the less you can't get housing insurance. And that's another issue which is affecting all businesses, which speaks to this issue, which I'll come back to, of economic growth, which was said by the appellant. Now, the central principle of community resilience is that communities must be able to work together with other institutions, such as formal organisations, to build in flood resilience. It can't just be communities left by themselves. It has to be a joined-up approach. It can't be top-down, directed by local authorities or by housing planners or private agencies. It has to be something which is mutual. And that's because locals themselves have a lot of expert knowledge on the subject of flooding. As I said before, they're the first respondents to it and live with it on a daily basis. So social interactions, social networks, knowledge of place, history, and perspectives on its future are all these things that communities have and help to build resilience into community. Solutions should be sought which support and enhance civic engagement and social action with communities and don't undermine these properties and these qualities which communities have. And it's our fear that this development and the very fact we're sitting here points to the tensions and the distrust and the fractures between the communities and local authorities, which is one of the biggest things which undermines the concept of community resilience. So it's our opinion that the proposed Wolds housing development will undermine community resilience and flooding preparedness in two ways. Firstly, it will further this disconnect between local authorities and the communities. No matter what happens, the damage is being done between communities and local authorities. The distrust is there, and it has to be really worked at to build that back. Otherwise, you're going to have weakening community resilience, which will exacerbate and increase the effects of flooding. Second, the Wolds development and resultant surface runoff, which is beyond doubt. You only have to go walking up that hill as you've done on a wet day to see the surface runoff as it stands currently. Olympic-sized pond isn't enough, in my opinion. Other solutions could be such as natural soaks, rewilding, use of green infrastructure. These are proven within the academic literature. But it's our fear that surface runoff would overwhelm the community to a point where they can no longer cope with the effects of flooding. So that community resilience that we've seen in the last 5 years with all these flooding events, that's allowed Matlock to resurface, to regenerate, to rebuild, this will provide a tipping point in which they will no longer be able to. Now, the appellant said there in their opening statement about one of the benefits of this housing development is economic growth. Well, how can economic growth and prosperity exist at the same time there is social decline caused by year upon year of flooding, where people move away, where businesses are literally and metaphorically washed away? And these are important points which you need to consider one way or another. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aitken. I assume, Mr. Lewis, you didn't have any questions. Okay, thank you. So we're now at 1:41. We've got 5 speakers left to go. And sorry, but I suggest it is time to take a break, because I think everybody needs a lunch break and hopefully a breath of fresh air. So if we break for lunch and come back at 2:30 as was planned in the programme and continue with the further 5 interested parties, it does delay, unfortunately, Mr. Yarwood's evidence a little, but hopefully we'll catch up in due course.
Who have kindly contributed this morning.
Yeah.
Mr. David Bell, we were just checking to see what Ball, forgive me, Mr. David Ball. We were just checking to see our records to see if we had a copy of, I think, what he referred to as a 300 plus page, 319. Yes, I corrected myself. So I just wanted to check, Madam, because I heard that you mentioned that you'd seen something. I just wanted to make sure that we've seen what you've seen from Mr. Ball.
Okay, just let me go to my documents and I'll tell you what I've seen from Mr. Ball. Okay. So, at appeal stage, I have a cover letter, document 1, Matlock's water supply, Wolds Spring, document 2, Wolds Spring, document 3, culvert timeline, document 4, presentation avenue, document 5, catchment, document 6, fault mound landslide, and document 7, landscape and visual impact. And that's what I have on file. Does that match?
I'm not sure that it does, but we will double check before making that.
Sorry, it would probably be helpful if you came back to the table so you're on the mic, please.
If it helps, it was also submitted as part of Matlock Town Council's representation. They submitted 5 of the documents, and also as Councillor Waynes submitted it. So it actually, in various forms, it's 3 times on the Derbyshire Dales District Council portal. Thank you.
We will go away and double check those references. I'm
Yeah.
very grateful, Madam.
Yeah.
And then report back if there's a problem. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, so we're now at 1:44 and the inquiry is adjourned until 2:30. Okay, so see everybody again at 2:30. somebody near the back please pull the door to? Thank you, Councillor Hughes. So just before we continue with interested parties, is there anything new to report in terms of the 106 or the hedgerows issue, please?
So 106, Madam, is that I understand there have been further discussions this morning. They are progressing just as I left the room now in relation to the viability review mechanism. We will continue those efforts and I will seek a further update for you before the end of the afternoon. On the hedgerows evidence, I'm grateful to Mr. Yarwood. He has explained to me, Madam, in the last 5 minutes that the plans that he initially thought were new and additional, two of the three that he wanted to reference, are in fact plans, he tells me, that are already appended to the hedgerows technical note that we provided from Mr. Gajos, Mr. Paul Gajos, as you'll recall, with our rebuttal evidence. So the only, and Mr. Yarwood will correct me if I'm mistaken, but the only additional document, as I understand it, is what seems to be a photocopy of an extract of a plan which Mr. Yarwood has been advised relates to a date in or around 1831. Is that right, Mr. Yarwood? 1835. I can deal with that, Madam, because I suspect I know already what Mr. Gajos would say about it, but we will ask him to look at it. The problem with that document, as I see it, is that it's not dated, and we don't have any evidence from written evidence, that is, from any expert in the area or any other relevant official that is giving any evidence in relation to the date. So all that we have effectively is just a zoomed in extract of a plan, an historical map, which is undated on its face. So I can deal with that so far as it goes, Madam, and I wouldn't object to its going in on that basis, but it's accepting that it can be admitted on the basis that it seems, from what I've seen, to be a very limited assistance.
Mr. Yarwood, can you give any clarity on the date of it?
It's been supplied to us by the county archaeologist. The only information we have is what he's advised us, which is that it's called a Sanderson map from 1835, and shows the field boundaries very much as they are today. I'm sorry it's late, and I'm sorry it's not very robust in terms of evidence. It's only arrived with us relatively recently as we contacted the countyologist in response to the evidence that had been submitted by the appellant. And this is what he returned to us. So we have this map. We have the county archaeologist telling us it's from 1835 and called the Sanderson map, and his opinion on its robustness in terms of evidence of hedgerows existing before 1845.
Anything further, Mr. Lewis?
No, other than to say, and again, grateful to Mr. Yarwood, but with the greatest respect to him, we simply don't have any direct evidence from that official to indicate either way what it is seeking to demonstrate.
Any views, Mr. Cosgrove?
No, because I still haven't been given a copy of anything, so I'd be grateful if Mr. Yarwood could give us a copy of something. Then I may have views.
Okay, I think we'll touch on this again somewhat later, once Mr. Cosgrove's had an opportunity to look at it. Okay, so I will consider that in due course once Mr. Cosgrove's had an opportunity. Just so you're aware, Mr. Ball has just sent documentation into the planning inspectorate in terms of his statement, so hopefully it should be wending its way in your direction.
I'm very grateful, Madam, because I think we were going to just check with Mr. Carr-Brown what he had to make sure that we had the same. So we'll cross-check that this afternoon. I'm very grateful.
Yeah, I'll just ask him to send it to you.
Madam, if it helps you, I don't think I can add anything to what Mr. Lewis has said. You'll have noticed in the statement of common ground we entered into on biodiversity, there's a paragraph dealing with important hedgerows where are. So that's, I think, remains my position having seen that. But of course, if anything further comes to light about the provenance of that, we'll take it further.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Cosgrove, for looking at it so swiftly. Bearing in mind what Mr. Cosgrove and Mr. Lewis have to say, Mr. Yowood, I'm willing to accept the document. So if you can provide it to me, once I've had it, I will give it an ID number. Okay, so where we are in terms of interested parties. Anything else before we move on to interested parties, by the way? No? Okay, thank you. So we had 5 people left, and the next person on the list was Mr. Ewart. And if you could just make sure the microphone's on, please, Mr. Ewart. I appreciate you've got time constraints this afternoon. If you could abridge your statement, if possible, because it is particularly long. I'm concerned we're going to be here for some time. Thank you.
Again. Yes, thank you for that, Madam. By way of process, firstly, my thanks to Carr-Brown, who's been very helpful. Secondly, he's agreed, and I think you've got my long statement, which was a revision of an earlier one. So I can keep this, I think, very short.
Thank you.
So I'm John Ewart, a planner, MRTPI retired, acting pro bono. I've been advising World's Action Group since the middle of the Derbyshire Dales local plan inquiry. So I observed quite a bit of what happened at that inquiry, and Matlock CLT since its creation. So my statement is as follows. It's an extensive critique of the Dales local plan, which of course you have to pay regard to, Madam. I say that various issues in the local plan have been overstated constantly. A higher target of supply than is justified, I believe. The first of these is the national park effect. This, in my opinion, reduces the need figure by about 25%. This concept was agreed by the then inspector in the South Downs National Park and Lewis plan decision. The actual references, Madam, are in my long statement. The second concerns brownfield. The Dales Council defended the last-minute allocation of the Wolds at the local plan inquiry as what he called an insurance policy. He explained that to mean in case brownfield sites weren't viable. I say that those sites, and there are 24 of them on the council's brownfield list, those sites should have been pursued vigorously rather than assuming they wouldn't go ahead. Next is the garden village. The concept of a garden village was well understood at the time of the local plan inquiry. Others at that inquiry meeting proposed a policy to seek a site. It was known then that a new village in the south could provide at least 2,000 houses. I've gone a little bit further on that because that seems to me a positive thing. I've now been in contact with Cornwall Council, which has similar conditions broadly as does the Derbyshire Dales. There are now 3 live garden villages in Cornwall. One of them led and chaired by Lord Matthew Taylor. As regards holistic restoration, Wills Farm, in the opinion of many people in this village, in this town, should be restored for nature and public enjoyment. The Wells team, WAG, I think they commissioned Miriam MacDonald's work. That's, in my view, quite remarkable for the fact that it's probably the best assessment of species of any other submissions. And it also puts forward the concept of holistic restoration, which means that Wells Farm would continue in existence if this appeal were dismissed. It would continue in existence for nature and public enjoyment. Next is the sequential test for flood risk. I don't personally know for sure what the circumstances are there. I have been told it has not been carried out. If that's the case, had it been carried out, there were 24 sites again, which in my view, I know some of the sites, not all of them, of the 24. Most of them seem to me to be either no flood risk or lower flood risk than the Wells. The Wells was called by me a long time ago a giant sponge. So this appeal should now, in my view, be dismissed on that basis, amongst others. So in conclusion, it's my job as a town and country planner to look at the concept of the planning balance, which has now been accepted as good practice for a long time. And it's my view, Madam, that there are overwhelming grounds for dismissing this appeal on the planning balance. So, Madam, I ask you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lewis, do you have any questions at all?
I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Hewitt.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So the next person is Councillor Joanne Linthwaite, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jo Linthwaite. I'm a district councillor for Matlock East and Tansley. I'm also one of 2 voluntary flood wardens, and it's in this capacity I speak today. I wish to address some of the flooding issues currently experienced by Matlock residents. In February and August 2014, applications to develop land southeast of the Wolds on Asker Lane were refused by the Planning Committee on the grounds that applications were for greenfield sites outside the settlement boundary. No mention was made of flood risk. Now, I wasn't going to name this site, but it has already been named, so in the interest of transparency, I'm talking about Treetops, William Davis. On the 1st of July 2015, the developer won an appeal to the planning inspector. In the report, the only reference to drainage issues on this site was a brief 2 lines stating that approval would be required for a surface water drainage plan to minimise the risk of flooding. By now, you're all very familiar with the famous Upper Wolds Spring. One of the branches of this spring runs down the length of the Asker Lane site. There are now 85 houses on this site. I have visited around half of them, and so far I have found only one which does not or has not suffered from a waterlogged back garden for many months of the year. Indeed, the vicarage has an area of lawn that even in the driest of summers is so wet that it is difficult to mow. Those that can afford it have spent many thousands of pounds having additional drainage installed. One family of keen gardeners have had the whole garden dug up and replaced with decorative chippings and pots, as every single plant they put in the ground died waterlogged. In addition, there are 2 attenuation ponds which are designed to control surface water runoff. The lower of the 2 ponds works well. The upper pond has never worked, having only 2 or 3 inches of water in it at any one time. There have been regular flooding incidents at properties below the site. These include 2 nurseries, several homes, which have experienced flooding from both surface water runoff and sewage surcharging from the combined sewer running along Presentation Avenue. Children have been found making mud pies from feces. Homes have been occupied by some families for 70 plus and 50 plus years have had surface water flooding their homes, having never experienced flooding before. Both of these homes have been flooded repeatedly since 2023. And just referring back to Dr. Aitken's comments about resilience in the community earlier, the lady who's lived in the property for 50 plus years was flooded initially in July 23. The whole of her ground floor was flooded to a level of several inches with surface water, just days after the death of her husband. The house was dried out and the floors replaced at the beginning of October 23, only to be flooded again 2 weeks later. Ironically, a fountain in the convent grounds, fed by the branch of the Upper Wold Springs, which runs through the site, has been bone dry in recent years, as has a nearby ladder sough. Why these changes should have occurred is unknown. This is just a snapshot of what life is now like for some of our residents. There are a number of sites within my own ward which have suffered similar problems after development, water where it shouldn't be. There are a number of sites across the county as a whole. Due to the huge amount of citizen science conducted as a result of the appeal before you today, we now have a much better understanding of the various branches of the Upper Wold Spring and the huge amounts of water they discharge daily. Matlock was a spa town for a reason. Our understanding is far better than back in 2014 when the Asker Lane site was first mooted. However, that application was reviewed by the LLFA and the LPA and the Planning Inspectorate and found to be sound. In light of the flooding problems I have just described, you can perhaps understand why Matlock residents are deeply sceptical of assurances that the far more complex watercourses on the Wolds can be mitigated by what feels to residents as an "it'll be all right on the night" approach. The combined sewer on Presentation Avenue is already failing, and it is into this sewer that Phase 1 of the Wolds development is intended to discharge. So why do I think this is relevant? Those involved in planning have, in all good faith, repeatedly reassured residents and promised the earth betterment. What we've had is more water. Who can we turn to for help? Who is willing to investigate? Who will take responsibility when systems fail? So far, I have found no one willing to put their hand up. I am still regularly wading through floodwater and raw sewage to deliver flood sacks to my community. Indeed, at the weekend, like many people, I'm sure, I spent most of the weekend gardening, and I noticed that I've spent so much time wading through sewage that it has burnt off the top surface of my Wellington boots. There's a tide mark about ankle height. So please, remember our reality when coming to your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, any questions?
No, I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Linthwaite. Councillor Hughes. Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for listening to all of our speeches this morning and this afternoon. And thank you, everybody else, for your attention. I'm David Hughes, leader of Matlock Town Council and a district councillor for the Matlock East and Tansley ward of Derbyshire Dales. I am speaking on behalf of Matlock Town Council. The clerk to the council has written to you, Madam, with the Town Council's views about the proposed development and the appeal process. I'm not going to repeat what is in that written submission. It is very long and I think comprehensive and provides the NPPF and local plan justification for the points that I'm going to make today. I'm going to just talk about two of the points in that in our submission. The first, it concerns drainage. Neither the appellant nor the LPA has demonstrated that the risks the development imposes on Matlock can be mitigated while remaining viable. No risk assessment has been undertaken. Therefore, neither party has a clear understanding of those risks, the measures necessary to mitigate them, and their cost. As the LPA concluded in March 2024, insufficient information has been provided by the appellant to enable the proposal to be approved. Past experience in Matlock suggests that on sites like the Wolds, a successful outcome is not achieved by conditioning drainage systems. And we've heard from Councillor Linthwaite what has happened after other sites have been approved and developed on condition. And while we cannot produce a cause and effect response, the difference between the before and after is significant. And based on such experience, Matlock residents have reason to be concerned that conditioning will not work on this occasion either. So why did Council advise the local planning authority to seek agreed conditions? My allegation is that Council, like the LPA and the developer itself, did not have the full facts of the situation in front of them because the developer, the LPA and the LLFA have even now insufficient understanding of the sites and the risks on the risks to Matlock that the development creates. Council's advice was reliant on the advice of the drainage engineer, who had not visited the site or discussed the site issues with those with the most knowledge, and that's the World's Action Group and the flood wardens. And here I would just say, I think Council for the appellant suggested that the Rule 6 group has no expert witnesses. I think, Madam, that you will be able to see from their testimony today that in terms of ecology and drainage, they do have experts. The difference between the experts the appellant has and the experts that the Rule 6 have is one is paid, the other isn't, and perhaps there's a difference in age between them. But the Rule 6 experts have got qualifications, and indeed they've got the on-the-ground experience, which the appellant's experts seem to lack, relying on modelling and not real-world information. The drainage engineer's advice was reliant on a mistaken assumption that a sequential test had been undertaken. On modelling, not the real-world data. We don't know what data the modelling was using, and on the LLFA's knowledge of the site. It is WAG and the flood wardens that have built up evidence and presented to the LLFA. The LLFA have scant information about the sites by themselves. They've also provided that information to Severn Trent and the LPA. It is those local people that have challenged the developers' proposals, resulting in changes to the proposals, yet they were not consulted by the drainage engineer employed by the council. And I would here acknowledge that the appellant has recognised the expertise in the Rule 6 group, whereas perhaps the council has not acknowledged that expertise. I have listed omissions in the evidence-based, the following points demonstrate the failure to collect sufficient evidence to determine this application from an environmental and drainage perspective. A risk assessment of the proposed drainage system has yet to be undertaken. Such a risk assessment is needed to determine whether that they are sufficient to control the flow from above and from the site in relation to extreme weather events. And I would note here that a 1% chance of an event happening is equivalent in a 100-year period. There's a 63% chance of it happening in any year during that 100-year period, according to my calculation using of probability. Only one, so it's it's better than 50% chance of there being an extreme event as modelled over the next 100 years. Only one weather scenario has been modelled. No modelling of two events close together has been undertaken. Such modelling may find that the ponds overtop. The consequences of such overtopping have not been considered. The geology is not sufficiently understood. Springs on Matlock Bank frequently change, pointing to changes in underground flows of water. Those flows may be diverted easily from one path to another due to changes in circumstances on the surface. Changing way to the ponds as they fill and empty may have such an impact. The consequences of such changes need to be considered, as they could be severe for people living below the development if new springs emerge. The hills above the site are commercially forested. Areas are cleared from time to time, resulting in increased flows of water down the hillside underground. No attempt has been made to consider the impact of such clearance from above the site. Assumptions have been made about the flow from the Upper Wold Spring that have not been verified. The proposal for conditioning a one-year-long survey may be difficult for the LPA to enforce, given a financial need to start development as quickly as possible in phase 1. There is no apparent understanding of other sources of water on the site. We've heard this morning about there being 20, possibly 20 springs or so thereabouts on the site, and the LLFA does not know about them. Hence, they could not advise consultants about such sources. They could not advise the applicant about those sources either. The ability of the drains and sewers to accommodate the flow from the site are open to challenge based on the evidence provided by the flood warden. I asked the planning inspector to note that the appellant has had at least 6 years to undertake a risk assessment and propose measures to mitigate the identified risks. The appellant has yet to do so. Instead, it has made stopgap changes to its proposals in reaction to evidence collected by WAG and others. Further, without the assessment, the developer itself has no understanding of mitigation costs and hence the overall viability of its proposals. To conclude this point, the developer has failed to provide sufficient information to determine the application in accordance with the NPPF requirement that a development is not to represent a risk to residents or to those in its vicinity, and the appraisals carried out so far have been based on insufficient evidence and therefore cannot be trusted. The appeal should therefore be refused on those grounds. My second point is that the proposed housing does not meet the local housing need, contrary to policies in the local plan. It should therefore be refused. The developer has argued that the provision of affordable housing would make the development unviable. The developer's conclusion is based on its proposal for the site. An alternative proposal may be less costly to implement, enabling a developer to satisfy the affordable housing need. Housing in Derbyshire Dales is unaffordable for many people who have grown up or work in the district. The most recent housing survey concluded that the district's social housing requirement is 191 dwellings per year. The district's revised housing target is 588 dwellings per year. Thus, the requirement is for some 32% of new builds to be social housing in one form or another. The local plan requires 30% on major sites such as the Wolds. There are 3 major prospective developments in the Matlock area totaling 1,045 dwellings yet to be built. They cover all the large sites near Matlock in the current local plan, yet make no contribution to affordable housing. Approval of the Wolds development with no affordable housing will contribute to a local shortfall of some 300 affordable dwellings. This will make the local housing need exceedingly difficult to meet and will probably be fulfilled by exception sites not in the local plan, as that is allowed by the local plan policies. By refusing this application, therefore, the planning inspector will provide an opportunity for another developer to attempt the provision of affordable housing on this site. To conclude, I ask the planning inspector to refuse this appeal, because it fails to meet the local housing need and because there is insufficient evidence presented by the developer or statutory consultees that development as proposed is safe and is viable, and that conditioning the provision of such information has been demonstrated to fail on similar sites in Matlock. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Any questions from Mr. Lewis?
No, other than just to confirm, and I'm grateful that the issue of risk relating to the proposed drainage systems, that is something I'll be covering with Mr. Yarwood, so I won't duplicate questions now. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanne Shimin. And apologies if I haven't said your name right. It's not one I've come across. Thank you. Sorry, microphone on, please.
I'll start again. My name is Joanne Shimin. I'm a resident of Matlock and I live on Cavendish Road, which is one of the two proposed accesses to this development. Ironically, we are moving house next week to a property further along Cavendish Road in between that and Wellington Street, and we've had a local search which tells us we are a flood risk and we are on top of the Bank Road. So explain that, on top of a hill, but we're at risk of surface water flooding from the Wolds as it is. On 28th of March 2024, Derbyshire Dales District Council refused outline planning permission for the developer William Davis Limited to build over 400 homes in the Gritstone Road area of Matlock. The word outline is important here. On the 23rd of January 2025, Derbyshire Dales District Council held an extraordinary meeting, and it was decided that, in accordance with Section 100A of the Local Government Act 1972, the public and press be excluded from this meeting due to the likelihood of exempt information being disclosed and to protect the Council's case at the forthcoming inquiry. On the 27th of January 2025, the Council published the following statement. Although the District Council no longer has statutory powers over the application, it remains our view, confirmed at an extraordinary Council meeting last week, that the Gritstone Road proposals would have an adverse impact on Matlock if allowed in its current form. However, technical and legal experts hired by the Council have advised that these impacts can be mitigated by planning conditions. Consequently, they advise that the Council can no longer defend the reasons for refusing planning permission. You can imagine the absolute shock and horror felt by the town on hearing this news. Section 100A of the Local Government Act 1972 states that the public shall be excluded from a meeting of a principal council during an item of business whenever it is likely, in view of the nature of the business to be transacted or the nature of the proceedings, that if members of the public were present during that item, confidential information would be disclosed to them in breach of the obligation of confidence. It goes on to describe confidential information as information furnished to the Council by a government department upon terms which forbid the disclosure of the information to the public. That wasn't one of them. Information the disclosure of which to the public is prohibited by or under any enactment or by the order of the court. So I point out to the inspector at this moment that neither of these 2 points apply to this meeting. Part 1 of Schedule 12A to this Act sets out what can be classed as exempt information, subject to qualifications contained in Part 2 of that schedule. Exempt information is stated to be information relating to any individual, information likely to reveal the identity of an individual, information relating to the financial or business affairs of any particular person, information relating to consultations or negotiations in connection with labour relations, information protected by legal professional privilege, information about notices or orders under any enactment, information related to crime prevention, investigation or prosecution. The Council did not specify which part of Schedule 12A they applied in this decision. In the short, publicly available recording of the preamble to this extraordinary meeting, councils discuss why they are not holding it in public, but only mention they were advised legally not to do so by planning lawyers. They do not state that discussions were protected by legal professional privilege, which is one of the points listed above. They do not refer their decision to the relevant part of Part 1 of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972. The apparent failure to follow the rules led to non-compliance with the Freedom of Information Act 2000. Requests for recorded information from this meeting were met with replies stating there were no further information available. The Freedom of Information Act covers any recorded information held by a public authority in England, including printed documents, computer files, letters, emails, photographs, and sound or video recordings. The Information Commissioner upholds information rights in the public interest, promoting openness by public bodies. They state public authorities spend taxpayer money and make decisions that significantly affect people's lives. Access to information helps the public hold authorities accountable and allows for better informed public debate. The principle behind freedom of information legislation is that people have a right to know about public authorities' activities unless there is a good reason for non-disclosure. Section 77(1) of the Freedom of Information Act states that it's a criminal offence to alter, deface, block, erase, destroy or conceal any record held by a public authority with the intention of preventing disclosure. A person guilty of this offence is liable to a fine. So why the secrecy? Even though the council may have felt within their rights to hold the meeting in secret, the fact that it appears evident there were no minutes, printed documents, computer files, letters, emails, photographs and sound or video recordings can only leave the people of Matlock completely in the dark and angry. We can only surmise that there is something to hide. Were the council under undue pressure from third parties with an interest in having this development approved? After years and years of planning applications for the walls, expert reports, surveys, etc., why this sudden and secret U-turn? Furthermore, the council voted not to defend their decision to reject outline planning permission, leaving them no right to defend the full planning permission. We all know the magnitude of this planning application and the devastation it will cause Matlock if approved. The findings state there is a threat to life, Nothing is more serious than that, and yet this momentous decision was taken in secret without any apparent evidence as to what took place on that day. Our life really is in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, any questions?
No questions, I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, Sarah Halliwell, please.
Thank you, Madam Inspector. I've amended quite a lot of what I was going to say because it's been covered so brilliantly by so many people. And I think that's the first point I want to say is that I've noticed that there's been no redress, questioning to people who are experts in their own fields. We are in a David and Goliath situation with the Rule 6 party not having the funding or the backing of the local council in standing against this appeal. So we as local citizens have come together and we have used our experiences. For me, I got involved with this issue because I have a background in social science and science education. And when I moved to the area, I saw other developments that had been approved by the people responsible for recommending the adoption of the Wolds into the local plan being built on. And I knew that they were utterly unsustainable. And I went to a national symposium at the Labour Party conference and spoke to a town planner who uses one of these developments as an example of what not to do and how that those properties will flood in the next 25 years and they will be uninsurable. And this alarmed me so much that I became a local councillor and got involved in planning. I have read through much of the paperwork, and it would be easy to say that there will be a lot of experts that have been paid for that will answer over the next few days. I've come to speak really for Matlock. We go back 1,000+ years. We have a long history. People have always come here because of our green fields and our water and some of our minerals and our stones. And I do not want the last chapter of Matlock to be the decision that is made in this meeting. I do not want the future, because this is not just about a 1 year, 2 year, 5 year housing supply. This is about the resilience of our communities to survive what will be catastrophic flooding in the future, which will wreck the businesses in my community. The people of Matlock Green will be damaged. They're already getting intermittent flooding. This is everything that my fellow witnesses have said, I concur with. We cannot have this development go ahead, and I implore you on behalf of the children and young people of this town who are going to live here in 50 years, in 100 years, because that's what we're building for, is that we don't want the character of who we are to be so utterly transformed by an ideological approach to development that has led to not the housing needs that we have, which is, I'm not against development. I want the right homes in the right places. I'm Labour's candidate for county council. I absolutely believe that we need affordable, social and shared ownership as part of the solution. This development will take up priority land and will prevent the development of that kind of property. And in my professional life, I work as a caseworker, and I have countless local residents who cannot get access to social housing, who are desperate for adapted accommodation, warm accommodation, affordable accommodation. They can't get it. They can't get it. We have a duty, as the people in this room, to make good decisions for the people of Matlock, for the people of Derbyshire Dales. There is such a breach of trust in this process where we have been excluded from key decision making, and the absolute in the background, most people in Matlock are unaware of what's going on, right? Most people, they'll see it in the news, but they will trust somebody else to be making the right decisions. Yet we know that the local county council are virtually bankrupt, so they've not been funding the officers. We know the Environmental Agency has had catastrophic underfunding. We know the Forestry Commission, who are making decisions on other things, have had underfunding for 14 years. Everything has been underfunded, under-resourced. People have not been able to do their jobs well enough, devote the time and energy. And we have come to this point because of the resilience of the Wolds Action Group, who have just gone, this is financial risk for them, massive financial risk. They're not going to be that impacted personally, but they just know it's wrong. And I've come here to say, please give material consideration. I've submitted all the reasons against even having this appeal heard, because I think the evidence is there to say that it fails in terms of biodiversity net gain, it fails in terms of landscaping, it fails in terms of affordability, it fails in terms of water, the Outline Plan Commission. There's not an aspect that I don't agree with, that we've got outdated climate modelling, outdated legislation being applied. Please, use your discretion, Madam Inspector, if you do not find in our favour to hold the developers to the full requirement around affordable, social, shared ownership. Hold them to biodiversity net gain. We can't stand the loss of, I think it's a complete nonsense that we're going to have this development go ahead. But if you do find it, hold them to the current legislation, because that area at the top of Matlock is our lungs. It's our economy, because it's our tourist attraction. We can't stand having another 1,000 cars into our community. And I'm going on because I've edited my speech so much, so I won't. But as a former teacher, the thought, we've had so many children injured on that road, what's going to happen to the children in the future going down that road for 9 years? Who's going to take responsibility? Who's going to go and tell the parents when their kids are hit by a HGV, right? Who's going to go and have that conversation? Because it won't be people in this room, maybe me. Maybe some of the councillors will be the ones that are on the door. And I'm not saying that to be alarmist. I think there's lots of serious health and safety issues. So for the future of Matlock, think about us for 50 years, 100 years. How can we be a thriving, prosperous community with the right kinds of homes in the right kinds of places? Thank you very much for listening to my contribution.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
I have no questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that concludes the interested parties. Is it worth taking a brief break before we move on to Mr. Yarwood? Okay, so it's now 3:15. If we come back at 3:25, give people a chance to stretch their legs. So the inquiry is adjourned to 3:25. resumed. Before Mr. Lewis cross-examines Mr. Yarwood, anything from from any party?
No, nothing from me, Madam, other than I've got the list of core documents for you, if that would help before we start, but nothing on other matters.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead with the list of core documents?
Certainly, Madam, yes. So this is the list in case it's of assistance, everyone. These are all CD core document numbers. 1.3 AZ, 1.3 I, 2.68 C, 2.68 P for Peter, Part 4, 3.7, 6.1, 7.1, but specifically parts 9, 12, 13 and 14, 7.4, 7.5 and 9.5. And don't worry, Mr. Yarwood, I'll give those references again as we come to the documents, but a little overwhelming to have those all at the start. But I will signal when we get to the various documents.
Okay.
I'm very grateful. Mr. Yarwood, a very good afternoon to you. You tell us in your proof, Mr. Yarwood, that you're giving evidence on all the matters that make up the Wolds Action Group's case. And you list those matters in paragraph 1.4 of your proof. And there are 6 issues in total. We note them: land drainage and flood risk, biodiversity, character and appearance, highway pedestrian safety, provision of affordable housing, and contribution towards community and infrastructure needs. We note, of course, that you're an experienced chartered town planner and you manage your own planning consultancy. But can I just confirm for factual purposes, Mr. Yarwood, whether or not you have any specific qualifications relating to the technical areas on which you give evidence? So if I start first of all with land drainage and flood risk, please, do you have any specific technical qualifications in relation to that area of practice?
Mr. Yarwood, could you use the microphone, and could I also advise that you're no longer permitted to talk to the people next to you, okay? Given that you are now being cross-examined. Thank you.
I'm grateful. Biodiversity, Mr. Yarwood, any specific qualifications on that?
No, we could short circuit this by my admitting I've no technical qualifications on any of these areas.
I'm grateful. It would be correct to say, therefore, wouldn't it, as a matter of fact, as a consequence of that, of not having any special qualifications or specific qualifications in those areas, you do not provide technical expert evidence on any of the matters that you list in 1.4. That would be correct, wouldn't it?
No, I don't think that is correct. All the evidence I've given is within my competence and experience.
Yeah. And what you would mean by that, and correct me if I'm mistaken in my understanding, therefore, and that's why I think we do need perhaps to interrogate this a little bit more closely, you'd accept that you wouldn't have any specific qualifications in relation to land drainage, flood risk, biodiversity, or highway pedestrian safety, but you would say, wouldn't you, very fairly, I would accept, that in view of your experience as a town planner, you would be well placed to give evidence on matters such as character and appearance, affordable housing, and infrastructure contributions. Would that be a fair summary of your areas of focus and expertise?
I believe I'm in a position to give evidence on all the issues which I have raised in my proof of evidence.
I'll ask the question again, if I may. Would it be fair for me to summarize your position as an expert as follows: that you're in a position, in light of your status as a chartered town planner, an experienced town planner, to give evidence on matters relating to character and appearance, provision of affordable housing and infrastructure contributions. Let me put it like this. You are, on the other remaining issues, land drainage and flood risk, biodiversity, and highway and pedestrian safety, you are able to give evidence in the context of your experience as a chartered town planner. Would that be fair?
Yes.
I'm very grateful. Let's take then each of the 6 issues on which you do give evidence in turn. First of all, land drainage, which is your section 2, Mr. Yarwood. You have 3 main points on this issue in your proof of evidence. The first is the absence, you say, of a preliminary risk assessment. The second is you refer to a material change to the land drainage arrangements. And the third is the point about the absence, you say, of a sequential test. You'll have understood that we are parking that third issue for now, but we can deal with the other 2. First point, please, the absence of a preliminary risk assessment. And in summary, you say here in paragraph 2.3 of your proof, as I understand it, you say that it's unacceptable that detailed planning permission is not being sought now for the surface water attenuation measures in the outline part of the application, because we need to have, you say, certainty that development can be delivered in a way that will avoid unacceptable flood risk, or that the amount of surface water can be stored safely, yes?
Yes.
Indeed, yeah. So just to be clear, as I read that, you're not saying that we need to have complete certainty now about the exact design of the surface water attenuation measures. What you're saying is that we need to have certainty about whether it can be done safely. Is that fair?
We need to have certainty that the proposals that are being put forward don't involve a risk to life, or at least that the risk to life has been assessed.
I think we're more or less agreed, because your answer, I think, is consistent with what you've written in 2.3, where you say that there needs to be certainty. This is 3 lines up from the bottom of your para 2.3. That there needs to be certainty that the development can be delivered in a manner that will avoid unacceptable flood risk, or that the amount of surface water can be stored safely. Just to check again on that, you're not saying, are you, that we need to have complete certainty now about what the precise final design of the surface water attenuation measures will be?
That's correct.
You're not saying that. You're nodding, and I'm grateful. So thank you. I've understood your evidence correctly, and that's a helpful clarification. Now, there are 2 items of evidence before the inquiry, Mr. Yarwood, that I note, and it's not a criticism. There's a huge amount of material before the inquiry, but simply as a factual matter, you don't comment on these 2 items of evidence in your proof of evidence. And that's the material that was at Appendix 5 to the appellant's statement of case. And the appellant's statement of case is CD 7.1, if you'd be kind enough to take that up. Now, CD 7.1 is spread across several documents in the core document library because of its size. But you'll see Appendix 5 starting in Part 9 of that document. So if you could kindly take up Part 9 first of all, and then if you go by the PDF numbering, which is probably the easiest way, given that these documents have been split across several parts, it's PDF page 20, and that should take you to the Appendix 5 cover page. Mr. Yarwood.
Page 20.
PDF page 20, yes. So it's not the hard copy numbering on the page, but it's if you type 20 into the numbers, into the page number box.
So this is entitled Summary of Actions to Address LFA Residual Concerns.
Correct, madam. Very grateful. Not to worry. Take your time. If you need me to give any of that information again, Mr. Yarwood, I'm very happy to do so.
need assistance here.
Madam, would it assist if someone from our team were to assist, or indeed if someone for the, I mean, I can offer Ms. Safa, Mr. Yarwood, to help you to locate the documents if, no,
Yes.
yeah. If you're content, Madam, Ms. Safa will assist because I'm acutely aware, Mr. Yarwood, there's a huge amount of material, so Ms. Safa, you might need to base yourself there, perhaps, given there are going to be quite a few references.
Might help.
I'm very grateful. So it's CD 7.1, Part 9, PDF page 20.
Is it a 66-page PDF?
It is, yes. So it should be Appendix 5, Summary of Actions Taken to Address LLFA Residual Concerns. Can you see that? I'm very grateful. So if Ms. Safa can just scroll on from there for you so that we can see the cover page of that appendix, Mr. Yarwood.
Yes.
You'll see that there's the cover page there of a document prepared by the consultancy Tetra Tech, and that's the consultancy for whom Mr. Hilton works. And can you see the cover page there, Summary of Actions Taken to Address LLFA Residual Concerns?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you read this document previously?
I've scanned through it.
You've scanned through it?
Yeah.
So you would fairly accept, again, just a factual proposition, you've not read this document in detail before now, is that right?
Not in detail, no.
Not in detail. Okay. Well, let's see if I can assist you and I hope provide some reassurance about some of the matters that you raise. If we could go to PDF page 23, please, Ms. Safa. So you'll see there should be a contents page there, Mr. Yarwood.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see there's an introduction, and then there are 4 sections, LLFA formal comment 1, formal comment 2, and then an additional point that's addressed. And then there are 4 appendices. Do you see?
Yes.
Yeah, and please note in particular B, C, and D, because we're going to look at those. Appendix B, pond lining details. Appendix C, 2-flow hydraulic modelling report. Appendix D, geotechnical slope stability analysis report.
Yes.
Now, I don't want to take you laboriously through this document because that would take a long time, but I would like to highlight, if I may, a few matters in the hope that I can provide some reassurance about some of your concerns. If we just go to section 1, please, which is on page PDF 25, there's an introduction section, Mr. Yarwood, can you see?
Yes.
And if we just scan through this together, you'll see that first paragraph says, report's been prepared to address 2 formal comments raised by the LLFA and additional points discussed with the LLFA following a meeting. The first comment raised by the LLFA was about the risk of seepage from the attenuation basins. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the second point, or the second comment in 1.3, take your time to read that all if you'd like, or remind yourself of what that says. But the second comment was essentially about the adequacy of the capacity of the attenuation ponds, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. And then we scroll further down and we see in 1.7, 141516 talks about further discussions, meetings and so forth. And then there's a further third point essentially, but it's put there as additional point 1, that there was the issue of the stability of the ponds in engineering terms arose for discussion. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. So you will see, won't you, from before we even get on to the detail, these matters of seepage from the ponds, adequacy of capacity of the ponds, and stability of the ponds in engineering terms, they've been the subject, haven't they, of consideration by the respective drainage experts of the appellant and the LLFA, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Let's deal with each of those in turn, please.
We don't need to, do we? Because this is geotechnical stuff. This is not what I've concerned myself with.
Let's go through this, please, because this is in the context of concerns that you have raised about the adequacy of the information available at this point in relation to the risks posed by the outline proposals for the attenuation basins. So let's deal first, if I may, with seepage, or do you want me to short circuit this in this way in light of your previous answer? Are you saying that you have no concerns about seepage risk from the attenuation basins?
I've no concerns about the geotechnical assessment.
You've no concerns, that's helpful. No concerns about the geotechnical assessment, so that you therefore accept, do you, that it's going to be possible in engineering terms to deliver these attenuation basins in a safe way structurally?
That is a difficult one for me to answer because that is not within my realm of expertise. You could have perhaps asked some of the other people who have given evidence that if you wanted, but that is not within my area of expertise. I have no basis on which I could argue that the geotechnical assessment is valid or not. That is not my concern. My concern is that the way the advice has been given, that other risks, the risks of to a human life, which might arise from unexpected overtopping or failure, those risks to life have not been assessed. There has been no assessment of risk flows, of the number of properties that would be affected, the number of lives that would be put at risk. There has been no risk assessment of that type. Now that is not a matter of geotechnical expertise, that's a matter of planning expertise. It's a matter of knowing what is an appropriate planning condition. It is not an appropriate planning condition to leave those to the detail stage. Those risks need to be known in advance of a planning permission.
I'm grateful for your clarification. As I understood that answer, therefore, insofar as this additional information from Tetra Tech was seeking to deal with three issues, and these were 3 points that had been raised by the LLFA, and I'll remind you of what those were: seepage, adequacy of the capacity of the attenuation ponds, and the stability of the ponds in engineering terms. You are saying, are you, that you're not taking a point in relation to seepage per se? You are concerned about the adequacy of the capacity of the attenuation ponds and the risk of overtopping. But in relation to stability, you say that you're not in a position either way to assess the quality of the evidence available to date about the geotechnical risks posed by the proposed structures. Would that be fair?
Yes.
I'm very grateful. Okay. So with that understanding, for which I'm again grateful to you for establishing with me the parameters of what we need to explore, that short circuits, I think, what we need to cover in relation to the first issue of seepage. All I would ask you to note, particularly given what you've just said, Mr. Yarwood, about assessing this from the perspective of a planner who's got to make a judgment, a planning judgment based on the information that he or she has. Would you accept that if Ms. Safa could kindly take you to page PDF 26 of that document, and this is LLFA formal comment 1. In summary, Mr. Yarwood, that section of that document is dealing with the seepage risk. It refers to Appendix B to that document, which is in Part 12 of CD 7.1. If I could kindly ask you to go to that. And it's the first, Part 12, pages 1 and 2, please, of CD 7.1, Part 12. If you'd kindly answer this question to me from your perspective as a as a planning expert, making planning judgments, Mr. Yarwood.
Mr. Lewis, sorry to interrupt you.
Not at all.
I think the document is displaying slightly differently in terms of the parts. Would you mind giving me the page of the 66-page PDF that you're looking at, please?
So this is a different so it's CD 7.1 and it's part 12. So this is a 41-page PDF.
And this is on pond lining details.
Pond lining details, correct, yes.
For now, and I'll find it.
Very grateful. You can tell me when you're ready to continue, and then I'll resume. Go for it. Yeah. Okay. Core docs line. Yeah, we'll do. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm putting you to this.
Not at all. Point 1, part 12.
CD 7.1, part 12, and it's the very first page.
Got you.
You're there. I'm very grateful. So you'll see this is an appendix to that document that we were looking at, and this is something called pond lining details. Have you read this? If you go to the next page, Mr. Yarwood, and you'll see that there is a 2-page extract there from something called the CIRIA, C-I-R-I-A, SUDS Manual of 2015. CIRIA is the Construction Industry Research and Information Association. And you'll see that there is some information there set out about pond wetland liners. Have you read this information previously?
No.
You've not. Thank you. I don't propose to read it now in detail unless you'd like to take the time to do so, Mr. Yarwood. And I think in fairness to you, I should give you that opportunity because it's relatively short. So could you kindly just read that information if you've not done so previously? You've read it. In light of what you've seen there and seen that this is advice issued in a manual by a professional organisation, there's no reason to think now, is there, Mr. Yarwood, that it's not going to be possible to line these attenuation basins in such a way as to prevent seepage? There's no reason to think that that's going to be impossible to do, is there?
Thought we'd already dealt with seepage and I'd agreed that seepage was not an issue.
Right. Well, I'll explain again. I'm going through these matters because of the criticism that I understand you to make in your proof of evidence, that there is a lack of information about whether the development can be delivered in a manner that will avoid flood risk or that the amount of surface water can be stored safely. I'm grateful for your confirmation that seepage is not a significant concern of yours. Next, please, if we go back to part 9 of CD 7.1, which is the text that we were looking at previously, and go to page 27, please. LLFA, formal comment 2, I'm most grateful. So you'll recall, Mr. Yarwood, that the second of the 3 issues that the drainage experts of the appellant and the LLFA have discussed was the adequacy of the volumes of the attenuation ponds, the capacity issue essentially.
I don't think you can see it.
It was slightly small in scale. It's now been made bigger and I can see it.
Fine. So can I check, Mr. Yarwood? No, I'm most grateful, Madam. In fact, it prompts me to check, Mr. Yarwood, are you content that the material in front of you is sufficiently visible for you to see what I'm asking you about?
Yes.
I'm most grateful. Thank you very much. So you'll see that we're now dealing with the second comment raised by the LLFA, and the second of the three issues that the drainage experts discussed was the adequacy of the volumes of the attenuation ponds, the capacity issue, essentially. If we can go to 3.4, Mr. Yarwood, there's a helpful summary of the state of play at that point in time, August 2024, that is. During the meeting with the LLFA in August 2024, the LLFA acknowledged that there was no responsibility for the developer to attenuate these flows. Those are the off-site flows, essentially. However, they would like to see the ponds remain in the proposals due to the significant betterment they will provide to flood risk in the vicinity of the site and the surrounding area. Tetra Tech have carried out a high-level hydraulic model using two-flow, with a more accurate assessment of the base flow over the critical storm duration rather than the 50 litres per second peak figure originally adopted in the calculations. This model provides a comparison of the pre- and post-development flood levels. The model demonstrates the significant betterment the scheme will provide, and the LLFA stated that this should give them greater confidence in the performance of the attenuation. The hydraulic model report was issued to the LLFA for review and is contained in Appendix C. So just note that, if you will, for a moment. The question's coming, I promise you. If we could then go, please, to Appendix C, which is in CD 7.1, Part 12 again, and we're now on page 4, just behind the pond lining information. So it's PDF, so CD 7.1, Part 12, page 4, PDF 4. And it should be there, just the cover page, saying Appendix C. Can you see two-flow hydraulic modelling report?
Yes.
Again, can I just check with you, Mr. Yarwood, have you read this document previously?
No.
You've not read this document. Okay, this is quite an important document, so let's take the opportunity to go through it together.
We need to. I have no concern about these technical issues relating to the capacity, the geotechnical structure of this. This is not my concern. It's not my expertise. I've made no evidence about it. I want to give no evidence about it. You're missing the point entirely.
I'm not missing the point, forgive me, and I am intending to approach this cross-examination, Mr. Yarwood, in a constructive manner, which I hope you have noticed to date. I'm asking these questions, you've understood, because you are the sole witness for the Rule 6 party, and you have made what might be said to be quite a bold statement in your proof of evidence, that there is, and I quote you, that there is no certainty that the development can be delivered in a manner that will avoid unacceptable flood risk, or that the amount of surface water can be stored safely. As I read that, that is raising a concern about the level of information available at this point in time to assess the robustness of the attenuation measures and the basins that are proposed. In that context, it might be thought, and I put this to you respectfully, Mr. Yarwood, it might be thought unfortunate that you've made that claim without reading this document, the hydraulic modelling report, which goes to the heart, doesn't it, of the information that we have at the moment, which assesses this risk that you're concerned about of overtopping and so forth.
Risks are not simply a question of addressing those sorts of issues. A proper risk assessment looks at the potential risks which would arise from various scenarios. It would look at the risks in terms of the number of people affected, the number of properties affected, the flows of water escaping from a reservoir. the fact that this might provide betterment over a non-risky situation where water is relatively slow in flow, might cause some modest flooding, but those risks need to be assessed one against another. There is, I'm backing here the comments made by the people who advised the LLF and were not taken any notice of, which is the RPA.
Yep. And we're going to come to the advice that was given by the reservoir panel engineer, I promise you. But because of the concerns that you've raised in it might be said quite a stark way in your proof, I am seeking to constructively, I hope, allay some of your concerns about the lack of information you say that is available about these matters. So bear with me, if you may, whilst we look together at this hydraulic modelling report to see if you've got something that you would like to say in response to it.
But I haven't.
You haven't. You have nothing that you wish to say in response to a comment that deals in terms with the concern that you've raised in your proof of evidence. You just don't want to engage with it, do you?
It doesn't address the concerns that I've raised in my proof of evidence, which is that an outline permission is being granted with apparently a condition requiring a risk assessment to be done at some future stage. That is not an appropriate way to deal with matters like condition, because irrespective of what you say, if there is to be a risk assessment, then that risk assessment should be undertaken in advance of the grant of a permission. That is my simple argument. Yep. It's not an argument about the adequacy of the geotechnical measures taken. It's an argument about process in dealing with a planning application.
That's understood, and I'm grateful for that confirmation. But I'm going to suggest to you whether it's an appropriate way to proceed or not is a function of the level of information that we do have at this point that might or might not provide reassurance about the matters that you raise. So in that context, please, could we go to the heart of this document, the hydraulic modelling report, into PDF page 36. Because there's a section in that modelling report called result comparison. Can you see?
Mm-hmm.
And I hope I'm being fair to you in not taking you through the entire report, but focusing on the most accessible part, perhaps, and I will suggest the most important part, which is where we've got a cross-reference to Appendix C, showing the surface water depth and extent difference between the baseline and development scenario hydraulic model results for all events simulated. If we then go, please, to look at Appendix C, and that's CD, Musafa, that's CD 7.1, Part 13, I'm just going here for completeness because of the way these core documents have been arranged. If we go to the very last page of Part 13, you'll see that there's an Appendix C page. Can you see a cover page? Yes. Depth, difference, model results, yes?
Yes.
So we then need to go to Part 14 for the report itself, or for the... So these are the depth difference model results. And we've got 3 maps that I'd like to consider here with you, please, Mr. Yarwood. First, we've got map 7, which is on the first page, which is the 3.3% AEP. That's the annual exceedance probability, as you'll know. In other words, the 1 in 30-year flood event. And then just to see the...
So that's map 7.
That's map 7. Map 7, indeed. Can you see map 7 marked? Then just before we look at the detail, let's just see what we've got here. Because then map 8, we've got the 1% AEP map. So that's the 1 in 100-year flood event being modelled. And then we've got map 9, which is the third and final map I'd like to look at. and that's the 1 in 100-year flood event with the climate change allowance. Now, could we please note, and Ms. Saffa might need to zoom in for you to see this, any of the maps will do, but if we zoom in, please, to the bottom right corner of any of those maps, we'll see that they were all drawn, checked and approved on the 5th of August 2024. Can you see?
Yes.
Yep. I'm very grateful. So let's just scroll back up to map 7, if we may. And then if we look at the legend, and for this again, we'll probably need to zoom in. If we look at the legend or the key to the plan, these are pretty easy plans to interpret because we have the red line showing the development site boundary. And then we've got, in relation to surface water depth, the red hues and the, in essence, the redder the hue, the greater the increase in depth. But you'll see the deepest red color is showing an increase of more than 0.5 meters. Unsurprisingly, they correlate or correspond to the location of the attenuation basins themselves. And then if you work down the color chart, Mr. Yarwood, you'll see that as the reds fade into yellow, orange and yellow, we reach a negligible point. And then very much like a traffic light system, once we start seeing green coloring, the deeper the green, the greater the decrease in the surface water depth with these, with the proposed attenuation basins in place. Can you see?
Yes.
Yeah. So let's just focus first of all, if we may, on map 7 and what that shows us, and just take a minute, in fairness to you, if you've not looked at these plans before, just to see what's shown on that page and to give you an opportunity to relate it to what the legend shows. And I should also have covered that we've got a blue section of the legend which talks about extent difference, and dark blue is was dry, now wet. Light blue is was wet, now dry. But I'll ask you to look at that, and also please to look at the extent of green shading, which you'll have noticed is indicating a decrease in the surface water depth. The extent of green shading, please, in the areas south of the development site. Just take a moment to reflect on that.
Mm-hmm.
Then, please, if you do the same exercise in relation to map 8, notice, please, what the colours are showing us on this plan, the extent of green south of the site, the extent of yellow showing negligible difference, the extent of light blue within the development site indicating was wet, now dry. And again, finally, in the climate change allowance scenario, if you'd kindly do the same there. When you're, I just want to make sure you've had an opportunity to, you're content that you've got a sense of what these plans are showing. I'm grateful. Then if we could see, please, what Tetra Tech's report said about these results. If you could go back to CD 7.1 part 12. And this time we're going to PDF page 39. PDF page 39, and it's paragraph 617, Mr. Yarwood. And I'll read this out to you because you've not read it previously. 617, comparing the baseline and development scenario model results for all modelled events, indicates that there is a decrease in surface water depths in the lower catchment to the south of the development site. Where there are minor increases in depth to the southwest of the development site, this is likely as a result of the on-site drainage network and infiltration processes across the catchment not being represented in the model, and the model overestimating the volume of surface water flow in this area. factual question, Mr. Yarwood. The Rule 6 party has not offered any evidence or other commentary on this technical evidence in its proof, has it?
No.
Yeah. And you would accept, wouldn't you, that you're not realistically in a position to challenge the conclusion set out there in the first sentence of paragraph 617, that, and I read it to you again, comparing the baseline and development scenario model results for all model events indicates there is a decrease in surface water depths in the lower catchment to the south of the development site with those attenuation basins in place. You're not realistically in a position to challenge that conclusion, are you?
No.
Yeah. The third aspect of the land drainage that the appellant and the LLFA's respective experts have been discussing is the stability of the ponds in engineering terms. Now, very grateful to you again for your indication, as I understood it to be, that this is not really something that you are either you individually are concerned about or that you feel placed to answer questions about. Would that be fair, or is just one of those two things correct?
That's fair.
That is fair. Okay. So I'll ask questions, therefore, I hope fairly on that basis with that understanding. But again, from your planning perspective, it goes to adequacy of information that we have about an area that might not be in our direct area of expertise. And I'll just give you an opportunity to comment on this, if I may. To see what the experts have been discussing in relation to this issue of stability, engineering stability of the ponds, Mr. Yarwood, could you go please to CD 7.1, part 9. It's our old friend part 9, and it's PDF 29. And that should be section 4, Ms. Saffer, LLFA additional point 1. I'm very grateful. So again, you've said that you've scanned this in the past, but let me just summarize for you again and remind you of what that says. LLFA agree that further work is required and a risk assessment would need to be carried out concerning the potential failure of the ponds. They are mindful that this should take place at the reserved matters discharge of condition stages as set out in their review of the JBA report. Notwithstanding this, Tetra Tech confirmed that a high-level slope stability analysis has been carried out by their geotechnical team to assess the risk of collapse. This analysis confirms that the safety factors against collapse of the ponds appear to be sufficient at this stage without the need for any special measures to be implemented. This can be revisited at the detail design stage once the ponds are designed in detail. The LLFA stated this should be sufficient at this stage and requested a copy of the report for review, which is contained within Appendix D. Further risk assessment is still required, including an assessment of the risk of blockages in the surface water network. Tetra Tech confirmed that the intention would be to look at this at later stages, as would normally be done for any other development with attenuation, seeing as this is not a risk that is specific to this scheme. So that, I hope, reminds you of what was recorded there about the state of that discussion. The document that I'd like to ask you specifically about, if I may, is the document that's referenced there as Appendix D. And this is the Geotechnical Slope Stability Analysis Report. This is in part 14 of CD 7.1. And it's page 4, PDF page 4. So I go to page 4 again for the cover page, Geotechnical Slope Stability Analysis Report. Again, factual question, Mr. Yarwood, have you read this report previously?
No.
Grateful. Geotechnical Slope Stability Analysis Report. Go to, please, if you may, PDF page 6, just to note the date of this report, and that's the 7th of August of 2024. And then if we go to page 8, we get the contents. No, page 6 is the date of the report, 7 is the contents, and then 8 is the first page of this report. If we just look, please, at just a very brief section in section 1.1, just that we understand what this is. This is from a company called Coffee Geotechnics Limited. And the second and third paragraphs in 1.1 tell us this. Coffee Geotechnics Limited has been commissioned by Tetra Tech to undertake a high-level assessment of the slope stability of the proposed attenuation ponds to feed into a statement of case for a planning appeal. This report considers the initial slope stability of the proposed attenuation ponds only. And then, we don't need to read this in detail because I think we get a sense of what this report is about. If we just go directly, please, to the conclusions section, which is section 4, and that's on page 14, PDF 14 of this document. We have a series of helpful conclusions in bullet points. And you'll see what this says. Initial stability assessments indicate, subject to detailed design, the proposed attenuation ponds have factors of safety against slope stability that are likely to be acceptable. And then the following should be considered as part of detailed design. And then it lists a series of matters. And then we see the appendices to the report continuing on that page, on the next page. So the conclusion, we can note this, can't we? The conclusion of these expert engineers is that the basins as currently designed would have sufficient what engineers call factors of safety against collapse when they're full of water, yes?
Yes.
Grateful. And you, as the Rule 6 party, don't bring any technical evidence to challenge the judgments made in that report?
No.
Yeah. What you do reference, in fairness to you, Mr. Yarwood, and you've already mentioned it, is advice that a reservoir panel engineer gave the LLFA by email. And that was appended, wasn't it, to Appendix 3 of your updated statement of case. I'm grateful to you for nodding in confirmation. That's CD 7.5, please. And it's PDF 16. So we note, first of all, if we may, please, the date of this email. I should check it. You're there. I'm very grateful. So we note the date of this email, particularly relative to what we've just been looking at in 2024. We note the date that this email was sent was the 31st of July 2023. We look at the bottom of that email in the usual way to see that it's from, the name has been redacted, but it's from someone who is a chartered civil engineer and who we know is an engineer who the LLFA maintains on a panel of experts to advise it on matters, here specifically reservoirs. And the email, as you'll see, begins, subject line attenuation basins. Thank you for your time. And this is an email back, of course, this is an email of advice back to the county council as LLFA. We can see that if we need to check it from the bottom of the email chain. But it says this: Dear LLFA, thank you for your time recently regarding the planning application you received with regards to the series of drainage ponds proposed as part of a wider development upstream of Matlock. You outlined your concerns regarding the proposals, namely that they're quite large ponds upstream of a populous area. And even though they are individually storing less than 10,000 cubic meters and would not be subject to regulation under the Reservoirs Act, under current proposals, they do propose a potential threat which does not appear to have been assessed. So just note that for a moment. They do propose a potential threat which does not appear to have been assessed. And the email then goes on to raise two particular matters for consideration. And that is, and the subsections are emboldened, that is hydrology and inflows and breach potential and consequence downstream. Can you see those sections?
Yes.
So in July 2023, end of July 2023, the panel engineer had pointed to the potential threat, which she considered did not appear to have been adequately assessed at that point, and then made a series of notes under these 2 points: hydrology and inflows, significant number of springs in the area. Determining the inflows from the springs is not easily evaluated accurately. ... Look at the text in bold. The contribution of groundwater flows should be assessed robustly to ensure this is not a risk. It would be advisable where practical that natural flows routed through the ponds are limited to that which has been designed to pass the control structures, with all excess flows diverted away via a safer route. And then breach potential and consequence downstream. We would ... bold section, we would suggest the developer needs to include a risk assessment for hazard and consequence to assess the change following construction of those ponds, in particular considering cascade failure. I would expect this to include a breach evaluation of inundation area, flow depths, and flow velocities. An assessment of the impact on critical infrastructure, property, and life can be undertaken to enable a thorough, I think that should be not through, risk assessment to be completed. And then the email goes on to say some things about maintenance, which I don't need to ask you about presently. So in essence, Mr. Yarwood, this email from the panel engineer was raising concern, wasn't it, about two of the matters that we've been discussing this afternoon. First of all, the adequacy of the capacity of the attenuation ponds, and secondly, the engineering stability of those ponds, yes?
No.
Yeah.
No.
And
I said no.
Oh, no, forgive me. Okay, right. Why am I wrong in summarising the engineer's concerns in that way?
Because this was concerned with various issues which are not addressed there. It was concerned with breach evaluation, inundation areas, flow velocities, assessment on critical infrastructure, property and life. Not just those issues which you've raised.
Yeah. Okay, so you helpfully add to my list the risk of potential downstream flood risks causing damage to property and potentially other damage. And you'll have seen, haven't you, the hydraulic modelling that we looked at some moments ago that indeed carried out that exercise, didn't it?
Not in terms of breach.
Forgive me, when you say breach, what do you mean by
what the
breach?
RPA? I'm quoting from the RPA.
Yeah, but look at this email in the context of how it's phrased. The email is phrased in the second paragraph in terms of potential threat, which does not appear to have been assessed. And that was written on the 31st of July, wasn't it, of 2023. Now, you'll recall that the depth difference modelling results, I don't propose to go back to it, you'll recall what, unless we need to, but you'll recall what that said. You'll recall that the depth difference modelling results were finalised on the 5th of August, weren't they, of 2024. And the geotechnical slope stability analysis was prepared on the 7th of August, 2024, wasn't it?
Yes.
So those two pieces of work dealing with the effects downstream of having these attenuation basins in place, flood risk essentially, and the engineering stability of those flood risk, of those attenuation basins, those two pieces of work dealing with those two matters post-dated, didn't they, the advice here from the reservoir panel engineer?
Yes, but they didn't address the concerns of the panel engineer.
Yeah, well, on that we simply disagree, and we're not going to agree on that.
No.
I can tell this afternoon. I have put it to you that the comparison in terms of surface water depth differences in that modelling, comparing the pre and post development scenarios, taking account of the proposed capacity of those attenuation basins in a range of flood events. You recall we looked at the 1 in 30, the 1 in 10, and the 1 in 10 with climate change allowance. We know what those maps say. It is clear, isn't it, that evidence does engage directly and post-dates, doesn't it? Engages directly with the matters addressed in this email and post-dates this email by the reservoir engineer.
No.
Is there any further expansion that you want to offer on that answer, or is it simply a straight no? Why is it, please, that the depth difference modelling assessing the pre and post development scenarios in those three flood events, why is that not of assistance in providing information about the concerns expressed by the reservoir panel engineer in this email?
Because it doesn't deal with the issues which are set out very clearly at the end of the panel engineer's statement.
Yeah. So you're referring there to a breach evaluation of inundation area, flow depths and flow velocities. Of necessity, those modelling results are telling us, aren't they, how those attenuation basins would act in those flood events. I've understood that. That's the whole purpose of the exercise, isn't it, of the modelling exercise, is to try to be instructive and provide information about how those attenuation, what would be the consequences of having those attenuation basins in place in those flood events. You've understood that that's what the modelling is seeking to do. Yeah. So how is it, therefore, that is not of assistance in understanding the matters of concern expressed by the reservoir engineer? I don't understand how you say that that doesn't go directly to addressing the information gap that the reservoir panel engineer was suggesting was existing at that point.
And I don't understand why you can't appreciate the point I am making relative to the panel engineer's comments.
Right. Okay, I think I've put that point adequately to you, Mr. Yarwood, and you'll have understood the way in which I put my questions. The second point that you raise in relation to land drainage is this alleged change to the land drainage arrangements. I wonder whether we can short-circuit this, because I'm sure you've had the benefit of reading what has been said in response to this, and we can go through it, what Mr. Hilton has said. Well, let me check first of all. Have you read what Mr. Hilton has said? Yeah. Yes. In light of that, and we can go through it if we need to, but in light of that, are you satisfied that the explanation given by Mr. Hilton in his second technical note responding to this point has explained to you why the position is not as you, and it's not a criticism, as I say, there's a lot of information to digest, but do you understand now that the position factually is not as you understood it to be at the time that you drafted this proof?
Yes, I would accept that, although this is an area of expertise I haven't got. I responded to a document interpreting in the way I saw it. I'm still somewhat confused that my initial interpretation wasn't correct, but I accept that I haven't got the expertise to challenge the response.
That's very fair, Mr. Yarwood. And let me say again, we on this side of the room are extremely grateful to you for consolidating, as you've been able to do, the points expressed by WAG, and we understand that it would not be reasonable to expect you to have a full range of expertise across all of those matters. So I'm grateful for that answer. That short circuits, therefore, what I need to ask about that. Let's move on to the next issue of concern that you mention in your proof, and that is biodiversity. This perhaps a little bit more straightforward, we'll see. Biodiversity, you seem to make three main points under this heading. First of all, you say that some of the species surveys are out of date and therefore unreliable, you say. Secondly, you say that local residents have observed certain additional species on the site over the years. And thirdly, you say that the proposal could lead to the loss of important hedgerows. And I use that term advisedly because, of course, there is, as you'll have understood, there is a statutory meaning to that term, important hedgerows. Those are the 3 points, aren't they, that you take under biodiversity? Let's take each of those points in turn, please. First of all, the age of the species surveys. And you pick out in your proof 5 species surveys. This is your first sentence, 3.1. You pick out 5 species surveys for badger, bat, breeding birds, wintering birds and reptiles. And you say that the full surveys were done in 2020 or earlier, and that any reviews undertaken since then, that they were not sufficient. That's your position on those, isn't it?
Yes.
Grateful. Now, you'll have seen that Mr. Mark Woods, and Mark Woods isn't the person who's giving evidence on these matters at the inquiry, but he's got. We have a technical note on biodiversity from Mr. Woods, responding to the points that the Royal Six Party has made in relation to biodiversity. Could I ask you please to go to that technical note? It is, and I'm here working on hard copy, so I will need to get the page, but it's CD 9.1 if you're working digitally. And let me go to it, CD 9.1, and it's going to be Appendix 2, and I'm sure, yeah, CD 9.1, Safa will get there before me, I think. It's Appendix 2 for the biodiversity technical note.
Page 63 PDF.
I'm most grateful, madam. Page 63 PDF. There we go. Can you see there's a cover page there, Appendix 2, Effect of the Proposed Development on Biodiversity Technical Note. Yes. Yeah. Have you read this document previously? Yes. You have read it, I'm grateful, yeah. So, section 4, please, of this note, if we can scroll on to that, and that would be PDF page 71. There's a section in this technical note entitled Analysis of WAG's Biodiversity Issues. And then paragraph 4.1, he gives the references for all of the ecological surveys undertaken. And I'm not going to read this out because it is a long list, but you'll see there, and you've read this previously, Mr. Yarwood, you'll see there a list of all the surveys that have been undertaken in relation to the site, including reviews of those surveys more recently by, this is the last 3 bullet points essentially, an ecological addendum in September 2022, an ecological appraisal update in August 2023, and then a further ecology addendum in November 2023. Yes. Happily, we're not going to go laboriously through all of those documents. But you'll see that at paragraph 4.3, please, of Mr. Wood's note, he separates out bats and badgers and then deals with other species subsequently over the page in the next section. I won't read all of this out because it's quite dense in 4.3, particularly if you've read it previously, but the thrust of what Mr. Wood says here is that in relation to badgers, there was an updated badger survey in 2023, and in relation to bats, there was an updated ground level assessment in 2023 of trees previously identified as having potential for roosting bats. And that followed a previous review of the position in 2022. And about 8 lines up from the bottom of paragraph 4.3, Mr. Yarwood, on page 72 PDF, there's a sentence beginning, the work confirmed. Can you see?
Yes.
Yep. So this is giving us the upshot of all of this review work that was done in 022 and 023. The work confirmed that there would be no changes to the layout, extent and condition of habitats. Badger activity was still present on the site, and the trees with bat roosting potential remained as before in terms of potential. Following the August 2023 walkover carried out for the Ecological Appraisal Update 023, aerial surveys were carried out of trees with potential to support roosting bats, and the results of the surveys were appended to the Ecological Addendum of November 2023, submitted to the Council in December. Bat and badger surveys have been updated in compliance with the relevant institute's guidelines. Now, going back to paragraph 3.1 of your proof, please, in light of what Mr. Wood says there, you say that the work done to review and update the surveys, this is your paragraph 3.1, 3 lines in, you say that the work done to review and update the surveys wasn't and I quote your words, an appropriate mechanism, because you say, and as I understand it, comprehensive surveys should have been redone at that point. Is that right?
That was my view.
That's your view, yeah. And again, in fairness, your view as a planner, not your view as an expert ecologist, yes?
Based on the guidance I've read.
Indeed, and we'll come to that, because we need to take some care to read that note of advice from the Institute carefully. Let's take it in stages. First point, please, on the work that was done to review and update these surveys in relation to badgers and bats in 22 and 23. The Rule 6 party doesn't offer any detailed commentary, does it, on any of the survey work that was done in 022 and 023, other than to say the whole thing should have been redone again. Beyond that, there's no further analysis, is there?
No.
I'm grateful. Next point, and you've alluded to it already, you highlight very fairly the guidance produced by the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management. And you helpfully appended that to Appendix 5 of your statement of case. Could we go to that, please? That is CD 7.5, and it's PDF page 21. So you can see this is quite an attractive document, the advice note on the lifespan of ecological reports and surveys. This is by the CIEEM, and if we don't quite remember what that stands for, we find the answer to that on the next page, PDF 22. This is the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management. And we note, don't we, from the top of the previous page, that this is an advice note issued by that institute, yes?
Yes.
So first basic point, this is not adopted planning policy, is it, of central government? This is an advice note issued by a professional body, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Then let's look, please, at what this actually says. Let's look at the first paragraph, first of all, because, of course, we're not suggesting that just because it's not adopted planning policy that you can disregard it. It's a matter of the weight given to it and what this document actually says, we suggest. And let's look at what it does say. First paragraph, it's important that planning decisions are based on up-to-date ecological reports and survey data. However, it is difficult to set a specific time frame over which reports or survey data should be considered valid, as this will vary in different circumstances. In some cases, there will be specific guidance on this, such as for the age of data which may be used to support a protected species license application. In circumstances where such advice does not exist already, the Institute provides the general advice set out below. And then scroll on, if you will, to the third paragraph. Ecological consultants should give careful consideration to which, if any, surveys need to be updated, design their data collection in a way which maximizes the benefits of early surveys whilst minimizing the costs to developers, and provide clarity on the likely lifespan of surveys in their reports, plural, forgive me. And then we've got age of data, less than 12 months, likely to be valid in most cases, 12 to 18 months, I won't dwell on that other than to say it's a little bit more nuanced. Key bit perhaps, or key parts are the next two parts, because we've got quite detailed guidance on the 18-month to 3-year period. And this says, as you'll have seen, professional ecologists will need to undertake a site visit, may also, note that, may also need to update desk study information, and then review the validity of the report based on the factors listed below. Some or all of the other ecological surveys may need to be updated in this 18-month to 3-year period. The professional ecologist will need to issue a clear statement with appropriate justification on validity of the report, which, if any, of the surveys need to be updated, and the appropriate scope, timing, and methods for the update surveys. The likelihood of surveys needing to be updated increases with time, and is greater for mobile species or in circumstances where the habitat or its management has changed significantly since the surveys were undertaken. Factors to be considered include, but not limited to, whether the site supports or may support a mobile species which could have moved to the site or changed its distribution, whether there have been significant changes to the habitats present since the surveys were undertaken, whether the local distribution of a species in the wider area around a site has changed, increasing the likelihood of its presence. Forgive me for reading all of that out, but it's important, I think, in the context of the point you're making. And then much shorter guidance then for more than 3 years. The report is unlikely to still be valid, and most, if not all, surveys are likely to need to be updated. But note again, subject to an assessment by a professional ecologist as described above. So thank you for your patience in going through all of that with me. In a nutshell, Mr. Yarwood, what's clear from this advice note is that how often surveys need to be updated is ultimately a matter of expert judgment for a professional ecologist, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's no hard and fast rule that you must update surveys every 3 years, irrespective of the judgment of the ecologist. Even after 3 years have passed, it is ultimately, again, isn't it, a matter for the expert judgment of the ecologist as to whether surveys need to be updated.
Yes.
Yeah. And for the period of 18 months to 3 years since surveys were undertaken, it's also clear, isn't it, there's no automatic obligation to redo an entire comprehensive survey. If we look again at the third bullet point in that section, one matter for the professional ecologist to consider will be, and I quote again, the appropriate scope, timing, and methods for the update survey or surveys. So scope of the updated surveys. If you're considering what the scope of any updated survey should be, that is necessarily requiring, isn't it, consideration of whether everything needs to be done again. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. So going back to Mr. Wood's technical note, please, on biodiversity that we were looking at some moments ago. CD 9.1. It's clear, isn't it, that when the bat and badger surveys were reviewed by our expert ecologist in 2022 and 2023, that professional ecologist, they applied their expert judgment, didn't they, to the very questions mentioned in that advice note from the Institute about, one, the validity of the previous report, secondly, which, if any, of the surveys need to be updated, and thirdly, the scope, timing, and method for the updated surveys. It's clear that those matters were considered, weren't they, by the ecologist in making that judgment.
One would assume so, yes.
Yeah. Then looking at the position in relation to the remaining species surveys on the next page of that technical note on biodiversity, Mr. Yarwood, and these are paragraphs 4.5 to 4.7 of the biodiversity technical note, we can see there that there was, having set out again in relation to other species at 4.4, the full range of surveys that were updated over time. You'll see then we've got 3 specific paragraphs. 4.5 deals with breeding bird surveys, 4.6 deals with wintering bird surveys, and 4.7 deals with reptile surveys. And again, I don't propose to read all of this out, but for your assistance, to remind you of what it said, 4.5 breeding bird surveys, essential judgment here of the ecologist was that further survey work would not have yielded any further useful information, and reasons are given for that judgment. For wintering bird surveys, halfway down the paragraph, there's a rationale given. Further surveys were not carried out by the previous consultants because of a lack of rare or scarce species and low diversity and abundance of species associated with the wetland habitats. Given that there's been no change to the wetland habitat since 2017, there's been little justification for repeating the survey work. And then for reptile surveys, and they were carried out, as 4.7 says in the first sentence there, in 015, 016, 018 and 020, halfway down the paragraph, you'll see a sentence beginning 4 years of surveys. Can you see? 4 years of surveys in accordance with the survey guidelines did not detect any reptiles. Moreover, the extent of intensive livestock grazing hasn't changed since 2020, so much of the site remains unsuitable for reptiles. And it goes on. So we can agree at least on this, can't we, Mr. Yarwood, that the professional ecologist at the time identified, didn't he or she, a clear rationale in their expert judgment for why those surveys did not need to be redone, or redone to the extent that perhaps you would have preferred them to be carried out. There wasn't there, a clear expert judgment reached by the ecologist, recorded there, 45, 46, 47, as to why that approach was taken to the survey work.
Yes.
You'd accept that. And you would accept that you, as the Rule 6 party, don't bring evidence from an expert ecologist to challenge those judgments.
No.
The second point that you raise under biodiversity...
Well, but could I just mention that...
Of course, yes.
I don't necessarily think that what's said in 4.6 and 4.7 reflects accurately on the situation. I think 4.5 to 4.7, I think there are factors in there which have not been taken into account by the ecologists. For instance, they say that, to quote, in terms of reptiles, 4 years of surveys did not detect any reptiles. Well, we know there are reptiles there. Moreover, the extent of intensive livestock grazing has not changed. I don't know where they got that information from, but it's not correct. There have been several years when livestock haven't grazed to that level of intensity. So I don't know where that information came from. I would be cross-examining your witness as to where he came from, where he got that information from. But certainly I don't accept that. And therefore there are factors in this assessment that I think are questionable, even though they've been carried out by a professional with the relevant expertise. I haven't got that expertise, but I can recognise when I read statements that some don't seem quite correct.
Two main points I get from that answer, Mr. Yarwood. I'm grateful to you. You made a comment halfway through that answer, well, we know that there are reptiles there. And I understand from that answer that you're referring to the evidence or the statements made by local people that they have seen reptiles on the site. That's what you're referring to there, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So I'll come back to that point. I understand that point, and I'll come back to that one. On your second point, which is not a point that I have, not to worry, I can deal with it, but not a point that I've seen commented upon in any of your evidence to date.
Well, I'm not commented on it because I've not seen it before. This is a document which is a proof of evidence which I've received and have not had the opportunity to respond to.
Forgive me, this biodiversity proof of evidence, or technical note, was appended to Mr. Dickinson's main proof of evidence, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. So you did have an opportunity to respond to it by way of rebuttal evidence if you wanted to.
I accept that.
Yes. That's very fair. The reason why I ask that, Mr. Yarwood, is that just on this point about extent of intensive livestock grazing, if you're now saying, well, look, livestock grazing has varied on this site to such an extent that it is of relevance to whether ecological surveys needed to be redone, putting to one side that we've got the judgment of our professional ecologist on this issue for one moment, but I haven't seen any evidence provided by the Rule 6 party to date on any variation in the intensity of livestock grazing on the site. I won't see any such evidence in what's been provided, will I?
No, my question is where your evidence came from.
Okay, so it's a matter for you to put to. Let's deal with it that way round, and then we can deal with it more efficiently in that way. Now, on your first point, let's go back to that, because this is a point that was raised by some members of the public this morning again, which is the statements made that local people have observed certain species on the site, including common lizard, hare and hedgehog, are the matters that you highlight. There were some other matters, of course, highlighted by members of the public this morning. Where this point goes, just so that I understand how it fits into your case, Mr. Yarwood, you appear to be saying that the appellant hasn't given due attention to these other species in its proposals for the site. Is that right?
Well, I was specifically referring to the reptiles survey. The other surveys, I think there are weaknesses, but my particular concern was that the suggestion that no reptiles are found, it seems to me, based on adequate assessment, given that there seems to be evidence that reptiles are on the site.
Yeah. So let's just focus on that then in the context of what Mr. Woods said in response to this point in his technical note, because he dealt with this directly in terms of statements being made by local people about what they had seen. Can you see species records, paragraph 4.8 of the technical note? And he says, WAG refer to a letter from the Wildlife Trust from October 2021 stating that species of principal importance occur on the site and their own surveys support the contents of the Wildlife Trust letter. Desk studies have been provided by the Wildlife Trust on 2 occasions, and there are records for common lizard, brown hare and hedgehog in the local area, but not on or in close proximity to the site. The Wildlife Trust have not provided any further evidence of species presence since 2021, and if WAG have submitted records to the Wildlife Trust, then the Wildlife Trust have not shared these records or raised any relevant concerns. With regards to birds, several of the species have been identified on the site and assessed in the ES chapter. Given that there is no survey evidence from the Wildlife Trust and WAG, the statement regarding the possibility of several bat species and insects being on the site is of no consequence, he says. And this is the important point to take away. To have any validity, records of species made by local residents need to be submitted to the Wildlife Trust so that they can be verified, checked by a county recorder or experienced staff at the Wildlife Trust. Otherwise, such records can't be relied upon as evidence of presence on the site. Now, there was a comment, I think, made by one member of the public this morning that we were, the appellant was being disrespectful in saying that observations by local people are not of evidential value. I can certainly assure you that no disrespect is intended. It's simply a matter of, in the usual way, as we have to do in these appeals, looking at what evidence we have before us and what weight can reasonably be given to that evidence. And what Mr. Woods says there, Mr. Yarwood, I suggest to you, is perfectly reasonable, isn't it? In that he says that to have any validity for the purposes of this kind of decision making, records of species made by local residents need to be submitted to the Wildlife Trust so they can be verified, and then in turn that evidence filters its way through the Wildlife Trust as an expert body to the whatever decision-making process ultimately makes use of that. And that is the state of play here, isn't it? That's, for good or ill, that's where we are here. You are saying that local people have seen things, and of course we note what they say, but the position as a matter of evidence is that those claimed sightings have not been translated, have they, into records, verified records that the Wildlife Trust is able to put before this decision-making process.
I think it's a bit harsh to say that to have any validity, records should be submitted to DWT. I think evidence by local people should be given some validity. It's very harsh to say, there's no validity at all in that. But I accept that that it would be preferable and desirable for those sightings to be recorded in some way and forwarded to Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, and that is something which has commenced and has been in place now for some little while. But it is unfortunate that that situation wasn't triggered earlier, but it has been addressed now, and I hope that once that information comes through, it will be given full validity because it will be in the hands of the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust. But as things stand, it is to some degree anecdotal. I think it has some validity. But to that extent, I think this is a harsh criticism.
Grateful for your clarification of the position. The third and final point, and Madam, I think this is probably a point I can deal with in 10 minutes or so. Then this would bring us to the end of biodiversity, at least if we wanted to pause there. Oh, indeed.
Would be helpful if we could finish.
Indeed, or Madam, I can pause now if that's because I'm moving on to a. Shall I carry on?
If we could finish biodiversity today, that would be helpful. And then, what's your kind of ballpark figure for the remainder?
So I am just over halfway through. Okay. So I'm broadly, I think, on time. Therefore, I think ish, but I need to speed up. Ish. I will review questions overnight so that we can speed. The most technical issue is drainage. That took a bit of time.
Took a bit longer. Yeah.
And the others, I think we can
Understood.
Move through more quickly.
Okay, please continue.
I'm very grateful. So let's try to finish, Mr. Yarwood, even though I know we've got an additional bit of evidence, which let's see how we go on that. We might have to come back to it. But third and final point, your parrot on biodiversity, 3.8. You say that there are, in statutory terms, important hedgerows on the site which are at risk of being lost. Yeah. And you claim that they are important hedgerows on the basis that they are part of a field system which existed before 1845, and you cite early mapping records in support of that. Yes?
Yeah.
So let's just take this in stages because it's been superseded a bit by the information that you've, additional information that you've highlighted today. At the time that you drafted this proof of evidence, you mentioned early mapping records, but at that point in time, did you append to your proof of evidence or identify what those mapping records were at that point? Yes?
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Now, you'll have seen that appended to Mr. Dickinson's rebuttal proof was a technical note dealing with this issue by Mr. Paul Gajos, who is an archaeology and heritage expert.
Yes.
So this is CD 9.5. And it is Appendix 2 to that document, which would take us to PDF. Let's go for it. Yep. PDF 29, is it? Just check. 29, yes. PDF page 29. And this is a technical note regarding hedgerow regulations and historic importance. Have you, can I check if you're there, Mr. Yarwood? Oh, yeah, I'll take a moment. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, I'm very grateful. So, this note, have you read this note previously? I'm very grateful. So this is a note by this expert in archaeology and heritage. And then can you see in paragraph 11 of this note, having set out the relevant law in relation to hedgerows and the hedgerows regulations, which essentially just gets us to this point about do we have any pre-1845 mapping evidence? He goes on to analyse 3 of the historic maps that were included within the original, this is paragraph 11 of that note, the archaeological desk-based assessment of 2015, the 2016 assessment of the same name, and then a heritage statement of 2016. Now those are core document references that I did not give at the start of the cross-examination, and I should give those now because I think we need to look at these maps because of what you said earlier today, Mr. Yarwood, about a couple of these maps actually matching the additional maps that you wanted to put in any event. So can we go first, please, to CD 1.3 BP. Yes. Let me just go back to the list. Environmental Statement, Volume 2, Appendix 9.1, Archaeological Desk-Based Assessment. And there are some plans that Mr. Gajos then comments upon in his technical note. And the first document to look at is, please, as I say, CD 1.3 BP. That is the archaeological desk-based assessment from 2015. And we need to go to page 23, PDF page 23. Now, this is the map, the historical map that Mr. Gajos comments upon in paragraph 12 of his note. And he says this, and if we just look at the page PDF 23, first of all, please, we can see that this is the Matlock Enclosure Award map of 1784. It's the figure 5 plan, and we can see the red line boundary without any further demarcations or any marking within that red line boundary on the plan. The earliest detailed map covering the appeal site is the Matlock Enclosure map of 1784, what we're looking at. This map, whilst naming 4 different individuals who had holdings covering parts of the appeal site, and we see those names, that map does not show any detail as to the field system within the site. It does not therefore provide any evidence to show that the current field pattern preserves any elements of the pre-1845 field system. That is correct, isn't it, Mr. Yarwood, so far as that particular map is concerned?
It is.
Yeah, I'm very grateful. So there's then the second map, and we're in the same document, which is CD 1.3 BP, and this is figure 6 on the next page, which is the tithe map of 1848. PDF 24, can you see that page? Mr. Gajos comments on this in paragraph 13 of his note. He says the earliest dated map to show the field system within the appeal site is the Matlock tithe map. However, this map was produced in 1848. That's the date given there, and so cannot be used to demonstrate the existence of the field pattern on or before 1845. Again, that is correct so far as that map goes, isn't it?
It is. I think it's a bit harsh to say that a map produced in 1848 gives no indication that there might have been a field system there in 1845, but yes, it's correct.
This is in the context, of course, of the statutory test requiring us to have evidence of a record in a document held in the Record Office of an integral part of the field system predating the Enclosure Acts, which is a fancy way of saying 1845. So I have your answer in relation to what that statutory test is. But then we've got a third undated map, and that's covered in paragraph 14 of Mr. Gajos's note. And for that one, we've got to go to the heritage statement, which is CD 1.3 BR for Robert. and it's PDF page 40 of CD 1.3BR, and it's figure 6. So it says a third undated map, this is paragraph 14 of Mr. Gajos' statement, a third undated map showing the eastern part of the appeal site is reproduced within the 2016 Heritage Statement. The Heritage Statement notes that the map is undated, yet assumes it is of early 19th century date. That's in the title to figure 6 on that page, although no reasoning is given for that assumption. The map is also reproduced in a document produced by WAG, and the Derbyshire Record Office catalogue entry for the map suggests it's of 20th century date, but then Mr. Gajos goes on to say the map clearly can't be of early 20th century date as it doesn't show the reservoir, and it goes on to give further reasons for that. But his ultimate conclusion is that the undated, and this is the penultimate sentence, four lines up from the bottom of 14, the undated map referred to at the start of this paragraph does show an aqueduct, and that's, I think, the blue marking on that plan, and therefore the latest probable date for its drawing is 1859. In any case, the fact that the map is undated will still render it of no use in demonstrating the pre-1845 field system of the appeal site. Now, so far as that particular map is concerned, would you accept that that is a fair assessment of that particular that particular historical map?
I think given what's on the map in terms of buildings, it's highly likely that it predates 1845. But I agree, there is no firm evidence to confirm that.
Yeah.
But I think there's a high probability that that map predates 1845. But if we have to have absolute evidence, then we haven't got it on that map.
Yeah. We disagree with you on the matter of high likelihood, and you'll have understood why for the reasons that Mr. Gajos sets out there. But in the context of needing clearly dated evidence for the purposes of the statutory test, I don't need to dwell on that. Now, that's as far as we've got in our assessment of the position before today, Mr. Yarwood. Now let's be clear about what it is exactly in addition to what we've just gone through that you want to put before the inquiry. Because my understanding is that you want to put a further undated, what seems to be a zoomed in extract of a plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's the map that you, or has been circulated to us via the Planning Inspectorate by email today, which is the so-called Sanderson map of 1845. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, 1835.
Okay. Now, I'll deal with this as, Madam, matter for you, of course, whether you're content with the evidence coming forward in this form or whether it needs to be formalised in some way. It might be that you're content just to accept it by way of evidence. But what has been sent to me, Mr. Yarwood, is, and forwarded, I think, you suggested that this be forwarded, I think, earlier today via the Planning Inspectorate. I've got an email that contains a forwarded email from Mr. Steve Baker, who is an archaeologist at the County Council. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And he provides this by way of introduction. I've scanned and attached the relevant extract of Sanderson's map of 25 miles around Mansfield. It shows the boundary but doesn't identify it as a hedgerow. You can see the survey date of OS maps on the National Library of Scotland website if you use the map finder tool and then look at the menu down the right. The earliest OS 6-inch for Matlock was surveyed in 1879. There are 1-inch maps surveyed as early as 1837, but these don't show field boundaries. Now, we note that evidence, and we will ask Mr. Gajos, to assist us in relation to it, given that it's a late addition. But so far as I can deal with it now, Mr. Yarwood, that does not seem from Mr. Baker and the commentary that precedes that plan to be to provide the confirmation that you are seeking suggests to me that this is clear evidence of the existence of hedgerows pre-1945, because he describes the plan that he's extracted there as not identifying the boundary as a hedgerow. There's then no further comment within that suggesting that what's demarcated within the site should be interpreted as a hedgerow. It's not the clearest explanation of how one sources the dates for these plans, but that's a matter that we will draw on Mr. Gajos's expertise for. But assessing this in total, Mr. Yarwood, it is not, is it? Well, it is very far from clear that the summary that you have provided, or the summary that you forwarded to us, that the county archaeologist has provided here, is confirming the position that you outlined earlier today, that here is a map clearly showing the existence of these hedgerows pre-1845. This is a heavily caveated explanation, isn't it?
Yes, and I apologise for the late submission. Having received this information from your archaeologist, we asked the county archaeologist if he had any maps which might help us, and this is what we received. We also received a further note from him saying that in comparison with later maps which clearly showed hedgerows along these alignments, that tended to confirm that these boundaries which are shown on the map were hedgerows. I think it's compelling evidence of the existence of a field boundary which is now a hedgerow and was in all probability a hedgerow in 1835. I thought it was useful additional evidence to show the importance of this field boundary, even if it doesn't quite get us over the issue of whether it's an important hedgerow. It's clearly a hedgerow of some importance, even if it doesn't meet the statutory definition. I think the evidence of this map is useful in that context.
So grateful for that fair clarification. So you rely on this evidence as being evidence, you say, of the relative significance, you say, of potentially of these hedgerows in historical terms, but you're not putting forward this evidence as clearly demonstrating for the purposes of the statutory test that they are that it establishes that they're important hedgerows based on pre-1845 recorded mapping evidence.
Well, could I put it this way? It would be very difficult to find mapping evidence which distinguished between a hedgerow and any other form of boundary. Therefore, if you have a map from pre-1845 and it shows a boundary, it's probably the best you can do, because no mapping from that period, in my experience, would distinguish between a hedgerow and any other form of boundary. So I think I'd be interested to see what your archaeologist makes of it in terms of evidence.
Okay,
It seems pretty good to me.
That's fair. So shall we leave it at that? That Mr. Gajos will take what I do want to be clear about, Mr. Yarwood, is that we can't, in fairness to this process, have a drip feed of evidence about this matter. So
I do apologise.
No, it's quite all right. But I will approach it, I hope, fairly on the basis that this is now the final position of the Royal Six Party in terms of what it wants to put forward by way of evidence, because this is my opportunity to cross-examine you on that. I hope I've been fair to you in dealing speedily today with a very late email that's been forwarded to us containing some material from the county ecologist. We can agree, can't we, based on where we are now, that email from the county ecologist doesn't get you over the line in terms of providing clear evidence of the pre-1845 existence of those hedgerows.
I think you have been very fair. Thank you for that. And yes, we're not quite there.
Not quite there. I'm very grateful, madam. That concludes that section of the cross-examination.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're now at 5:09. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:30 here again, and we'll hear from Mr. Yarwood again tomorrow morning. What that means for you, Mr. Yarwood, is that I would ask that you don't communicate with anybody from the Rule 6 party this evening until you have finished cross-examination tomorrow.
I accept that, yes.
Thank you very much. And just in terms of matters that I will deal with overnight, I will write up a list of the inquiry documents thus far and circulate it via the case officer to everybody so they've got the inquiry document numbers and so that the council can get the inquiry documents up on the website, please. Yep. Okay. Anything else before we adjourn for the day? Thank you very much, everybody, for your contributions. The inquiry is adjourned.